Chapter 176. Chapter 42. Preparations. The 25th of October, 4 to 3:3 a.m. Diana Street Arlight was busy in the net, so I took over nighttime driving back to the first precinct. It would be a long ride, and there was one additional passenger this time. Topaz and Quartz would both be joining us. Quartz sat nudged far back into a corner like his life depended on it, and it did. His presence was a constant distraction, even if Topaz was holding his arm, and my eyes were still itching with dryness as my sleep-deprived self piloted us back. Ripley had shared his findings with the source shards and what the dog whistler had told him, that he was right about his theory on skeletons drones. Each one carried a copy of his consciousness, and how she could use her thralls in a similar fashion. A tiny little worker put inside every bug, creating bridges as she needed, and burning any trace of them when torn apart. He said it would be difficult to track her down, but I disagreed, and Starlight was on the same page as me. Apparently, she was really ticked off by Dog Whistler's attitude, so she dove into the net for some practice in existing as an avatar. Ripley was apprehensive about it, but she said she'd only be going to talk to Seraphim and update her and Maiden in advance of our arrival. Now that we have clues as to how all three of the Uncaged operate, it will be easier to find flaws. Soul Killer was pure assimilation. Skeleton utilized a lesser form to give himself extra bodies, and Dog Whistler combined both of their methods for her own use of a proxy protocol. The proxy translator was that tiny visage of titanium warp code inside the bugs, and maybe if Ripley got an ability to detect auras of souls like I could, then perhaps he could truly pull her operations apart. If he wanted to get into this mess, the entire ride back, he had an odd look on his face. He stayed quiet and mostly glanced off into the seldom passing streetlights. Clearly, his conversation with Dog Whistler had left him shaken. I just hoped it wouldn't affect tonight's operation. For now, we had to prepare. 10:02 am the second I reached Maiden's shelter. I reached for a random couch and took a quick nap. Why could no one else drive? They all got to nap. 12:48 p.m. If you would be so kind as to wake up, dear, I have something to show which I believe you'd find most interesting. Ripley's voice ushered my eyes open, but his appearance was wholly different. Goggles sat upon his eyes, whereas his skin had turned into a black cloth that wrapped so tightly you could make out the angular bone structure underneath. Sue-Ray! I stretched myself awake. What is it? We headed deeper into the lab, where Topaz was still holding on to Quartz while they talked with Maiden. She looked happy and full of life as she chuckled something back and forth with them. Ripley took me to a little corner where he pulled out the contents of a fridge. I recognized them as blood bags, but felt an odd extremity in their composition. It was conductive, more than blood should be. But what he pointed at was a silvery metal liquid trapped underneath a thick layer of semi-clear yellow? Ice? This, Miss Silvereye, is none other than the fine products of your body bending to the will of my nanites, he proclaimed with a festivity in his voice. Now, shall we see what they have become? Sure. Why is it liquid? Because it's a magnetorheological fluid. Starlight voice radiated from a floating drone. It carried what looked like a part of a small blade. That's smart talk for, it becomes solid when you run electricity through it. Nonsense. That's a gross simplification. Starlight. Ripley shook his head. It changes its viscosity in relation to the strength of the electromagnetic field running through it, which, I'll admit, in effect, is as dear Starlight had said. Ripley took his arachnodyne and chipped away at the icy layer over it before turning to me. Would you be a dear and pull it out? Unsure, I sent a small zap into it and felt connected. It was made from me, after all. And I suppose my soul was partially embedded in the material too, if Quartz was to be believed. I hadn't taken everything he said seriously, but recent events changed my perception on beliefs. It flowed up like blood and condensed into a 2-inch sphere of metal that was extremely malleable under my control. A brief thought turned it to liquid, another to solid. This came from me? Correct. Through unique applications of my warp energy and nanites, Ripley said while hooking up a tube to a port under his collarbone and sticking it into the blackened blood bags. Rest assured, I will have it all figured out with your aid in testing, flowing the globular liquid through my hands. Ripley noted down all sorts of things as he plugged sensors across my fingertips, head, and legs. Over the next hour, he reported to Starlight numerous measurements in mass, density, voltage, current, and other fancy units I didn't know. One of the odd things about the metal was how cold it was. Touching it felt like being dipped into ice-cold water, the kind I'd remembered from jumping into lakes with my father, Uric Jones. One of the stranger tests was when he asked me to punch or pull it apart, and it would just turn solid in response. Non-Newtonian fluid, Starlight said under her breath. Apologies, dear, but what does Newtonian mean? Ripley turned an inquisitive look from behind his goggles. You're a scientist, and you don't who Newton is? What do you call Newton's 3 laws of motion? Remaining at rest or in constant motion? Unless a force is applied to an object, force is equal to mass times acceleration. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. Mazier's laws of motion, I replied before he could, equally confused on whoever this Newton guy was. This bitch literally named everything after herself. Starlight's drone raised an arm to rub its head. Language, or I'll forcefully install a filter into your speech algorithm. Ripley replied, You wouldn't dare. When all was said and done, Ripley took off the goggles and returned to his normal appearance, black hair and an actual face. Okay, so from the looks of it, you've got a memory material that turns to a specific shape depending on the electromagnetic field running through it. It converts kinetic and thermal energy into electricity, can store a shit ton of electricity, and if it's thin enough, vibrates at a really high speed and produces heat. Sum it up, I said. That was the summarized version, he sighed. Okay, basically I can do a lot with this. It's a gold-grade material. Even my live wire is only a silver gold, just running through the most basic applications. Really good at absorbing shocks, so it makes a fantastic liquid armor, vibrates quickly enough that I can make a solid. Scissor with the current material on hand, and conductive to the point where the only warp material I know that's more effective is my live wire. Wait, but electricity is my whole thing. I shared aloud. How on earth was dianium less effective than his stuff? Yes, but you also clearly have a whole lot more going on, he pointed out. Maybe if you had 2 or 3 more electricity mutations, it would be as good. But dianium has more versatility than livewire, and that's saying something. My threads can propel me through the air, transmit warp code, and also change shape, according to electricity. But it always remains solid. Considering yours can change phases means I can even use it as a coolant. You're not using metal made from my blood to cool yourself down. Jackass, I protested. Hey, you have no problem being cooled down by my warp energy. Ripley raised a teasing hand up, nearing it to my arm. I pulled away with a deadly zap, and he shrugged it back. Oh, shut the fuck. I cut down on my lips, a smug grin plastered all over his face. I blew air from lips as I looked away from him. Sometimes I regret ever pulling you out of that rubble. Oh, but you don't. He slid closer until he was back in my vision, pulling out a liquid vial that was filled with a fluid he said was a type of plastic resin and wouldn't solidify under my metal's tendency to freeze anything it touches. I'm very likable once you know me. Punchable is more like it. I rolled my eyes despite the slight grin on my face as I took the vial from him. My fingers brushed his slightly. He didn't back down as he clasped his hand over mine to keep a firm grip on the vial, a shit-eating grin on his face as he leaned closer. See, even your hands love my face. Oh, shut the... I froze at his smug expression getting closer. Give me the fucking vial. He just laughed as I snatched it away, and I begrudgingly poured the dianium into it. Grumbling to myself, he turned to a drone that displayed a hologram of various weaponry, from blades to explosives to guns. So, as Mivery first official customer, under the Ripper name, you get a free choice of the weapon you want. No cost, and I'll see how to incorporate your dianium into it, he bargained. Now this was more like it. 5:58 p.m., staring at my weapons. I really couldn't help but feel a little peeved about trusting him with them. I even shilled an extra 20k shardine over to him. My Magna Grisalt now had a second ammunition type, other than the burst impact rounds. 2 sets of incendiary rounds, one using the warp material blue phosphorus that blazed through flesh, and another with green phosphorus that only ignited against metal and chewed through it like paper. If I had this during my fight with Diamante, there was a third ammunition type, a single bullet. It alone cost me 10K. He said it was an attempt at necrotium cord bullet, and they were very hard to make. I would know, because I've been trying to make one for a long time and just managed a breakthrough. You see, necrotium is brittle, especially under intense heat and pressure. So for a bullet, you need casing capable of penetrating flesh, but also peeling off to expose the necrotium core while protecting it from the intense heat and pressure. There's like 3 different warp materials used in this one bullet, but a good hit will be fatal to even silvers. It spreads and inflicts necrosis, eating them up from the inside. I inspected the single bullet with a thought of bewildered awe. He also modded my Brayshocker and Lejo pistols. Not too much, but provided them with extra power and better generators for my usage, so they were both considered at the peak of bronze-grade weaponry. However, I wouldn't be using them, considering they were Diana Ulrich's weapons, not Lillian Rose's. For that identity, he workshopped a whole set of gauntlets in a manner that was both mesmerizing and brutal. Metal bent and squeezed into shape, howling as it was forced into cohesion. Wires screeched, and the pipette of dianium bled into a receptacle that would be located on the back of my hand. Watching him work was oddly enticing. I could manipulate metal with a thought, but he used his thoughts to guide his 2 normal hands and 4 rear limbs with operative excellence, blurring to the point that I had to conduct electricity to my brain just to keep up. For as much as he goofed around, he had control, discipline, and mastery. I envied him for it. His methodological nature so made me uncomfortable. If he had me abilities, how much more could he do? How much better would he be with them than me? I knew I was phenomenal for a tier 2, but Ripley had the scientific know-how to make the most of anything. He would be terrifying as a dual adapter. Ripley forging these weapons. I wondered if I would give myself a death sentence. I'd copied almost all of Diana's details off her frame, stealing away her implant data to better myself for her capabilities. She was ... insane ... a wonderkind in martial arts, investigation, and getting shit done. Without Hypermind, she was faster than I, and certainly matched the cognitive speeds of highly developed tier shard adapters. She had more neurons than I did. Something inconceivable, considering how long it took for them to form or regenerate after puberty, and even utilized some of the electron-based data transmission US shard adapters had. Her bones were comparable to mid-iron grade shardware, her muscles to high bronze. If she supercharged herself, she could even damage silver shardware. With enough charge, she could pull them apart with a thought. That wasn't even the most terrifying thing about her. Soul resonance. The ability to connect with others in plants at range, my frequency. Sync was a poor imitator of it. Resonating with warp energy, she could theoretically even seize control of it, forcing an adapter's powers against themselves. I was thankful she had the fire tendency. If she had my water, she would be able to do that. Not to mention, if she had access to my implant, her enhanced neural capabilities would magnify immensely. If she hazard weave, then Heron organic metabolism mutation wouldn't just be for the slow sedimentation of various inorganic substances along her cells. She would be organic shardware, assimilating warp materials, and turning into a fucking amoeba for anything she could touch. Flesh would squeeze dry. Metal would turn brittle into dust and sink inside of her, and your implant would be burned alive. And with electrosomatic organism, shardware ran on electricity. Her capacity to control and wield it would be utterly out of this world. She wouldn't even need to remove body parts. If warp code was transmitted along with her electricity, then she'd be the biggest menace to shard adapters and malware worldwide. As if she didn't already scare me enough. Diana, after having my weapons shopped up, Ripley got to his own work and made some last-minute adjustments to shardware that Starlight had been working on. Blades strapped into a slot in the middle of his distal arachne segments, alongside a Brayshocker? Or something that looked like it. He flexed his arms and punched the air a few times, and a small, shimmering shockwave rippled out with each blow. Then he jumped into the air and flipped his body, his feet clinging to the roof as he stood upside down. What? Finally, he unveiled a fine blade from one of his fingers and cut a thin gash in his clavicle, and the bleeding stopped in seconds. Were those his nanites? All right, everything's working as ordered. Still could use a load of adjustments, but it's a work in progress, he said as he rolled off the roof, landing effortlessly on his feet. A work in progress? I have never seen shardware like that. I stared, guffawed at what I'd just seen. Yep. Don't lose your steel-laced neurons about it. You don't know half of what I've got planned in my head. He tossed me the gauntlets he'd made for me, slipping them on. I felt a satisfying connection to the minuscule amounts of dianium in both gauntlets. They were designed for non-shard adapters, but despite that, they fit comfortably over my arms as though they belonged there. All right. So if you charge the wires inside according to the pattern I made, they should come out? He tapped my hand. I did so, easily finding the vessels he'd crafted for a programmed electromagnetic field. From above 4 of my knuckles, sharp blades popped out. It was anticlimactic, because they were each barely half an inch long. Okay. He grabbed a bag of blood from the fridge and put it on a counter. Jab your claws into it and keep them there. I performed as told, hitting the bag lightly as my claws pierced its skin just barely. All right, now, you might feel a resonatato the dianium, do you? He prodded, and I silently nodded, not wanting to give too much away. Okay, then try to channel your warp energy into it, he directed, and I did. Immediately, the blood inside began to freeze, and a surge of electricity flowed into me. He smiled before telling me the next step. Now shoot them out. I forgot all about controlling the liquid metal inside, and instead burned my warp energy into them. The bag exploded into a spray of sizzling blood, bits of liquid silver splattering and digging into the walls. But with a simple press of my thoughts, they flowed back up and into my gauntlets once more. I blinked owlishly. That was unexpected. Thermal expansion combined with a shotgun and a punch. Just be careful and try to get the dianium back inside your Shatterclaws. Shatterclaws? I built them, I named them. He pulled up a rag and a spray and began cleaning the red liquid off. Not so underwhelming now, are they? You can disguise the liquid metal sinking back into your claws as a shardware function? I guess not. The tonderwhelming, I said with a smile as I slipped the 4 claws back in, a satisfying snicked sounding out. How does it feel officially spending money on black market shardware? Ripley said with an annoying smile, as he spoke sharply. You damn crooked cop, I squinted. Every time I think I'm starting to enjoy your company, you make me regret it. You know that? So you do admit you enjoy my company. His grin only got more annoying. To answer, I pointed my Shatterclaws at him. His face instantly dropped as I spoke. You know, I haven't tried these out from a distance yet. Well, I'd like to not be your test subject. Number. I think I would really like having you as a test subject. I stepped closer until my knuckles sat on his chest. I could feel his heart beat through it. It beat faster at the slightest touch of my inner fire. Something about it drew my fist away slowly as I regarded him with a cold gaze. Unfortunately, I'll be needing your expertise for further needs of mine. He let out a sigh of relief, or I hoped it was relief as he adjusted his suit. He then strapped some thick bracer onto his right wrist and a submachine gun that fit into a holster by his hip. Finally, he picked up his dreadwire mask, which shrank into a trapezoidal block that fit over his neuroframe. So, when's your boss arriving? Dryder isn't my boss, he's my coworker. I glanced as my hair, skin, and eyes morphed into Lillian Rose's appearance. Even my voice changed, a rasp slicing through my typical bright tone. You'd best know that, Dreadwire. The mask on his neck expanded, forming a complete shield over his head as 6 angular V-shaped lines of gold concealed his human eyes. From out of it, a deep and muffled voice utterly unlike Heracles echoed out as he stepped closer to me. Or what? You'll sink your fangs into me. They'll break. Snickering, I leaned closer to the provocation, the personality I'd built for Lillian Rose taking over. Not if I bite in the right place. The sharp nails of my hands scraped over his armored chest to tap the segments of steel covering his neck. Then, the inner Diana in me reconsidered what I'd said as I pulled back. Ripley, utterly unfazed, just chuckled. Your vitals would be exposed. It would be Zito kill you. Now that was a challenge. It set my heart aflame. Oh, you'll find I'm not so easily killed. Yes, you are. He pointed his SMG at my forehead. I could sense his smugness even through the concealment of his face. I stepped forward, the coolness of the gun barrel doing little against the heat of my forehead. Do it then, pussy! He tilted his gaze towards me indifferently, finger clenching ever so slightly over the trigger, but all I focused on were those 6 marks on his mask, concealing those intense sunfire eyes. Despite his possession of the water tendency, his emotionless glare was enough to melt through steel. I grinned with the slightest hint of fangs. Topaz loudly coughed from behind us. Whatever I just watched, I don't want to see it again. When's our ride coming along? Frowning, I pulled away from our little dance of words and steel. A message popping up in my lenses at just this moment. Message from Dryder, arriving in 10, be ready? Laughing, I turned to Ripley. He'll be here soon, and how disappointing. I haven't even changed for our picnic yet. Without missing a beat, one arachne limb spilled out and opened up a cupboard. It hooked a padded suit and dangled it ahead of me. Be quick with it. Amusement fluttered through me as I took in this version of him. Intense to the point, distant but not enough to hide his true intentions. I took the suit, twirling on my heel as I spun onwards to a separate room to change. I think I like Dreadwire. Mr. Skeleton as Ripley and Diana made their preparations. Skeleton committed to his own. This was war, and war used mercenaries who'd gamble their lives for you. Not that Skeleton was afraid of losing his own. Death was a fear long since pruned from him. He just needed to confirm a few things regarding Diana Ulrich. Turning to his side, he stared at the brunette in the form she so rarely took and nodded. A Kaisel clone, but one that was unique in that she was not a part of Soulkiller, but of Crimson Souls. An ally, of sorts. One who helped him proceed with his cadavers. Their allegiance would last only as long as the Revenant did. Steel limbs dangled under her elbows. Her eyes caught in a dance of crimson and gold as she organized her web to tangle up one lonesome nexus hiding away in the Syntech lab, tightening like a noose until snap. It's disconnected. Her voice strained and spilled in the air between them, a foreign presence digging into Skeleton's mind. A countermeasure would instantly kill this sequence of him if she were to pierce through. But his consciousness had been tempered like a blade, forged in the ancient days preceding the old world. Under bristling heat, it was folded multiple times over, with more security than a corporate facility in this district. He was mildly disappointed to see that Diana Ulrich did not seem to be a part of the mission, but she was playing it safe. Smart. Instead, a woman Dryder called Lillian Rose was hired as help, an unfamiliar mercenary to him, which was impossible. He knew exactly what kind of torture Diana would have gone through under Soulkiller. His brain was proof. A grudge like that. She wouldn't sit on her ass doing nothing. Lillian Rose? How cute and symbolic of her name. Oh, she has no idea what we have planned for her. Excitement shone from his voice as he contacted the Snake Fangs. I hope she'll enjoy the company of the Rat King. Chapter 177. Chapter 43. Meat Lab Syntech advertisement on their newest meat substitute, real beef, or commonly known as mush by West Crook citizens. Sustainably delicious. We here at Syntech are proud to announce that the newest flavor of our synthesized meats is now available at your nearest Tech Mart. Enjoy the flavor of real beef guilt-free. We use only our finest ingredients to create this bold, rich, and sustainable alternative. Crafted for the hungriest carnivores, you won't believe it's not beef. Satisfy your primal hunger now. For just $9.99. On sale for a limited time only. The 25th of October, 7:36 p.m. Diana Lillian Rose, of course. I had to take over driving again. Drider lounged in the side seat, pulling it further back and unknowingly squishing Topaz, whose presence was further hidden to Drider's carelessness with the drink flowing inside him right now. His voice slurred out. Sue, Dreddy, you work with the devil himself, eh? Gotta say. Damn shame you got that copycat of mine. Ripley didn't have his mask on right now, and so I could see an amused expression form on his face. Copycat? Yeah, Diamant'll never say it, but he learned from the best. Just tell him to get his own identity one day or the other. Always copy on my style. Drider sucked his flask dry. Also, got me a question in for ya. How come yours arachne doesn't tear through your clothes? Do your rip holes in all of your shirts? I used to, Ripley chuckled. Then I just made a cloth that does the tearing and the sewing for me. Shit, does it make good underwear? I don't know. I haven't tried. Just sign if it tears easily. Would be one hell of a surprise if you get your cock excited. He barked out, laughing to himself. Just messin' with ya. Ripley nodded, but there was a strange look on his face that made it seem like he was considering the idea. Then he shook his head. Nah, wouldn't work. You'd need your penis to be shardware. I'm not doing that. Really? Drider pulled a second flask. How many did he have? Just saying. Don't even need to get it replaced all that much. Just a small oscillator does wonders for a night. Yeah, got a girl. 4, actually, he responded mysteriously, but some pride flashed on his face. Ooh, lucky you. Yeah, oscillatin', dick. Trust me. He gulped the second flask in seconds as Topaz said from his seat-muffled chest. He has a point. My prostate's never felt quite the same since. All right, I raised my voice, speeding up the car as I did. No more talking about cybernetic dicks. Founders, is this what I get for being in a car with 4 guys? Hey, Ripley protested. Starlight's in my head, but I muted that conversation for her, and Midnight's about to join us as soon as she's done scouting out the place. Doesn't change the fact that I can't talk to either of them, I muttered. Then a piercing pain squeezed through the back of my neck as a pink haze covered my sight, and a tiny child sat on my steering wheel. Pink gold hair and wide, inquisitive eyes staring up at me. Oh, but you can. Starlight waved at me. What the? How did you get into my frame? How come you can fit in it? It's actually pretty good work. I can run at 12%. Still a lot of spaghetti, though. As for how, there was an open channel here from the time you guys played games with each other in your car. Ripley interjected, his voice a little hoarse and rushed. Starlight, back in my head, now. Dismayed, the little fairy waved me goodbye as a tangle of golden wires wrapped over her. All right. Geez, he's so protective of me. She popped out of my sight. As though squeezing into herself by the wires, Ripley's eyes then glazed pink as he no doubt had a conversation with her about the consent of diving into others' frames, which was a good thing. I had a lot of sensitive information on mine. We arrived at the meat lab shortly after. It was a fairly tall building located on the outskirts of Syntax-controlled 3rd Precinct. The surrounding buildings were relatively poor in comparison, short and stocky and overcrowded with people who were, no doubt, labor for Syntax Industries here. The more central into this precinct you went, the taller the buildings get. I remembered coming here once with Brian Ulrich on a trip where he lounged in a building, scraping the clouds, introducing me to all sorts of business magnates and moguls. I could smell the cologne on them from here. Ripley's eyes gazed into the far-off star-sprinkled silhouettes with a frown. My dad used to work around here, hated the journey because of how far it was. But late at night, he always came home with a smile. That's nice, I responded, unsure how to relate. My dad was always at home for me. I bet you missed him. I did. I do. He took a deep breath before tapping his frame, and the dreadwire mask slid on. His voice shifted, the tone radiating with steel-like resolve. But that's enough for now. We have a job to do. Kill the Nexus and stop Soul Killer's distribution of mutagen through meat. Starlight, establish communications between us. I felt a weaker intrusion into my senses, as Ripley plugged wires into everyone else's frames and a tight web of information strung up to communicate our thoughts. Refrain from using synchronize with Drider. I don't want to meld my mind with someone who is clearly inebriated. His steel voice was firm. Yeah, I agree with that. Starlight nervously spoke through a Neuralink, her voice clear and present. Hey, I'm functional, Drider argued. Besides, means I feel less pain when I get shot at, and I'm a better shot actually, too. Ripley didn't speak back. His orders were clear enough to Starlight as he got out of his side of the car while Topaz and Quartz did the same from theirs. Drider stumbled out, reaching for the back of the van where he pulled out 2 rifles that shrunk to fit into his bare-bone legs, which now seemed full of steel flesh, and haphazardly tossing some grenades into his trench coat. Ripley took 2 for himself without asking, Drider only laughing at it. Greedy one, ain't ya? Practical is the right term? Ripley responded, before diving into the Neuralink. Even in digital communication, his voice took on the Dreadwire tone. Midnight, you should be connected. Get into my frame when you're ready. A slithering voice snuck in. Mame and Daylight have been chipping at this place for hours. It's tough. The kind of tough you only see when a place is hiding something. I got access to the first few floors, sending a layout now. A map appeared in my view, along with suggested entrances. Ripley walked on ahead, not turning to me as he spoke. I was surprised to see how naturally he took to leading this operation, but I didn't mind it. He had confidence. Lillian, when you feel soul killer, tell me. I eyed him. Hearing that name attributed to me was unnatural. For now, I would embrace it, act as Lillian Rose. Oh, you'll know, because I won't stop until I burn it. Dreadwire. Dreadwire cracked his neck and blended into an alley as we snuck closer to the entrance. Dreadwire 9 modules sat within my mimic set, each partially upgraded from their previous forms to be my tools for this operation. They would be critical. Mimic set modules, 9 divided by 10. I felt the powerful thrum of data break run through my claw tips. Midnight's presence in my head itching as she felt my powers grow compatible with hers. Great. I can't wait to finally show you what I can do. Ooh, I want to see too. Starlight whistled, and I could feel Midnight's distrust from within me. Put your emotions aside, both of you. Ah, sure, shake on it. Starlight appeared in my view, raising her hand up as Midnight's shadowy visage crackled to life. Midnight growled with her teeth at the action. Hon, shake on. I mentally commanded them both, and Midnight begrudgingly yanked Starlight's hand and shook her tiny form so vigorously she was flung up and down the arc of Midnight's arm. As Midnight pulled her hand back, she wiped it against her shadowy dress. Sighing, Midnight spoke in our Neuralink. Haverite. So here's the strange thing you'll notice when you enter. Complete quarantine explains why the streets are so quiet, too. Syntax put this block on lockdown, but aren't sending any more guards in. They're being quiet. Too quiet. And quarantine. That's not good, Lillian stated the obvious. Where are they holed up? And somewhere underground we couldn't reach deep down. You'll find minimal security up here. They've all moved. Midnight's voice sank deep into our minds. And as I placed my claw against the door promising our entrance, its inner warp code melted under the Midnight Protocol, pushing it open. We were greeted by a dim and abandoned series of hallways leading to administrative desks and offices. No staff to greet our paltry group. Here, there was a direct elevator down to the lower levels of the building. Opening it, we fit in tightly and Midnight commanded the elevator to go down, but it didn't. The fuck? Entrance beyond sublevel 2? Insect farms? Isn't permitted right now? It's not even a data shield against me. The code's overwritten itself to ensure that it only treats it as though there's 2 floors beneath us. Hi, Lillian sighed. We'll walk down then. How many floors? Havers. However's ever, total of 6 fungal insects. Mammals, birds, aquarium, luxury. I clicked the floor for the insect farms, the elevator descending quickly as sounds emerged. Gunfire. Lots of it, and coupled along were screams and discordant yelling. Lillian got on edge. Topaz gripped his brother tightly while I stood in front. As the doors opened, there was a red light pulsing through the walls that blended in with the sights around us. Blood. It pooled around the floors and rubbed the walls like paint brushed upon steel. Drider gritted as he marched forward and stared confused at the mess. My eyes aren't blinded by the lights, right? Yes, it's blood. I pushed past him, my arachnidine spiking out as I sent a drone forward and manipulated Droneford with starlight synchronization. An alert went out, a woman's voice speaking calmly but firmly. Attention to all personnel. There has been a contamination breach within the facility. Please enter the quarantine zones located between each floor. Failure to comply will result in termination. Shit, I think I know why we were supposed to do this on a specific day now. Drider guffawed, drinking after doing so. Is Soul Killer breaking out of here? Right now? Were they prisoner? I don't know. Lillian snarled, fangs sharpening. But it means they'll be coming to us. I can feel it. They're near, deep underground. But there's something infected by them on this floor. My drone flew towards one of the quarantine zones in between the first and second sublevel. We found a group of pacing guards there, their voices panicked and unsure. Look, I know we were doing research on animals here, but what can fucking virus makes a rabbit eat a human? I didn't know rabies. Rabies was cured decades ago. Maybe it's rabbit rabies. Like, specific to them? Whatever it is, they think we can get it too. I know a few things, like, shouldn't infections only be affecting one type of animal? Who knows what they are doing here? Just let them deal with it? I don't know why it's taking so long. I turned to them. Soul Killers infected the animals. Lillian blinked. What? Topaz stilled too. Yeah. What? The rabbits are attacking people, I said matter-of-factly, striding forward. Looking at the bloodstains painted across the hallways, I solidified my stance. And they're winning. These weren't lethal wounds. Likely they tried to get to the elevator, but I suspect it only allows travel down to this level for quarantine. It won't let anyone go back up. As we walked forward, a sudden pile of broken limbs and armor appeared around a corner. From out of its body spilled out flowers, red spider lilies. And they were growing, a pollen filling in the air. I gave an order. Guess masks now. Topaz, Quartz, and Drider all pulled on masks while Lillian breathed it in deep, her eyes burning with something dreadful. They're making these here, but they don't feel like titanium. It's silver, grade soul, forfeit. I leaned in, poking the dead corpse and finding a large break by their ribcage, prying the skeletal confinement open. Everyone took a step back. Where there should have been hearts and lungs was instead a mound of flesh with bones peeking out, writhing tentacles, roots, dug and pried into the meat. And it pulsed like an organ with blood flowing through it. I stabbed it with my claw, the tendrils lashing and gripping my arm before they fell dead. The flowers began to wither and die in seconds. I yanked out the bones within the flesh, tiny but not as brittle as thy shall be. It's a rabbit skeleton. It likely burrowed into his chest, acted as a seed, and used his body as nutrition to support these. Mutagenic flora! I scooped a few of the dried flowers into a vial. They crumpled in as dust. As I moved on, I turned to a hallway where windows showcased large rooms with bright lights beaming down on a soil bed of plants and compost. The smell blocked as receptors in my nose switched off. Lillian pinched hers. Looking deeper in, there was an automated machine scooping hundreds of worms inside. This section labeled mealworms. Deeper in, they would be processed into paste, emulsified, and used to make substitute meat like the ones at the diner me and Hochin ate at. Real beef. That was what they called it once they stuffed enough chemicals to mask the flavor and texture. It was a poor imitation. I had eaten genuine beef more than a decade ago. On the other side was silkworms, and directions on the wall pointed to beetles, crickets, grasshoppers, and snails. Snails were considered luxury for their crunch. Gunshots tore our attention away. Shots yelling down the hall and past a corner where we saw muzzle flashes illuminating a silhouette. It was small and grimy, but it pounced high and fast as shadow-formed appendages struck and caused a scream to break loose. Pull back! Pull back! Shit, we can't let them get outside the quarantine. I had moved upon a word. Lillian, quicker than that. I sensed her holding back the lightning in her body, channeling it subdermally within her musculature as she was empowered and screamed at what was beyond the corner. My feet slid upon the floor, an unnatural feeling as friction lessened, but a quick grab of my hand on the wall curved me to a man bleeding from blunt trauma to his chest as Lillian wrestled a rabbit, though a rabbit was a gross understatement. It was multiparabits, glued to each other by a mass of tendrils that stitched flesh together and formed irregular bone structure so that tentacles with spiky white ends struck and poked at the armor-covering Lillian. With a single punch from the Shatterclaw, blood and meat froze before bursting apart as silver pellets broke it down and exposed what lay within. Amal's core. A quick shot from my SMG shattered it, and the amalgamation of flesh dripped loosely into piles and chunks. Lillian flung her hand before lifting the guard up, his hand gripping his side tightly as he looked at her. Oh shit. You must be the help our boss said we were getting. You're here to help us, right? We are? Lillian said, a puzzled expression on her face. Tell us what's going on. I dunno. Suddenly we were swarmed by these things. They overwhelmed us with numbers. All lower quarantine units have been breached. You have to stop them. He groaned in pain. Lillian muffled a tight breath before pulling out a med spray. I blocked her hand. Instead, my claw opened up to spray a tight cone of black mist. My nanites reprogrammed to dig into his wound and seal it, while likewise getting me access to his systems. Ah, the same trick you used on Diana, Starlight unhelpfully added. She wasn't a fan when I told her why she couldn't draw suspicion by entering Diana's frame. Blame Ripley for that. I lifted the guard's tired head up, his eyes widening once he saw me. Oh fuck, you're Dreadwire. Why were you sent here? The sick streaks on my mask deepened as my steel voice radiated inches from his face. For Extermination, Chapter 178. Chapter 44, Animal Party Dreadwire. I grabbed the man by his collar and activated insight, giving me passage into his body's every subconscious thought, realized as action. Do you know the name, Soul Killer? And no. His fear and hesitation was honest. I let go. My claws had torn through the armor of his shoddy suit. You're not even a soldier, are you? I'm not. I'm just a damn veterinarian. Then all of a sudden they told everyone to grab a gun and armor vest. There might still be some alive down, but Captain Winslow is fighting deep below. He'll need your help. The lower ones are? Wrong. The man panicked, freely spilling the information off his bioshard. Listen, Gareth. He pinched his throat when I mentioned his name. Here's what you're going to do. Get up there and contact your headquarters. Tell them that the Revenant is free. Post on the net about it if you have to. But don't mention my name or I'll kill you. Oh, okay. Gareth dropped free from my grasp, his breath choking and tears running down his cheeks. I'll do whatever you need to. Just don't hurt me. I turned back, looking at Dryder. Escort him to safety. Make sure he does what I ask him to. We're going to clear Thiething's floor by floor, but they could get past us and breach the quarantine. Once he's secure, follow after our path and ensure there's nothing left alive. If even one of them kills a human, it could spread to the surface. Dryder turned an ugly sneer at me. Who the fuck are you to tell me what to do? The merc you trusted to get this job done? I said firmly, shoving Gareth into his arms. And I will get it done. When I call for you, join us. And take out any stragglers left behind. You have the firepower for what lurks below. Considering how you are now, you'll waste it on these weaker malformed. Mal! Gareth gulped behind me. I didn't pay him any attention. Lillian strode ahead, shooting me a gaze but focusing on Dryder. He's right. Just check up on the quarantine and see if you can gather any information. Grumbling, Dryder picked up Gareth by the neck and patted his back and walked further from us. Yeah, you'll be all right. Get over it, Gareth. Killer bunnies. So what? I've dealt with worse. Don't even know why Lillian hired that guy, son of a bitch. That's what he is. Swear to God, I'll put a bullet between his eyes one day. You know, we were chatting about dicks earlier. Now I'm thinking he is one. Oh, Drider. Escort this guy. Just yappin'. Hate people like him. Reminds me of a guy called Diamante. He's a dick too. We could still hear him when he disappeared off our sights. Lillian pulled me aside, quick with her words. What was up with threatening that guy? He was innocent. Are you Lillian Rose right now, or her? I left my meaning clear. Skeleton conned us. We weren't just here to exterminate Soul Killer. We're here to win him a favor from Syntech. That bargain's a higher price, and he'll pay the cost when they kill the reinforcements they'll send from headquarters to shut Gareth up about what was happening here. So you're using him as a sacrifice? She hissed at me, pushing away. We'll see about that later. We're killing the Nexus first. Before that, we'll have to take down all the beasts on each floor. I lied to Drider, we'll leave nothing for him. I don't trust him right now with distractions. And how are we going to do that? She barked. I looked at Quartz, our warp energy lighthouse, and he already sighed with Adornus. I was expecting it at some point. Tell Topaz when to let go. Now, I ordered. Topaz blinked. Now, let go. I tightened my finger on my gun, the empty threat enough for him to cut contact with Quartz. In an instant, a sensation like the sun's heat in a blistering summer engulfed me as it became difficult to concentrate on anything but him. The effect on Lillian was more pronounced. But if she was smart, she'd rely on Sol Resinato burn her attention to the upcoming siege of monsters. In seconds, the floor rumbled and Lillian bent her knees, ready to pounce. I held her by the shoulder, forcing warp energy to steady her nerves. Together. I had experience with shard adapters most, mutants and espers, less so. A recent bout with malware and a singular encounter with a malignant, but none with malformed. In terms of prior knowledge, I was lacking. But digging through her archives of her time with Soul Killer gave me enough. Synchronized with me, Starlight. Thoughts took a second. Unconflicting voice in my head, a mere whisper guiding my actions. Just in time as a horde of squelching rabbits approached. Maggot-infested spots hardened around their deformed bodies. An inhuman screech tore into the air between us, and when I let go off Lillian, she shot in a spray of black and red. I had still reached quicker. A burst of kinetic energy, zipping me through the air till I was above the horde of semi-connected rabbits. Then I aimed my hand down and channeled warp energy through my palms. The central disc squeezing air and releasing it forth as a wave that splashed blood into the air. They flattened without me touching them, still weak. Only iron. As Lillian reached, she raised her shatterclaws through them and erupted a wave of blood and guts, tearing out chunks of hardened insects that served as armor over the mutated rabbits. Despite the massacre of wildlife, the mals ran past us, their hunger yearning for Quartz, who took potshots along with his brother. Diana's Shatterclaw launched a spray of metal that solidified and dug through their molten pelts, while I launched a web of 10 claw tips, sinking them into the viney network of tentacles binding the horde together and keeping them in place as my arachnodyne dug into the floor. Lillian's Magna Greasealt aimed and shot at the leashed horde. A burst of a blue phosphorus round cast a spark that ripped into a bright orange flame that devoured flesh into ash. Topaz lifted his rifle up and unleashed a steady stream that I ran into, unimpeded as bullets sparked off my armor and limbs, and a whip blade chained down my left arm that I spun into a circle amidst the blazing blood and fur. A shockwave burst through the end tip's core of Shriekstone, flattening the flame. The walls were splattered with charred remains and gooey flesh, Sims dropping down as the product. Turning to Quartz, I nodded at him as Topaz held him by the shoulder once more. And deeper we went. I sensed we would do this many times. Diana, Lillian, Rose Bunnies, they were bad. But they were bigger than our current targets. Hamsters. At least they lacked the insect-hardened plating on the higher-up malformed, but a part of me struggled to believe that people were eating these. Have I eaten one? Cold blood splashed a rising wave, the heat feeding me electrical strength under my insulated suit. I could afford to be a little reckless with how well Ripley made it. But, looking at him now, you wouldn't even know it was him under that mask. Each of his limbs did something different. all at once. One arachne limb was a blade that vibrated like a chainsaw, bone misting into the air. A second turned into a taser, electrocuting them on my behalf, where I could just about nudge their bodies to clump together for easier killing with the bullet shot by the SMG in his right hand. Then, for his left, a long whip arched back and forth, like a serpent lashing out at everything all at once, a thick crack ending each snap, which splashed blood around like a kid jumping into a puddle. As for his lower two arachne, they danced him into the air, while his legs clipped and glided the walls, much like that monkey malware had done. It had been 11 days, and he wasn't just back, but stronger. He damn well knew how to build tools of ruin, an architect in delivering death. That was Dreadwire. Sabrina was so fucking dead. Dreadwire, I couldn't deny the fatigue running through me. These malformed were weak, but constant, overwhelming. I sensed that them being born from animals, rather than through natural malreproduction, or by corrupting human adapters, had a part to do with it. I let Diana burn them, the fire dancing in her gaze in a myriad of colors, like a sunset born of blood and infernal fury. There was a light coursing within those once silver, now crimson, eyes accents of belonging. Purpose. I knew, because I felt the same, as animal remained shattered with every minute hook and swing of my whip. Hundreds of them must have died during these last 20 minutes, and we'd gotten halfway through the second floor. Birds were next. As for the dead human bodies around, now I realized what they all had in common. They were shard adapters. Those who were mutants and espers must have been infected and moved towards the Nexus to protect them, or worse. Mals feasted on human death. It empowered them and let them raise the tiers and grades. Feeding a silver human to an iron Mal would result in their evolution. Some of them had to guard this place with the prisoners they kept. Malformed carrion, in this particular case, were massive piles of flesh and guts constantly regenerating and moving their core about. Severing one half just caused a new core to form, albeit weakening both. Quartz's light illusions weren't effective on these beasts. With their warp-enhanced primal senses, they abandoned sight to move as a pile of meat, only sniffing out his warp energy. Topaz consistently stood on bodyguard duty for Quartz, but he would be eaten to the bone in a second if we let a sizable chunk of the carrion past us. So Diana and I had no effort left to spare ourselves. But she was remarkable, even while limiting herself to the capabilities of Lillian Rose, expertly switching between close range and firearms as the need required, running only on instinct as she single-handedly cleared swaths of them with punches and kicks that froze their lifeless husks. And then she did something that surprised me to my senses. It was like she spread her presence past herself, like she was in two places at one time, her physical body, and the tide of the carrion rising to submerge her. They all breathed their fury out in a wave of blood and agony. Tendrils of flesh and bones snapped her joints, picked apart her armor, and gouged flesh. And then they exploded as something within them broke. She was left a gasping mess afterwards, iron fumes rippling from the dead Mal as they filled her breath with less than what she had given. But what she had given was an instant kill to all of them at once. She picked herself up, bones wrenching into place and blood bubbling to reseal wounds. Lillian Rose was as much a monster as these creatures, and I couldn't ask for better. Diana. Lillian Rose. I wasn't sure if using soul resonance in them was a mistake or not. It was like dipping my foot into a magma's mouth of boiling and mindless wrath, but my gold was so easily able to pierce it. And burn even that. I'd done it before on a chimera, but these things were far more chaotic. I had to be careful not to lose myself, or let that bridge between me and those monsters consume me. That was difficult. In place of energy, instead, I was filled with a ravenous rage, a hunger, their hunger. A terrible scream tore from my lungs as weapons, and limbs all became precursors of spilled viscera. As they died, I replenished myself, taking from them warp energy and their mutations. Iron Tier II. Mass regeneration has been. Iron Tier II mutagen. Beast senses has be. Iron Tier I mutagen. Beastly hunger has be. Iron Tier I mutagen. Hair growth has be iron tier thecan mutagen. Primal instinct has, and of course, silver tier I mutagen. Soul forfeit has been absorbed. It was only silver. It was only weak. I relished having this strength over soul killer. Iron tier the second mutagen. Blood sense has be. Iron tier the second mutagen. Hunger frenzy has be. Bronze tier the second mutagen. Beast body has be. Bronze. It was tougher than the rest. Meatier, chunkier. It had latched vine-like appendages of blood and flesh around my throat and tossed me into a wall as Ripley's arachne, unleashed a kick of rippling blood through it. But as one spiked tendril aimed for my mouth, I refused to end up like Jacob Grasha. I bit down, my teeth piercing the flesh as I tore a chunk of it down and swallowed. Bronze tier the second mutagen. Bone spikes has been absorbed. Of course, how had I forgotten my 5-star meal by Simon Jugosla? Malflesh. The original source of mutagen before all those fancy techniques for extraction were developed. My fangs sharpened. Something had changed in limited morphology. Manipulation. ... It wasn't so limited anymore. I felt my jaws unhinge like a serpent's opening wide as I dove into that bloodbath and ripped flesh from bone with my bare teeth. It tasted horrible, like rotten meat and rusted iron, like flies had been born in it, like I'd just taken a bite from a piece of shit. But I loved it. The fire within me burned brighter than ever. Fire tendency has reached Bronze the Zevin. Ripley the small mammals had been dealt with, thanks to Lillian's sudden ravenous showing of pure bloodlust. I was the one with 2 blades on my back, yet she was soaked with more blood than I was. Where I took a careful and precise approach, she dove forth into that maddened pile of living flesh and ripped it with her own hands. And teeth now. Her shape-shifting appeared to allow her to unhinge her jaw and turn all teeth into canines. Now was the time for the avians. Approaching the lower floor, we saw our first living human. Our first living soul killer thrall. His crimson eyes with white pupils turned to us, a crazed agony in their face. It was broken, twisted, and being eaten by packs of ravenous birds bent so out of shape I didn't know what breed they were. Quails. Flightless birds, but apparently quite nutritious. Starlight put a picture of them on my visuals. I swiped it away and transitioned that movement to hold onto Diana's shoulder. Hey, careful with that touch. You're getting too comfortable with her. Midnight hissed, but I ignored it, sending a calming dribble down to Diana. Water tendency is now Bronze Vi. Ooh! The broken man wheezed, the birds unmoving as long as Topaz's hand was on quartz. Did you coo thesis to oo thesis? Diana's breath was a haze of mist seething from her mouth. What? Sevavir. USSSS. From brilliance. From gold. From titanium. The broken man lurched forward, one of his legs snapping from the lack of bone on it. Or it was Skellon. The light disappeared from those eyes as tens of birds turned their attention to us. Then more of their crimson eyes opened amidst the darkness behind. They were silver, had to be. A crunching sound appeared. Tentacles spiraling down their beaks to form piercing needles as bursts of blood and wings sent them down the warpath to us. Diana lurched, but I pushed her back as time slowed. Hypermind Prime activated. She wouldn't be quick enough. Diana. Lillian rose before my foot was an inch off the ground. Ripley pushed me down to my ass. Before my ass touched the ground, blood splashed on my face, violent and hot. I felt wind whipping around me so hard I couldn't keep my eyes open. The arachne on his back moving as blurs. The bird's streaks of shadows vanished in the space between Ripley and the dead man. They moved nearly as fast as bullets. But Ripley stood still, his only movement coming from the 4 limbs sprouting off his back. Each strike was violent and fluid, the blood raining down on my awaiting tongue for that sweet silver. He stood like a man made from death, incarnating the scythes of a reaper against the Gatling gun of birds aiming to pierce through us. His blades formed a dome of blurring black steel that created a crimson sphere with torn black feathers around us. It was so alluring, mesmerizing, and tasty. In between all of that, he even found the time to whack Topaz's hand off quartz. the man flinching and complaining as he did so, while Ripley only gave a 3-word answer. "I'll handle it." I wanted to see him do all that and more. The onslaught magnified. Black was all I could see rushing towards us. And that was when his arachne cast upon a haze of gray and electricity, beautiful shocks of thunder and lightning casting a storm of blood rain that didn't leave an inch of their solid bodies getting past us. I wouldn't survive this. The thought ached, then boiled me down to the bone. In the ravaged breath of my instinct, my hand caught his calf. And it felt so ... incredible. I thought. The R0N1N was impressive. Dreadwire matched that. Dreadwire may have even exceeded that. For just a moment, his movement suddenly slowed, and his hand reached for a grenade that tore out from his belt and tossed into the middle of the bird swarm. Its rich explosion was a disappointment to me, for none of the blood came down upon my body. My hand clenched his calf a little tighter, my shatter claws denting as they did. Diana, do you mind? You're kinda distracting him." Hearing that name broke me out temporarily, my head shaking to realize the violent storm of mutagen and energy brewing within me. Likely, I was going to get a new mutation today. I had to pray it was something good and useful. Withdrawing my arm, the reluctance within the motion felt foreign, as Ripley's right arm extended and shot from its forearm a thick stream of molten red that shredded the birds to a standstill. Then they stopped. His voice, indomitable and not once fearless or enraged this entire trip, broke through the stunned silence. "Are all of them dead on this level? Lillian?" A sadistic smile ripped from my mouth, a wide grin with more fangs than usual for a human. "Yes." His hand reached for mine, calm and resolute like a stairway of promise. I took it and felt everything in his soul that was purposeful. I craved it. That type of power was phenomenal. He turned his head back to the hallway, his mechanical steps the only noise for a brief moment before he spoke. "The aquarium is next." Hurrying behind him, I couldn't wait to see what he would do next. A smile parted on my face, and my voice flowed to him like a song. "Lead the way. Dreadwire." Dreadwire. I was not doing anything comparable to that during this operation again. Hypermind Beta had the weakness of severing the connection between my shardware and my organics. I couldn't breathe during that whole minute. Starlight had to do it manually for me. Then there was Lillian, draining my energy even more. What was in her mind? Perhaps it was punishment for pushing her down, but she should know better than to compromise me. Hypermind Beta was now burnt out. Dust left where it should be, and the bronze shards located in my triceps storage vanished to restore me with strength and mindfulness. Lillian was in her element, absorbing energy as she went into an unlimited supply. I was done. I wouldn't be getting any more energy unless I happened upon an alive shard adapter and took their implant. Even then, if it wasn't silver, it wasn't meaningful. The aquarium, in contrast to the other rooms, was a wide space filled with open circles that led to deep basins of water that no doubt housed mouths within them. I couldn't feel them, but Lillian hesitated, and I took that for warning. The only odd sign was the lack of bodies, but the clear presentation of bloodstains across the room. "Fish farms," she said, smacking her lips. "It's been a while since I've eaten fish." Was that why she stopped? Diana. Lillian rose. What did they grow here? Catfish were the easiest, but maybe even tuna. Looking at the signs, there were oysters too in some of these. What type of malformed would spawn from them? Strangely, I detected barely any warp energy on this floor. Maybe Soul Killer didn't bother with infecting underwater creatures, but I felt an instinctual wariness with the lack of any marine life in the waters. As we walked further, the pools only grew larger and deeper until I happened across a sign that said octopus and unmistakably felt the soul forfeit mutation within. But it was off. It was iron. "There might be iron mal down there," I pointed. "Leave it to Dryder. He can have any of them to fight. Just hope his shardware is waterproof." Dreadwire walked on, but I lingered. Something was off. Octopus. No other marine life. Iron. I'd taken a step closer so I wouldn't be left behind, but my senses still clung to that iron, burning past it. Right. Octopuses, they were good at camouflaging. Underneath that veil of iron was a rich breath of silver, and I realized it only when it came into contact with me. An inconspicuous tentacle had merged in with the ceramic flooring's texture. Oh, fuck, guys! I could only say so much before my footing was lifted off the floor, and I was dragged into the basin to bear witness at what lay at the depths of this abyss. A silver tear, the third malformed. Chapter 179, Chapter 45. Mind-melting news article from AbyssNet Times, GeneAids. The promise that never came. Around the mid-24th century, researchers on the corporate side of humanity put their thoughts to a peculiar task: to combine warp code's ability to exactly simulate and control thoughts, and apply it to the randomness and instinctual usage of mutations. Penned by Imperium as the GeneAid project, it was aimed to be a way to further change the way humanity looked at Sims. No longer would they only serve the rich who could afford such expensive and fitting mutagens for their development. Instead, any adapter would have the power to target specific mutations they wanted and personalize how to use them. Effectively, a GeneAid would allow a subconscious calculation to maximize the efficiency of mutations. For example, those espers who can harden the air might not consciously create a barrier around them at all times, but with a GeneAid, it was theoretically promised to take the background task of it and automate such a round-the-clock protection process. It was said they would discover how to exactly manipulate bone density, tissue reformation, life expectancy, and more for mutants. Unfortunately, this never came to be. Not for the public, but you're here from the AbyssNet, so I'll say it as it is. They exist. You just don't know about them. Diana Lillian Rose. My sight was ripped from the air, thrashed down into the cold water, and the singular eye of this beast dwarfed me. Forget octopus. It was a giant squid made of all marine life you could think of. Fishes, crabs, and shrimp melted into a cauldron where they forged this horrendous creature of uncountable tentacles surrounding a singular eye. I didn't scream. It would only take more breath from me and fill my lungs with choking water. Instead, I abandoned my decision not to use electricity and immediately shocked the surrounding water. The grasping tentacle on my ankle let go, but another harpoon, like tendrils, snapped above me and whacked my torso down into a wall before several more thin and thick tentacles wrapped around my body. My legs, arms, chest, and abdomen all felt force pulling them in different directions. In a second, I would be torn apart. My consciousness focused away from that, as suddenly all I could think about was how weird quartz was. Oh, thank fuck. The pressure lessened as the mal diverted its attention to quartz, but still held me down with tentacles the width of old tree trunks, several of which pierced the barrier between water to search for quartz where air freely flowed. Air, which I was lacking. Fuck. Bubbles spurted out of my mouth, wetness seeping in from every corner as the submerged darkness consumed me. The water surface shredded under gunfire, bullet trails, and bubbles expanding and collapsing as Ripley's wrist-mounted machine gun worked as the culprit. I continued sending sparks into the tentacles, but they only tightened around me and choked my slowing pulse further. I could only pray that Ripley got lucky shots and pierced the ones holding me. Dreadwire. Run, quartz. Do not stop. I hurried from my voice, unloading shards into my wrist scrap gun and unleashing a steady fire in hopes it would release Diana. 3 giant tentacles ripped from the water and instinctively thrusted for quartz. Within them lay the bodies of hundreds of fish used as scaffolding for mucosal glue to manifest this abomination. Quartz and topaz were making a run for it, but those tentacles thinned to increase their reach. This thing had killed every last fish here and absorbed them into its mass. Starlight. Use the Neuralink to figure out Diana's position. Got it. Starlight answered with an urgency that was rare to hear from her. Midnight appeared in my view, filing her nails down with a shadow while looking unfazed. Just leave the Kraken to kill her. She's the one with a death sentence. Who knew becoming a dual adapter was so easy? I glared at her as I continued firing. Any useful ideas? Fine. Just jump down and yank her out, I guess. She scoffed. Jumping down for her implant would be suicide. I'm heavy and my shardware is not waterproof. You've got to be fucking kidding me, Ripley. All those modifications you've made, and you're telling me your shardware isn't. Blame the Ripper. It's fit for rain and snow, but not depths. Besides, if that thing kills and eats her, it would have her supremely adaptable mutations. I don't want something like that to get the ability to walk on land. Midnight didn't answer, which was proof enough that I was right. Starlight beamed into my head as I switched modules to hammer, pounding thick shard fire as my body went heavier. So remember that link you made to her frame from your nanomachines. I think I can get into her frame again and try to synchronize with both of you. It should let you feel her position. I thought for a single second, but it spanned much longer in my head. Do it, Diana. Lillian rose, as if drowning wasn't enough of a pain. I was getting an ear-splitting headache. My mind burned and swelled, as though something was being born out of the canals of my brain vessels. I squeezed tight, accidentally letting the last bit of air out of my mouth as pink consumed me. Diana, don't freak out, but your oxygen saturation is dropping really quickly. Stop burning electricity. Starlight popped into my view, the pink fairy swimming around me with an illusory scuba mask on her face. I nodded to her, hoping she would guide me out. Here's what you're going to do. Synchronize with me. It might be the only way for you to survive. But keep in mind, I haven't exactly done this with an Esper before. I nodded even as strength left me, the movement dulled and lazy. Then my vision blacked out. I thought I died, but I was still thinking. Or feeling. Warmth and cold rippled through me, a spark of light and a swelling of dark shade. I felt my fire, and I felt Ripley's water. All right, it worked, I think. Just had to rewire your frame a bit. No biggie. Sorry for talking a lot. I am really panicking. I don't want you to die. You're like the only person who hasn't insulted me so far. You're a friend, and I want to help. Yeah, exactly. Okay, I'm taking over a lot of your thoughts right now so you don't black out, but I really need you to focus when I try to take control of your mutations. I'm going to electrolyze the water around you. Break it down into hydrogen and oxygen. It requires extremely precise usage of your electricity. You ready? I opened my eyes, searching in her worried gaze before giving a resolved nod. Oh, you can just answer with your thoughts. But, focus with me now. I did. Warp energy burned out of me like a wildfire as starlight, somehow melted her presence into mine and sank control to guide it to my mouth. The water boiled, or bubbled within. It was a fresh spoonful of air that invited more water in, immediately making me cough out all that I'd made and more. Fuck. Okay. You need more precise control. As much as you can manage. Precise control is what I've been lacking. Then borrow from my dad. He's good at it. He always knows what to do. I tensed, then relaxed as I used my last bits of consciousness to focus on that cold. The water around me suddenly felt false when compared to Ripley's tendency, a mere imitative painting of the true depth an ocean could carry. It was malleable, still and awaiting prey one moment, and rising to a storm the next. Even without contact, I could feel him through starlight, a resonance as much as it was a living proof of our bond between implants. I drew his energy in despite the distance apart, starlight making a weird sound, and commanded it to the water surrounding. And within, me, my electricity, which had always been unwieldy, was suddenly as easy to move as a finger. I could aim it, and I'd always been good at aiming. Now I had the fingers on my electricity to do so. My domain formed perfectly to the image starlight transcribed across my senses, blending in with the water as electricity, funneled its unique properties to create gas from liquid. A froth of bubbles rose around me as I continued. Ripley's relief tunneled into me as I braved my mouth open, and out came air from what had been water within. Then I gulped a rejuvenating mouthful in. A bullet struck a tendril writhing around my chest and let that air take its proper refuge. Relief was shared between us both as a second bullet hit the mark. Dreadwire at first I hadn't felt much of anything. Then my mind blended with Diana's outstormed her pain, her regret, her failures. I'd seen them from her frame. Now I felt them, but I couldn't let it distract me. I took a deep breath of air the moment that I sensed Diana reciprocate, a fountain of bubbles rising in one clear location. I aimed, then I lowered. Then I knew. Fire burned through me, a resolve to take the shot even if Diana might be in the way. Because I knew she wasn't. Her presence was affixed to mine, so clearly I could make out her bound outline despite the lack of vision. She writhed herself free with her gulp of air at the exact moment I shot, freeing her chest so she could take more. Her inferno was a never-ending wall that climbed and breached the futile mess this world embodied. Another shot, and an arm was free. I knew she was going to tear her other from its constraint, so my next bullet hit the tendril by a leg. Then she zapped the other one clean off, as we both worked to free her abdomen, the Mal, still focused on the fleeing quartz, who had perfect self-preservation skills, reacted by sending another tentacle at her. I could see it from her point of view, and intercepted it. It was like her sight was replacing my less-than-adequate shooting skills, a faux lock-on. She swam out, and I was there to extend an arachnodyne tip that she immediately grabbed to pull herself out with a contraction of live wire. She landed in my arms, nodding as we wordlessly communicated our next step. I grabbed her by her waist, securing my whip blade around her as a massive tentacle slammed into where we once were. My module swapped Toburn, spreading through her too by way of starlight as I fastened my feet to the roof. Both of us tilted our heads up, looking down into the raging pool, swirling with tendrils. A tentacle surged upwards to us. All 4 of my arachnodyne struck the spearing tentacles, just as Diana used me as a conduit of her storm. Electricity fueled and ignited my shardware with sparks as our warp energies combined under 3 wills bound to a singular purpose. Thought multiplier bound 3 minds into 1. Thought multiplier, Dreadwire, X-Diana, X-Starlight, Starlight. She felt it happen through her more than she understood it. That for a brief moment, there was no distinction between Ripley and Diana's powers. Their warp energies reacted. Rinsing, burning, melting, synchronized tendency, water plus fire. Achieved acid tendency, it flowed through Ripley, and it burned like Diana as 4 arachnodynes live wire. Diana sparked with my lightning, Ripley's body acting as a vessel for my power to strike down like thunder from the gods. Because we might not have been able to take down a silver third when we were alone. But Ripley, together we manifested something greater than the sum of its parts. Mutagen and shardware coalesced under our shadows from above to spark down upon the failure that was this abomination. Her thunder radiated through me. Diana, his webs of gold, accepted our combined strength, reaching into the deepest depths as the Mal's flesh charred to pure voltage running through us. Blades sprouted from his arachnodyne, and they were within our domain. We called them up, Ripley. We aimed them within the air itself, starlight, and we cast them down. Ripley and Diana, they worked in tandem, one providing the material path to victory, and the other surging unforeseen manipulation of energy to achieve it. The arachnodyne dove in like hungry eels with blades sharper than any swordfish. They curved and parted tentacles larger than cars and as thin as fingers. The golden threads, stretched under Diana's lightning, had grown so sharp that their tangling arcs pinched the tendrils into severing. Bubbles frothed from the sheer electrical current boiling the water, rising out like a geyser on the brink of exploding, and reverberating the entire room as the malformed seized in pain. Thunder and webs intertwined with one another in glorious harmony, until they struck deep down through the beast's eye and into the massive corporeal chamber that served as its heart. Simultaneously, 2 flows of energy acted as one. Ripley felt the thrummings of soul resonance and called the warp energy up his live wire, burning it down into digestible chunks that fueled ever more lightning down on his calling. Diana, likewise, found a hidden passageway in Shardweave, catalyzing its usage to blend her warp energy within the live wire on a molecular level, transforming it into the perfect tool for their acidic energy to seep into the core of the Mal. One drew, the other sent forth. Together, they tore the mal from two directions at once, silvery dew sinking up and into the live wire being bathed in their synonymous gold. The malform didn't even rip apart. It disintegrated as every inch of it was stolen by the two adapters. But one heart beat between them both. Ripley, the water was tinged red by the time it died. My mask had shattered from the pure voltage running through it, falling to the ground along with other scraps of my shardware. My limbs hissed, legs giving way at just that moment to fall from their cling on the rooftop. I was ready to accept a concussion when a sudden weightlessness flowed through me. Diana's power was slowing our descent. Her eyes cast a mellow silver glow as her original form returned to its ethereal shape. Her eyes seemed brighter than before, like silver moonlight dancing upon a night's ocean. Diana, his gaze was far more intense than I'd ever seen it. Orange suns reflecting across polished metal, so captivating that I knew I didn't want him to get hurt. I hadn't even realized my telekinesis flowed into him when we landed on the ground with a soft thud. My heart hammered in my chest. Even when Starlight severed the connection right now, this contact between us kept a trickle of our energies flowing between one another. I could feel hesitation, pain, relief, excitement, and resonance. Everything in his heart matched mine at this moment, and I was so close I didn't know what I was even thinking when I put more weight on him, practically stuffing my body on top of his. Everything felt upside down, but he inverted it to make it the right way up, even just for a moment. His voice vibrated through his chest to my ear, sending shivers up my skin as though they carried some deeper meaning. That was intense, chuckling. I didn't know how I could feel so blissful at the moment. When I lifted up my face near his, I knew my mouth was open for something more. Yeah, it was open. It was open because I'd ingested a lot of really dirty water and was flipped upside down by him moments later. I puked on his chest. Ripley Diana was still puking when she got off me, which, in hindsight, was a miracle that she managed to hold it in for so long. I don't know why I did this next, but I knew I wanted to do it. My hands reached for her silver hair and bundled them up so she wouldn't get them dirty. As she turned back and rubbed her mouth, she didn't just look brighter, but warmer. Ripley. Fucking. Donovic. Midnight's voice shivered through me. Strike two. Strike two? When was strike one? When you grabbed her fucking waist and let her wrap your legs around you? You whore. Plus, your mask is off, so I had to panic and scrub the cameras as quick as I could. Midnight appeared between me and Diana's hair with a violent flash, my hands letting go as she neared. What the fuck was up with that? It was like you couldn't hear a thing about what I was saying. Was I blocked out? I guess. You weren't synchronized. You mean Starlight's thing? Yeah, I guess. Our minds sort of melted together. Did you mind fuck her? That eyesore thing. She reached for my throat, and I felt a sharp itch by the moment of virtual contact. And you involved Sta? It was no to mind fuck, I said aloud, which I then realized I said aloud. Diana was still turned from me, and I could only imagine the scowl on her right now. Look, can we talk about this later? It was really complicated. Something to do with our implants. We were sort of like a dual adapter. Oh, I don't even want to hear you finish that sentence. Midnight scoffed before disappearing. I could feel rummaging in the back of my mind, but something about it had changed. Starlight, I could feel an echo of the changes she'd made to my frame, but she was utterly silent. I guess she was overwhelmed by bridging a connection between both me and Diana. It had certainly felt overwhelming for us both. I knew that, and God, was I so fucking tired. Could this day integrity has reached Bronze the 8? Energy has reached Bronze the 8th capacity, has reached Silver I effective, Silver V grade has reached Gold V water tendency, has reached Bronzy X. I lurched up. Those were a lot of changes, a total of 15 stat upgrades. And then I saw my features change. Psyche V.3.11 has updated to V.3.14, Shardwe V.1.13 has updated to V.2.08 effects. Database V.4.00 has updated to V.4.00 has updated to V.4.05 effects. Data Mimicry V.3.07 has updated to V.11 effects. My mouth was agape. This didn't make sense. Where had the warp code come from? Did I make it? Diana couldn't have, but these were all linked to her capabilities. Needing some time to wrap my head around everything that just happened, I tapped her back a little as I settled with the Stabilize module. Let's call Dryder and wait for him while we recover. All right. And midnight. Just double-check that Syntech didn't see mine nor Diana's identities. Diana still sat with her back turned against me. The only thing coming out was between a whimper and a cough in an agreement-sounding tone. Chapter 180. Chapter 46. Boom. Head Diana, my mind had sufficiently melted. Nothing made sense, thoughts and emotions flowed around one another, and there was this eerie, piercing pain in my neck and down my spine. What had happened? What did I do? What was I about to do? Ripley was, calm down, Diana. It was intense. It was a lot of things you thought you would never feel. Things that made you feel good. You almost died by drowning, then went to a euphoric high of power, going from the deep pits of touching the river Styx to sipping the clouds of Mount Olympus would make anyone a bit impulsive. And you are not impulsive. Diana Jones, it's not like you had the choice because you vomited on him. Oh my fucking God, I vomited on him. And one of the things you were always proud of saying was that you never needed someone to tie your hair up when you vomited after drinking because you could handle your alcohol. Yet, here his hands are, metallic and sleek, powerful, yet nimble and deft in their ability to reach tiny crooks and perfectly. He pulled away. I was thankful because the cutoff from our warp energies briefly snapped my attention away from that disturbing thought train. Deep breaths, in and out. You are not a bumbling schoolgirl. It was not a mind fuck, Ripley yelled, and suddenly my thoughts took a different turn again, like a car willingly driving off a cliff to their doom. That was a creative depiction of the complex scenario upon which our minds... How much did he feel about me exactly? I felt a lot from him. Did I feel, no, you didn't. Calm down. This is because you haven't had sex in a long while. Calm your fucking hormones, Diana Jones. You'll find a guy who is not currently in a relationship with 4 women, who are all the same woman. But if this wasn't a mind fuck, then what was? I was never wanting to get a bug, but the idea of being so connected with another person like that had its appeals. Stop. Forget about this. Forget about him. Forget about the fact that you vomited on him and you should be glad you did. No, don't be glad. Nothing would have happened anyway. Let's call Dryder and wait for him while we recover. All right? Ripley's voice sounded out, and just the sound of it reminded me of the very weird and very ... interesting phenomenon we'd gone through. Close your mind to it. Close your everything to it. I tried to nod, but my body was firm steel and my vocal cords didn't know what to say from the tension shaking in them. He seemed to take it as a yes. Good. Now get your thoughts back in the game. Your frame is pinging and glitching. Focus on that. Reset it. It must have short-circuited from the hellstorm you raised up. I tried to, but it refused, strangely. Instead, it just glitched itself to the point where it looked normal again. Integrity has reached Bronze the 8 then. Energy has reached Bronze X. Capacity has reached Bronze the A7. Plus 27 GC grade has reached Gold the Fire. Tendency has reached Bronze X OK. That made sense. Mal, Tier the 3rd, Silver. It was a big thing. Mutation. Soul resonance is now at 49% development. Additional meta-mutations have occurred. Greatly increased sensitivity to bug adapters. Increased ability to decipher specific implant data. Ability to mimic the warp energy signature of another SIM adapter. Key mutation, electrosomatic organism, is now at 46% development. Additional meta-mutations have occurred. Slightly increased neural usage of electrons as neurotransmitters, slightly increased receptivity to shardware, reduced oxygen requirement through substitution of metabolism by electric energy. Key mutation. Limited morphology manipulation is now at 44% development. Additional metamutations have occurred. Increased ability to create animal-like changes to your body. Increased ability to understand foreign morphologies. Slight ability to mimic foreign mutations. Key mutation. Electromagnetic domain is now at 42% development. Additional metamutations have occurred. Precision of control of domain has increased. Ability to telekinetically manipulate warp materials has increased. Key mutation. Kinetic thermal catalyst is now at 35% development. Additional metamutations have occurred. Increased electrogenic production. Increased ability to draw heat from warp materials. Key mutation. Inorganic metabolism is now at 39% development. Additional metamutations have occurred. Rate of catabolic and anabolic metabolism greatly increased. Slight ability to integrate trace warp materials into the body. Development 28%. Excess mutagen identified. High likelihood of new mutation forming. Mutagenic capacity 78 divided by 118. My mutations had more than doubled in development. And a lot of those metamutations were not normal. Warp materials, shardware, mimicking mutations. It felt like that was stuff Ripley had on his side of the implant family tree. And this fucking headache wasn't making things any better. Seriously, I felt like there was a jagged piece of metal sticking from my eyes to my nape. Not to mention, I was getting a new Tier 2 mutation. I could already feel its birthing effects. It was connected to my fire tendency and capitalized on the instinct and overwhelming strength of the carrion animal amalgamations. Other than that, I'd have to let it stir. Taking Ripley's suggestion to heart, I took a brief rest as my energy refilled. It came easily, but not particularly painlessly after the stunts we just pulled. We'd barely be getting a drizzle during this time. Ripley. I felt like I was trying to fan a flame that refused to ignite. My breath tired and my mind too nauseous to keep going. Not that mental effort made an impact on your ability to manifest warp energy. You couldn't just dip a bucket into that made-up realm of quartz and make it fill up. Speaking of the guy, he was relatively normal for a guy who spent way too long running from a tentacle that could crush him in the effort it took to take a sniff. I kind of felt bad for the guy. It probably wasn't easy for him being a living human shield, even if he was behind you. As for Topaz, I kinda understood him better now. He pulled off the overly zealous attitude because it was the only way for him to be noticed. Being conceptually invisible, he just developed his own coping habits. Topaz was busy giving his brother a massage for his being chased, and I asked for one too. How about you? Rinse all that vomit off first. He pointed to a nearby pool of water. Yeah, Midnight apparated. Get her disgusting fluids off you? All right. But since Starlight's out of commission right now, you mind getting my drones from the van so I can repair myself? Then, before she could reject it, I used my tactic to get Elsa and her personas to do anything. Pretty please, my super sweet cupcake cherry pie. A faint blush came on her shadowy cheeks, and she nodded. All right, cunts. What did I miss? Dryder appeared, looking a little more sober, and walking in on me getting a massage while drones repaired my arms and arachnodyne in quick motions. Huh, thought you said you had a girl. 4. Oh, Topaz snickered. I'm just his side chick. I smacked him in the knee. That was enough of a massage for now. But Midnight had an amused smile on her face that I did not like. Dryder sighed. I talked with Gareth. Good man, family man. He did what you asked for, by the way, Dreddy. Had to calm his steel down. Man was rattlin', like a can on a car goin' a hun, while I told him what Soul Killer does. You gave him a detailed explanation? Deanna had a worried look on her face. I gave him context for his story. Dryder muttered, taking a momentary look in the huge basin of red misted water. Huh, would like some context for this story. Silver malformed, tier octopus. Diana said in between sharp breaths. She looked like she was in pain. A fucking tier 3rd? How the hell d'you kill that? He looked genuinely surprised. Long story, I cut it short. Let's just say Diana here made lightning strike 4 times through Avershort, circuited Arachne, and then we crisscrossed our abilities together to create the most improbable sequence of events in our lives. Other than winning against a gold malignant, she added. Dryder nodded along. Well, Fight the good fight. That's what I say. Reasonin' of the doin' don't matter. It's the fact you got the job done. That was his speech for he didn't understand shit. Lifting my arachnidine back into place around my back, I mouthed to Diana. The drones do the work now, as they clamped it tight, and I felt the internal link reestablish in seconds. Having taken a breather, I was mortified by how simple the arachne felt. My capacitance had increased by a lot. 4 tiers, which meant I could even permanently use Hammerwitch overloaded the capacitance of my shardware, and it still felt lighter than when I first came here. They were bronze the 7 in capacity, and that was considerably less than it should be, considering the complexity of brain power needed to maneuver them. Retrofit-served? Thanks for that. I could reasonably push to genuine silver-grade shardware now. Once I had the shardine for it. That was the stage of shard adapters, who were earning multiple millions a year, a club I needed to join soon for my mom. Diana pulled herself up, pulling her body in all directions with stretches as her hair turned black, skin gray and eyes red. Lillian Rose stared in my direction, an eager smile on her face. Put on the mask now. I'm not waiting. I can feel it. The nexus is down there. Matching her enthusiasm, I slid the repaired mask back on. Becoming Dreadwire the luxury floor was lacking for the time we'd taken to recover. It was filled with pens and large drinking pools for the meatier animals. They were just nowhere to be seen. The scene was perfectly lit up to resemble an outdoor farm complete with a day and night cycle, currently showing the stars in a 3-dimensional hologram. But life was barren. No litter, no manure, utterly removed. I'd heard of this. Massachusetts, left-formed, could reduce all biomass down to 0. Even simple grains and bacteria were taken off the menu. This place was left haunted, stale, and sterile. It was in contrast to the obnoxious. Putridity felt below us. A SIM adapter felt odd. Even quartz was somehow more pronounced, like a figment of their being etched into the air you breathed. Another secret floor. Of course, in a matter of minutes, I found a passageway inside in a shed meant for horses that Midnight breached with ease. We walked down a quiet and dim staircase, the only sound being Dryder's burps from behind his gas mask. Topaz suddenly stilled, his eyes gauging us. You're both a little damaged, right? If you want, I could deal with this guy, drain his energy down, that any of you could deal a single blow to kill them. Topaz offered, which was strange, because he very rarely offered to help in much of anything that wasn't a paid job. Nah, kiddo. Leave it to the professional. Dryder pounded his knuckles into his solar plexus, rendering one more burp from him. Deeper down, we began to hear movement. Lots of it. Wet, squelching, shifting movement, like intestines being dragged on the floor. When we finally came down, it was in a cramped but wide room filled with lab materials that were thrown around and lots of blood on the floor and walls. It was also cramped, because there were many bodies here, either in Syntech armor or uniforms and moving around like in a daze. They were changed. Animal limbs looked stitched onto them, even if I could tell they had grown out like cancerous mounds. Talons, scales, wings, tails, claws. From all the different vertebral classes and even beyond. What made the scene most odd was that they were flowing towards another, their meat digesting the flesh of those they touched. Soul killer. Lillian seethed, her eyes brightening red. Or perhaps just a severed part of them. Severed? Yes. The bodies all answered at different times, out of tune and in disharmony. Skeleton. And the false one, tore us, blocked us. They're watching. Lillian's body tensed, her entire form ready to pounce. I didn't hold her back this time, and neither did Dryder. The guns that had formed a part of his legs burst a thick, fiery propulsion that shot him to the side, and I took the opposite as Lillian struck centrally. A perfect pincer. The fleshy mound of people melted. Lillian shot with her pistol. A bust impact round flowed between a gap that split between gooey strands of red and burst a glass shielding behind the soul killer mound. My arachnidine took a chunk off, while Dryder's burst of fire splattered harmlessly against their mutated skin. No, listen, they yelled, each converging flesh fist, pounding past the shards of glass Lillian, had broken as an amorphous pile of flesh and bones. Limbs dangled or crawled, half-broken things of what they once were, all to reach and tenderly hold a body in what seemed to be a containment. It was living. His breath was shallow, white hair and flimsy bones with sinewy skin. They looked old. As the mass of flesh cradled the frail person, the elder's mouth moved first, the others copying them. We seek passage. Ulrich, we seek connection. No, fight. In exchange. In your fucking dreams. Lillian's body surged ahead, her shatterclaw crashing into the massive meat pile, and it harmlessly tossed her aside with a pulsation of raw, disorganized muscle. Dozens of mutations within them worked at once, I felt. I could feel them. So I switched to sight. Patterns emerged in chaotic cacophonies of warp energy, from iron to silver. All terribly wrong. Making sense of a being that is losing itself was maddening, but its surge of thought provided me just the time needed to back myself up and prepare a dread shot. That nexus was somewhere in there. Silver, the strongest of them. I only had enough iron shards for a shot. Lillian, necrodium, I shouted, hoping she'd hear my voice. She didn't. Dian Lillian Rosefire burned from the heat of horror, like a mad sun I couldn't turn away from. There was no shade I could run away to seal those memories of the very first time I tried to cure them. I was tearing blood and meat off the brain of my friend, of a man who I cared about. Nothing else mattered, nothing except Soul Killer's death. Error, deviant mutation is forming. My breath hissed, my tongue sharpening, and my jaws widening. My shatterclaws felt tough and restrictive. This entire suit did. Something was changing in me. I liked it. Rearing the strength that Silver had given me, I chilled the air around me as thunder resonated deep within my bones. A wall of flesh, huh? It's still a fucking wall. I'll break it down. My feet strode against the floor, powerful kicks that cracked the flooring beneath me. My foot sunk deep into that pile, a trio of arms reaching out and grabbing it with sharp and mangled nails. Then they twisted my leg backwards with ferocious strength. The pain only fueled me, my mutations, my everything. Did deviant mutation created, Berser error, mutation, unstable. Error, foreign W warp code is pre-error, inexplicable findings present. I was burning alive. And this was it. My gnarled leg healed with such ferocity that the restructuring organics twisted my body and lent enough momentum where I transferred that previous thrashing on the wall of flesh in full force. Raw meat swiped off, halves and thirds of faces and limbs gone. The mound reeled in pain and let go of me, but I didn't let go of it. Lightning sparked through the room. I heard a scream from the back and yelling, but something brought me deeper into this relishing madness. I could feel it, the pain in Soul Killer's nexus of being a figment of what it once was. So fucking small. So fucking worthless. And I'd give it the death it deserves. Painful. Slow. It would know what it's like to have your very presence eaten alive. Did a deviant mutation created? Monstrous error. Mutation unstable. Shut the fuck up. Sounds ceased to have meaning as the eye of a storm awoke around me. Metals ripping from where they stood to bash and slash and crash and lash into the hideous creature this nexus had become. What a fitting form. My shatterclaws reached in, tearing and ripping into skin, scales and feathers, which all peeled off with their own satisfying sound. Scrip, crick. Fluck, eyes gouged in, and a hammer-like blend of fists and feet smashed my face in. Blood trickled from a broken nose, and something sharp had gone in my eye. I let it pop out of my eyeball. I didn't need sight to feel this bastard in front of me. A rising tide and a crashing wave of bones and meat flooded me, but I'd unleashed a hellish ripple of acid just half an hour ago. If it didn't burn me, it wouldn't kill. Its limbs had to hold on to each other for dear life, but that was when a metal hand grasped mine. Drider yanked me off, yelling something incoherent as he pointed back. I didn't care. A tangle of four limbs wrapped around me, spidery and so comfortable. But now wasn't the fucking time for an embrace. I felt Dreadwire's arm lock under my shoulder, as Durder took aim of the bleeding beastly monster as he tossed grenades into it, stealing my kill. I was the hunter. I was the fucking monster killer. Deviant. Demoni error. Mutation unstable. I hated being confined like this. Dreadwire was strong. So strong, but I'd not yet let loose to him. That fire within me was so close to reaching a higher grade. I just needed to let it burn. With my fangs. I ripped one of the shatter claws of my fists, a finger coming off in the process. But oh well, live and learn. That silver liquid born of my flesh sipped into the skin of my hand, becoming my steel blood as I flowed it between muscles and skin tommerged with me. Blood spilled as metal claws ripped from my skin, beautiful appendages of doom. Then I tore into Dreadwire's elbow with them. They slipped and loosened, and I kicked him back. Stay out of this! My eyes remained locked on the Nexus. Now, at half its size, and riddled with fire that launched continuously from a rotating barrel of Drider's shotgun, grenades struck in between. Piles of flesh melting down to ash when it should have been flamed to do so. The heat was so suffocating, so I quenched it. All that fire died in a second of a freezing sphere extending around me, a storm rising as a result. Drider got in my way again, so I touched his arm and sent a deep shock through it. Get out of my way! A thought sent him smashing back into the wall of the room. A second thought wrapped metal around his arms and chained him to it. The Nexus was so close to dying, so frail, so pitiful. Dianium slipped from the skin of my hand up to my scalp, pouring out of its roots and coating the tips of my hair with fine, jagged spikes. I laughed to myself, looking over the weakened body. Lillian Rose wasn't the right face for this job. No, she was only ever an identity to hide from my police co-workers. Here, we weren't being watched. Diana Ulrich was the monster for monsters, and I let this bitch know that as Silver Eyes dawned on it with such pity, my hair dyed red atop the silver luster it was known for, and then each tip pointed a needle, hundreds of them coated in dianium. Time for some fucking acupuncture. I laughed as the strands of my hair moved in a blur, poking holes like a tattoo machine, but as deep as a knife. Then I wasn't just satisfied with my hair. My hands needed action. Claws tearing apart the charred skin, like a tough layer of creme brulee, breaking to the yolky delicacy inside. Soul resonance layered over my hands, an immaterial fire coursing through them that rendered each slash a scorch to this abomination's soul, and those ashes fed into me. I was getting hungry. No, I was ravenous, number, glutinous. A similar veil wrapped my fangs, my teeth diving as blood soaked my tongue, and flesh pinched off with each bite. Then my feet got into the action too, claws forming as they pierced my tattered armor to ensure every bit of me was devouring this monster. Mutagen, silver, and tier third even more drenched me. Deviant. Will you stop that? I'm trying to sleep. The noise was utterly worthless, nothing to me. What mattered was that frail body inside. It was the only unmelted body left. I pulled it from within the suit of mangled corpses. Flesh and bones crackled and spilt to my tearing until I grasped and clenched the sides of this Nexus's face. I squeezed, enjoying the crunch of bone, the pop of eyes, the wrinkles of flesh, and I broke it. Blood flashed over me. I stood in the silence of victory. I turned back to them, eager to show off my kill. Instead, their weapons were all raised to me. Deanna, calm down, girl. Easy now. Drider had his gun waiting in his hands. Why? Would he be like them too? Kendrick Rorsch, Indra Harmony, Brian Ulrich, Yorick Jones. So many others. They always end up the same, a traitor. Ripley blocked me from charging. His mask was off and his face bleeding. A frantic look paced in his eye. And without warning, his left arm gripped mine, and a flood of his calming energy swept into mine. It reminded of how perfect we had been together when we took down that Mel. How perfect I could be, if I just had his power. In a sweep of motion, he was pinned to a wall. The hand that had gripped me was now lifted and held back between black nails. Squeezing and denting, it would be even more satisfying than flesh. Still, He fed me that energy we had once become one with. It surged dento me, and I felt it all. He was a delectable morsel of electrical thoughts drenched in brilliant shadows. So much potential, so much desire towing it all. You want to give it to me? I pressed a hand into his chest. His heart hammered within. I wanted it. Then H0W AB0UT1TT. Remember how I said I'd do it? My teeth clamped down on his neck armor, the metal crunching like the Nexus's bones. I didn't like this angle, however. He was a bit taller than me, so my feet levitated off the ground to press and dig deeper. I wanted to know what would break first, his neck's armor or his chest with my hand on it. An intruding presence blared in my mind, my teeth snapping off to see Court standing behind me and another figure rushing towards me. The figure's palm slapped my back. I would have knocked their head off, but suddenly all strength left me. Topaz's face manifested in the figure's presence, a chunk of his cheek missing and bloody stumps instead of fingers on his left hand. He stood looking at me with fear. My eyes blinked, their lids heavy and stayed closed. Chapter 181. Chapter 47. Shot. Baby Ripley Diana's eyes shut as Topaz's hand clasped around her wrist, instantly draining away her energy through his deviant mutation. About 3 minutes later, I had tied her up because that strength she had just shown was impossible. It's happened, Court said quietly. Topaz was even quieter, out of the pain of having part of his tongue slashed open by flying debris. Diana developed a second deviant mutation. She'd absorbed enough of Soul Killer's fragment of the source shards of division, Oblivion Aurelis at that. She developed a second one, and it's negatively affecting her. We don't know that's true. I have. I looked at Quartz and pleaded with him non-verbally to keep this a secret. I have 2 unique features, but only a single source shard. Since Tier the Second, Topaz opened his eyes, mouthing, "Josh is impossible." Quartz agreed. It should be unless. Maybe you possess a very high-quality fragment, I sighed. Every time I thought I was getting closer, I was only getting further from what made sense. Diana groaned, her eyes fluttering open slowly. Whoa, what happened? I stayed quiet, letting her take in the scene. Debris was everywhere, and enough dead bodies were squished to mush that their blood flowed through the entire room. She shuddered, shaking her head as panic infiltrated her tone. My head. Why am I tied up? Because you did this. Drider approached from her side. You did something very badass Drider parenting mode. I course corrected. You fucked up, he gulped. Your eyes went completely bloodshot. 1 second, you grew several inches in height and tore your clothes. Began mauling Theffic out of Soul Killer, even if it twisted you apart, and was freakishly sadistic throughout the entire thing. You created multiple fucking shrapnel storms, one of which Dredd had to dive in to swat out and protect these 2. And you still got Topaz fingers and cheeks sliced open. We pulled you back. You tossed us around like we weighed nothing. Snapped up a fire to bind me to a wall so dready, then protected me from Mayu. And then you popped the damn Nexus's head in like a pimple with your bare hands. Then you, Dredd, you want to explain what happens next? Do I have to? Topaz snarked. If haven't chew you? Even when missing some of his tongue, Topaz still had a fucking mouth. Sighing. I didn't meet Diana's eyes. You got antagonized with Drider. I thought my water tendency might cool you down. Didn't work. You pushed me into a wall and, well, chomped real hard on my neck. Her eyes widened as she saw the marks on my armor. You were trying to kill me for my implant, I said, a subtle bite in my voice. If Quartz hadn't distracted you so Topaz could drain your damn energy out, I was dead. Or you would be, Diana. Drider rolled his eyes at her. I had a gun aimed the entire time, was this close to shooting too. Diana blinked, then stared, then closed her eyes as her hands yanked at the chains on her body. She just tugged them again, and again, her breath getting shakier and less steady until I realized she was having a panic attack. I was quick to pull her out of her binding, her tears breaking out of her as a small stream. She didn't move, but for a moment her breath stopped. Wind choking in her voice. Even after what was one of the most dangerous positions I'd ever been in, I let her shoulder take some of my energy in hopes it would calm her. It did, to a little effect, but she just kept shaking and seething, breathing until she stood up, her voice coming out breathy. I'm sorry. I think I'll head up. We're done. And it's okay. I know what it's like to have a part of your implant work against you. I held her shoulders tight, and I was going to move closer to her for a hug, but she recoiled away. Wordlessly, she hurried up the stairs, her identity changing once more into Lillian Rose. I rubbed my frame. Well, shit. Can one of you hurry after her and tell her that I want them to think I'm dead? Again? Didn't you do this with the R0N1N? Drider spat out. How did you know? Alcoholic, but functional. Remind yourself that, he said with a smugness. Now, yeah, I'll hurry up after her. Some tough love bullshit or something. Quartz pulled Topaz up as well. We are also in the same situation as her. Let's just wait by the van. I don't want to stay here any longer. Topaz nodded. Our re-whiff sat. And so, I was soon left alone, looking for my dreadwire mask that was pulled off by Diana's shard storm before hooking up to a broken computer and finding some thrashed war pea soups discared around the place. I downloaded the information before I was reminded I was not alone. Midnight appeared once more. So, what Diana mean when she said, "Remember how I said I'll do it? Please, not now," I begged. We'll discuss this later. Latter, that's all you've said since Maiden picked you up, she said with thick spite. You're either at Anderson's Maidens or out as Dreadwire. Where the fuck did Ripley Donovic go in my life? It's been a busy month. Your months are only going to get busier if you continue mingling yourself with Diana, she screamed. She asks you to join in her little vigilante stunt. Okay then. What's next? She'll involve you with her police shit. And don't say you're doing it for the money or the resources. You like being Dreadwire. That's the truth. You'd be Dreadwire and the Ripper all the time if your social life wasn't connected to Ripley Donovic. I'm both of them Toba Ripley Donovic, I shouted. This was unfair. And don't you tell me now that these egos are bad? I don't think I need to tell you why that's a scrapped opinion from you, she snorted. Get to acting dead. We'll talk about this with Elsa. Dreadwire, who said I needed to mimic a living body. Even the dead had bioshards telling everyone they were deceased. The incoming guards walked in, one after the other. Fuck me, the El Append Ear. Massacre. Damn mercs are butchers. Chech, not all of them. Dreadwire's clean with his wear. Saw the recordings. What was left for us to see? Ah, that same guy who just died. Be glad we get the credit for delivering his arachnid to Syntech. You'd think his friends would bother protecting his trade secrets. No honor among thieves is true, as the old world said. 4 adapters, all sharded because Syntech wasn't stupid enough to send a mutant down where Soul Killer's corruptive pollen lay. And I was excited, because one of them was a Silver Tier the Third, and another, at Tier the Second, found the body. They aimed a torchlight from arm. I was splayed up against a wall, my 4 arachne limbs fallen to the side. But that wasn't what I would use to kill them. The livewire in my claws tensed, eagerly awaiting like ambushing serpents. Check for a pulse, the Tier Third said, focusing more on the nexus. Fucking hell, broke his head like a cantaloupe. Ain't that a type of deer? No, dumbass, that's a caribou. Let's not get distracted. The Tier the Third sighed. We're to deliver this body as payment for our asses being saved. One of you hurry up and get Dreadwire shardware. They've probably already taken his implant. All this time, I'd been watching their armor for any weak spots or joints. Locking on. When one stepped closer and blocked the others, direct sight of me. 2 claws shot up and jabbed syringes right in his jugular. They squeezed their contents in. As he reeled back, I grabbed him by the neck and took him hostage. The others were quick to respond, but Midnight was quicker. The nanites had already infiltrated his frame. 200 million of them were bound to get somewhere. Ah, yes. A single bag of blood could create 1 billion nanites to completion. An obscene amount to think of, but in the scale of nanometers, I could hold trillions more. Guns aimed at me, but I remained calm. Midnight, you're in their frames? Communications are disabled. Body cams too. Good, I said out loud, pulling my mask off. Ripley, now, what can nanites do? I needed a little safeguard against them before I committed to the attack. Fuck, that's his face. Summon own record and get this to HQ. I can't. Something's jamming us. Can't record, too. Put him down, Dreadwire, or we'll shoot you through him. No can do. I grinned as my distraction worked. My face was just the distraction. They needed not to shoot at their friend, who was disposable otherwise in the presence of a gold implant. Midnight. I hope you'll enjoy venting your frustrations using my new toys. I let out a victorious laugh, speaking aloud as their visors sparked red and black, and they jerked with painful screams tearing out of their masks. My nanites had bound to a frame and infiltrated their network now. The Midnight Protocol was free to act. Fuck, what's in my head? Gah, get this Damon out. Countermeasures aren't working. The Midnight Protocol forcefully tore out control and seized Shardware like a marching shadow from a skyscraper upon an alley. It would also make them utterly unable to fight off my nanites from within them. As Midnight commanded, their visors opened. I shot the rest of my claws into their eyes, each of the four now having 200 million of my little metallic ants crawling around their brains. I gave a simple command through nanomachine reprogramming, brain aneurysm. If an adapter's brain died, they were gone. Not unless you were a founder. My question was simply the timing. I could clot up my wounds quickly with 2 billion of them. Midnight. Take your time twisting their bodies, enjoy it. She growled in my head. Oh, I'm going to hate fuck you. Later, I grinned. Do your worst, Diana. Oh hey, Topaz sat beside me, trying to comfort me while he held a cold beer against his tongue. Cut by my doing. You Eifer Gaffe Rifri, Zahorist, Ishfirian Shesh of Hishrife, or Zashakariest. I couldn't smile, or chuckle, or do anything of the sorts. Instead, I just muttered the thing I should have been able to say. I'm sorry. Drider ripped out a bottle from the van. Say it to him. He genuinely was the one who tried the most to pull your ass out of whatever the fuck that was. Doesn't matter if it's your fault or not. A person's forgiveness depends on them. I know. I was trying so hard to pick myself up, but how could I this time? I never changed. I was just a monster. Ripley 4 minutes. That was how long it took for the Tier the Third to die. I hadn't even thought it possible for me. But it was, as long as I had Midnight here to block them from deactivating my Goliath nanites. This wasn't something I wanted Starlight doing for me. Aneurysms didn't end up being the best way for him to die. It was simply devouring his vessels to lead to hemorrhage. Each liter of blood, to my estimation, could produce 2 billion nanites. I could just deoxygenate his brain. It was anticlimactic. Really. I reached for the spilled blood dripping from the holes in their heads if constantly powered. The nanites could reproduce at a phenomenal rate of multiplying by 2 every minute. They were hungry little things. 800 million nanites became 12.8 billion over this course of time, putting me at around 15 billion in total. That was still only 1.5 grams of nanomachinery. As I reached closer, a vial in hand. The blood rippled and flowed despite a deceased heart, blackened and mine. Diana, so how will you apologize to Ripley? I'm sorry for trying to rip your throat out, Ripley, or trying to grab your heart from your ribcage. I bet I looked like I couldn't even tell what my damn mutation was. My frame had busted down since I woke up. It was a strange feeling, but I felt me neck itching. Was my frame being rejected? Putting my thoughts back on track. I couldn't run from this. I had too many regrets in this life. I couldn't let Ripley be another one. It took a while, but he arrived without a nick on his suit. 4 shard adapters had walked in, even a Tier the Third, yet here he stood without his mask and smiling. I didn't get him, really. But I'd felt so much today from him. Reliability, trust, even selflessness. It challenged everything I thought I knew about him, and a part of me felt like I understood him now. What he wanted to build, the things he wanted to fix, and despite myself, I wanted to help him. I couldn't just let an impulse destroy everything. I didn't want to kill him. I didn't. Raising my hand, I spoke with a forced smile. Hi. I just wanted to say I'm so. A booming sound and a lance of pain through the side of my head cut my vision. Speech and life. Short. Ripley escaping through the chaos had been easy, but landing in the alleyway, I was unsure of what to say to Diana. From the looks of it, she had an additional issue. I hoped she'd figure out whatever that mutation was. Maybe I'd even recommend her to my therapist if it were related to her mental state. My mask slid off as I strode closer to the van, Diana looking in my direction with a heavy expression. She raised her hand, a sad smile lifting on her face. I just wanted to say I'm so. A booming sound spurned preservation matrix. Recognition of it derived from being sourced by a sniper. I'd heard before. I pinpointed the location, my body already moving a flinch away to keep the shot from glancing at me. Except, I froze when my ocular implant saw the sniper's identity. Brim, a grunt I was familiar with back from the Snake Fangs. He was up on a faraway roof and pulled away. I would have chased him down since he'd seen my face without my mask. But then I defragmented where that scope had aimed. Perhaps if I still had Hyperman Beta, I could have changed the way things happened. All I saw was Diana's utterly motionless face, still awkwardly smiling, her hand raised in the air while blood trickled down her temple, pieces of bone clattering to the floor. A direct headshot. Her body collapsed like a puppet whose strings were cut loose. Chapter 182. Chapter 48. A Life to Save. The 25th of October, 11:48 p.m. Ripley. There was an ugly bounce and a double splash of blood as Diana's head thudded on the ground. My choice split between Brim and Diana. I chose her. Even as my preservation matrix screamed at me, I chose her. Something in those eyes, so lifeless, penetrated a deep knife into my mind and twisted it. I'd seen eyes like that, looking for me, and dying helpless to what was happening once before. I supported her head. The bullet hadn't pierced through both temples, but that was bad because it meant it bounced and was now located within her brain. Drone forge now! The others came a moment later than I did, each of them just as panicked, but my voice broke through. Clear the back of the van. Quartz, touch her skin. Give her warp energy now. Diana couldn't die from this. I wouldn't let her. I wouldn't let anyone die. Quartz pulled his glove off, touching her forearm. A jolt of electricity immediately zapped, but I drew it into myself as a conductor, path of least resistance. That thrum of electricity in her body would keep her alive, barely by a thread. Electrosomatic organism. It turned even her skin and endothelial lining into a pseudo nervous system. Her brain might be bleeding, but she could still have some semblance of thought or consciousness to come back from. That's what I believed in. Dryder had thrown most of his stuff from the back down onto the streets in a hurry. His eyes more panicked than I'd ever seen, and Topaz organized a pillow as I carried her in and set her down. My claws and arachnodyne crammed into the space to begin working. The bullet was inside of her brain. I'd removed bullets before. I'd removed one from Brim's thigh. I slashed the distraction apart. Thought multiplier. Diana X brain surgery. I had liberties if her brain got damaged, but she still survived. It would regenerate itself. She had shown a capacity to regenerate neurons based on her former tier I mutation, electrical neurogenesis. Her memories and emotions might be off for a while, but she'd be alive. I focused on that. Lights, cameras, pliers, forceps, scalpels, cauterizing wires. They all came out of my fingers like bouquets of steel. The only flowers Diana would be getting were get-well-soon flowers, not the kind shared at a funeral. As soon as I got sights into the wound, my heart dropped. Her brain was necrotizing. That bullet, it was made of necrotium, like the one I designed for her. Quartz still held on for her life, giving me a look under his mask that told me he was barely holding himself together as Dryder began to drive. Where to, kid? Maidens, I yelled. splitting my focus between getting the bullet out and telling Quartz to contact her through the Neuralink. Midnight spoke up in my head. That kind of looks like a wound you can't. Ladder. I forcefully cut off Midnight, my eyes wielding adrenaline and panic to piece together the best path of removal for the bullet. I couldn't help but feel how much she felt like dead weight in my hold. Just lifeless flesh and bones, and the steel resting in her bones. Number? No. Her heart was still beating, even if barely. As long as Quartz supplied her with warp energy, but it wasn't the quantity that was the issue. It didn't have control. Quartz, change of plans. Give me the energy. He looked at me, but the urgency fled him into motion. When he touched me, I regretted it as my inner focus began to twist, like my energy had become a raging sea ship wrecking my thoughts. I only hung to Diana's life by the threads of Methought Multiplier. It worked, though. My drained energy was being filled up by cheap iron and spades, and with another branch of thought splitting in my mind, I began to condense it down into gold with shardweave. Starlight! I needed one last key to the puzzle. I don't know if you're asleep or whatever, but wake up. Wake up, I need you. More than ever, right now. I need you to synchronizing with Diana. No response came from my end, but I felt trickles of light spark around Diana's head, like stardust to my senses. The finest echoes of starlight waking up from a bad nightmare. She found me, and she helped me. It was barely asynchronization. How could you melt your mind with a brain-dead body? But it worked. Damn it, it worked. Blood vessels cauterized as the first powerful beat rippled from her chest. Then blood spurted on me and I found new wounds to cauterize. Fuck. The necrotium was opening new wounds every second. I had to remove Itan, the infected material. My blades pried in from the side of her head. The gray and white matter turned black and crusty where the bullet was lodged. The arachnidine supported her body up for proper viewing, one sprouting a tiny suction hose to keep my sights clear of blackened blood. Her frame was burned. I couldn't reach a biomonitor. Starlight. Just keep your eyes open. Please, keep your eyes open to keep Diana's eyes open. Biomonitor, fuck it. I had to make one. Better yet. It would work. The nanites within her body, I felt them. And I commanded them to feed me information about her body as I prepared a spray using the arachnidine to draw my blood and centrifuge a few million more nanites down. No, not millions. 1 billion. Maybe more. Is her blood type compatible with mine? An analytic series of information drew from my backup of her frame, all of it coming to one conclusion. She could get a blood transfusion from anyone. No centrifugation. That would take too long. Issuing nanomachine reprogramming command, enter my extracted red blood cells, transfuse them into Diana Ulrich, and provide real-time monitoring of her physiology and aid in surgery. A piercing pain spread through me, which was strange. Blood cells shouldn't be able to feel pain. I put it out of my head, my arachnidine forming a clamp to suck blood out of my subclavian, as the nanomachines sank through cellular walls and affixed themselves into the intracellular fluid of the extracted blood. Slowly, that crimson vial turned a thick and murky black color, humming to me. I injected Diana's arm, at the same time commanding her heart to beat without letting Quartz distract me, and simultaneously also making deeper progress to the necrotium bullet lodged in her brain. The damage was worse than I thought. Over 30% of her brain had necrotized. She was utterly brain dead, but as long as her implant registered that she was alive, whether from the forced beat of her heart and lingering nervous activity through the rest of her electrosomatic body, it wasn't going to come out of her. That meant something was alive and worth keeping. My body was soaked with iron, sluggish as the lower grade of warp energy was insufficient for keeping my systems effective. I condensed it down, squeezing it like a rag down into gold. But those trickles were split between the decision of going to my surgical skills or her life sustainment. The stabilize module could help. But what I needed was Droneforge. If warp energy kept her heart beating by letting it produce electricity, I could substitute it with my nanites to directly provide stimulation to her heart conductive system. Meanwhile, my claws found the bullet, and there was no need to be careful about the surrounding tissues. It was all dead anyway. I pulled out the bloody casing, my thoughts in a blender as I dropped the bullet into a vial and got to tissue removal. Everything about this was medically wrong. You didn't just scrape a person's brain out unless you were giving them a lobotomy. The stardust within her reacted, and I felt my nanites responding to the call. They flooded up to her brain and began breaking down the infective necrosis while I excised more of it out. If anything stayed, she would die. Even if it was minuscule, the nanites would ensure that. Goopy, black flesh pulled from her brain and fell into the van's bottom. Working quickly, both me and my nanites worked from 2 directions to remove the infection. The mass only grew by my feet, reeking with death as though to taunt me of Diana's lingering life. Come on, Diana, fight, fight. Find that light. You have to live, persevere. I hadn't grown up live. I was learning how to be the best. I always had. Color might have shined off surfaces and beamed around me, but they were always muted. I hadn't grown up learning how to live. I was learning how to be the best. Even when I'd had a father, a family, I'd aimed to be the best daughter than just a daughter, Yorick Jones. The man who raised me sold me back to my father to get out of bankruptcy. I'd known that for a long time. I just refused to accept it. He would have tried something, contacted me. Hell, I certainly tried contacting him, but gave up once I found something years ago. Just a social media update. He had a new wife, and she was pregnant. That was the last time I ever looked him up again. I sat back down on a chair. My weight sank down into it, sinking deeper into the gray. Are you okay, Diana? A butterfly appeared by the window. I remember when I left the cradle and I was scared of the wilderness. I never showed it. But when you grew up where the only outdoors was a simple garden they used to acclimate children to new experiences, they failed to match the expanse of what truly could be in the forests and wild air of the outside world. Diana, can you hear me? Starlight? You verily, I not, been letting have a moment of rest. You know that? The flower said, not exactly in an annoyed way. Turns out, I had to do a lot of changing myself to work with a sim adapter. I blinked, right? So much had happened. I didn't even know where I was or what this place was. This is a mental simulation I built to keep some level of consciousness awake in you. It's like a dream. You just need to pull in the things that are most important to you, and I can keep them stable. Why wouldn't they be stable? You were shot in the head, Necrotium bullet. Starlight tapped on the window. Oh, I wasn't sure how to take that news. I see. So I'm dead then. This certainly did feel like having your life have flash in front of your eyes. Not quite. Some brain function has remained, and I'm otherwise coordinating your electrosomatic cells to keep them focused on retaining your life and memories. That's why I need you to try. Try, I laughed. It was bitter and sad. I almost killed Ripley. I hurt Topaz and dried her. Nothing about me is good. I just bring pain where I go. I don't believe that. The butterfly sat quietly on the windowsill. Well, I do. I cast my sights down. Even if I wasn't the one bringing pain, doesn't change the fact that everywhere I go, I'm surrounded by it. People using me. Memories flashed. When I was 14, a neighbor came by to our house and saw that I was home alone. He offered me a drive to the mall. He said he wanted to be me a gift. My dad came home back just in time to scream at him to get away. All that just to... You feel like people inevitably will betray you. Starlight sighed. So many friends who were envious. Back when I was a cadet, a bunch of girls and guys were trying to get me drunk. Way past my limit. I tried to tell them to stop, but then things got violent. I bit one of the guys' noses. His dad was a staff sergeant, and he promised I would be in trouble. I never did. It wasn't a sign of good faith in the system, but Brian Ulrich's power. Since then, my only friend had been Yvette and Anthony, and that you will betray them too. You're scared of being the type of person you hate the most? Hands sprang up. Webs of lightning fraying Yvette's frame? Mutagens spilling from Anthony's head. Blood was pooling around Belle's arm, metal crunching near Ripley's throat. You said it, not me. My body was sinking. Good. Please don't go. Starlight's voice was weak. I like you, Diana. You're my friend. Then Stay away from me. If you're in my head when I too might get hurt too. Tears refuse to fall down my face. You're scared, aren't you? Of dying who isn't. I regret so much. Then stay. It's not that easy. You're right. I don't really know much about life. I learn and assimilate information, but very little have I actually experienced anything. I just know that looking at you, I'm scared. This is my first time feeling scared. I only know it from my dad's memories. He's scared a lot as well, but he doesn't show it. He doesn't let me see it. I know why now. Hearing her admittance of fear was the thing that made me look at her. For someone who's afraid to hurt people, you always look out for others when they are in pain. I guess. My hands fiddled with themselves. There aren't so many people like you in this world. Don't leave them with one less. Starlight folded her wings back, looking at me with what I knew was desperation. We can't change how the world is. We can only change how we react to it. That's what my dad taught me. But even he loses himself. But I felt it. That moment where you both were connected. It was weird for me. But just for 1 second, nothing mattered. And that was when everything had purpose for the both of you. Starlight, you sure you're less than a month old? I chuckled. I guess I am, but what can I say? I'm really smart. You sound like your dad. Hopefully only his good parts, I hope. The butterfly's wings expanded, fluttering nervously. Hesitantly, I reached for the window and opened it, letting her in and upon my arm. For once, I felt color reach me and spread. Her dazzling pink wings emitted a radiance that bathed the room in beautiful painted sketches. I don't want to say goodbye to a friend. Not yet. Number. I took a deep breath, reaching for an empty portrait picture. There was nothing in it, not until I put something inside. Not ever. I still need to survive. You need to live. Starlight's body began to dazzle into light, her childish human smile coming out as her shape changed. Touching the portrait with my finger, I fought to keep myself remembering. And remembered. I wouldn't let any graves be dug in my name, especially not as an Ulrich. But was that enough motivation? Pettiness? I thought it had been. God, for so long it was. The pettiness for me to crawl my way up the ranks of the police, to gather influence until I could show up my father and fight him on his stage. Yvette convinced me to do that. She'd given some long-winded speech about it, and it was what drove me to joining the police force. Tears dripped down onto the blank portrait picture, tears that colored it and painted an image of the one person who I wished for every day. Yvette smiled at me through that image, her arm draped across my shoulder as she rubbed her knuckle into my hair. I hated myself for what I did to her. I wanted, at least, to say I was sorry. To hear her convince me one more time to fight. To give me anything. And as though my wishes were answered, I blinked, and I found myself wrapped in a warm jacket with a cup of coffee around my hands. Yvette was out of this bedroom, yelling at her parents. Look, I know it's confusing, but she's one of my friends. An actual, real friend. Back from the cradle. I don't know why she was out on the streets, but just trust me. Okay. I found myself shivering at her voice, not at the cold. When she came in, I couldn't bring myself to look at her, but she brought her dark-skinned fingertips to my chin, forcing me to reflect her ever-smiling face and the dark green hair that framed it. Diana, baby. Don't worry, you're safe here. Do you want to talk about what happened? I don't know what to do, Yvette. My voice broke from my throat, just as my tears breached my eyes. I don't know why I'm here. Idiot. You're here because you were shivering and, in the goodness of my heart, I brought you home. Yvette rubbed my head before quickly correcting herself. But not for any indecent purposes. I laughed, finding comfort in her antics as I leaned my head on her stomach. She took the coffee mug from my hands and just let myself melt into her warmth while I had it. Then I couldn't help but blurt out, I miss you. Ah, you got me feeling sentimental for those days in the cradle. Yvette continued caressing my hair. Back then, it was just you and me, Silvery Eye, and I wouldn't mind having it be that again. Founder, I couldn't believe it was you. I thought I was insane. You didn't know. So why did you take that risk? Why did you have to save me? Don't you know how difficult you'll make things for yourself? Hey, now! She gave a sharp tap to my head. I'll be expecting you to pay some of the bills, but I'll help you get a job. A good, decent job. Like what I'm doing. I'm in cadet school. I can't. I broke down on her shirt. Yvette, I fucking can't. I'm not a good person. I hurt Tevrion. I hurt you. I'm so fucking sorry. What are you talking about? She sighed with exasperation, moving to sit on the bed next to me as she gazed at me with that warmth in her eyes I so desperately longed for. But now that I was getting it, I couldn't help but look away. It'll happen. You don't know it. But it will. Police work. Who the fuck are you kidding? My hands clenched tight on the jacket she'd given me, her jacket. I'm not cut out for helping people. Bae, you got to be fucking kidding me. She grabbed my arms, tightening over them as her eyes met mine with an insistent, infuriating stubbornness. Back at the cradle, it didn't matter how fucking annoying I was. You stood by me, especially when those older kids began bullying my ass. You protected me, hounded them to their corners, and kept discipline around the place. You were just the kid then, and you were a natural at making sure people around you didn't get hurt. And if they were hurt? Memories flashed, of me saving that man who'd been punched in the toxin club, of me shooting the malignant that grabbed Ripley's hand, of digging him out of that rubble, of me kissing Indra Harmony's mask to give her that hope that someone would love her, of me rushing in to save Yvette, not knowing what would happen, of me removing bombs from those kept hostage by Muramasa, of Anthony and I there for each other in our pain, of Olivia's breathing, soft and steady in my hands despite all the death around us, of those dream-framed children alive, free of malware, and ready to start their path to recovery. Yvette's breathing hitched. You were there to help them, even if a lot of the time you suffered for it, you still rushed in to save others countless times without thinking about yourself. Her thumb caressed my hand. You want to know why I joined the police? Well, I wasn't smart enough to become a lawyer, and I thought if you were going to do anything ... it would be some stupid thing like a defense attorney. I hoped I'd meet you again, sometime down the road. I'd be in some tiny corner office while you'd be sipping wine from New Troy in your big penthouse. But then I thought, hey, police work totally sounds like your kind of thing. Down on the field getting shit done with your hands, that sounded like you. Yvette, that doesn't sound like. My heart felt like it was beating out of my chest. She put her hand over it, her voice calm and steady. Hear that? That's the sound of you still being alive. This thing you believe you are, this hole, not being able to accept it? Fuck that. If you're not who you want to be, then put in the work to get there. Maybe it's difficult, but you're even more stubborn than I am. I stayed silent, looking down at her hand over my heart before I laughed. You're just trying to cop a feel of my tits, aren't you? She scoffed, offended, but my eyes were serious and she conceded. Was I that obvious? I wanted to say so much to her, but somehow I found myself asking a question. Why was it second nature for you to pull me from the streets? Why? She looked thoughtful for a moment before shrugging. Somehow, I felt like it's what you would have done for me. You were always my hero, you know? Hero. The very thing I was practically being marketed as. I want to be that kind of person. I admitted, but it came with shame. You already are, babe. Yvette rubbed my tears away. Just put the work in. I cupped my hand over the one she ran on my cheek, closing my eyes, and knowing that when I'd open them, she wouldn't be around anymore. Instead, resting on my hand was Starlight, her pink body holding me dearly as though she was afraid to let go. Thank you, Star! I let her sit in my palm, looking around the cabin that was just a little more colorful now. I was just simulating everything based off memories you had of her. She sounded nice. She looked tired, but she was still fighting for me. She was wonderful, I tearfully said. And she deserves to be remembered. Will you do that for her? Starlight looked at me with her big pink eyes. I will. I nodded. The 29th of October, 3:42 p.m. Ripley, 4 days, and Diana was recovering. 4 days where I hadn't left this room in maiden shelter. 4 days where I kept her alive. Her implants slowly began to take over the production of warp energy. A lot was needed to regenerate brain tissue, and the nanites I'd kept flooded in her were aiding that process. They were also being eaten up by her. She could metabolize inorganic matter, and my nanites were effectively fuel for her once she needed nutrition, which was out of the ordinary. It meant she was now eating up warp materials, something that hadn't been possible originally with inorganic metabolism. At the very least, I had some experiments I wanted to run as soon as we were done. Sighing, I let my hand fall to her wrist, clasping it to feel the run of energy in her body. It was stable. That fire was burning. "Hey," I whispered. "So exactly who's going to wake up first? You or Anthony?" No response came, and it struck blades through me. Was this what she felt like? All those days where you had to clasp to a dwindling hope that your presence would awaken someone you knew? Where you realized that maybe you weren't enough? I couldn't count how many resources had gone into her survival, from mutation boosters to a few too many bronze bugs I'd taken to improve my features, and shards to keep me fueling warp energy into her. She wasn't showing any signs despite it all. I just stood up, pacing the room with my thoughts running in circles. Where was Starlight? How was my mother feeling? When will Diamante get back, and how do I make more progress? I'd found the Nexus SIM in her pocket, and now I had a second one from the flesh beast we'd just destroyed. I'd even tried reading them with data mimicry. The effect was minimal, almost impossible, but almost. I lacked a specific translator. There was warp code within them, minuscule amounts. Just as how bugs had minimal amounts of mutagen that ensured your body wouldn't reject cybernetics. For now, I was busy deciphering some data that Midnight had stolen from the Meat Lab servers, particularly the classified information they had on the Nexus they called the Rat King. A count for the nanites in her body sprang up in my view. They had lowered significantly, so I prepared them for removal from my own body once more, as they infiltrated my blood cells and loaded into a syringe. I was seriously in threat of being anemic at this point. Just as I reached for the catheter in her arm, she moved. Hitched, my breath couldn't keep calm once she sat up. Her eyes, tired and silver, meeting mine. "Ripley." Her mouth moved, a voice breaching out carrying a dense substance in it. "I'm so sorry for what I did." "No, it's chill. But, wait, you remember?" Bad. I kept everything that made me who I am." Her baggy eyes turned to her surroundings. I just did the only thing I knew. I fought. Meanwhile, here you are actually making a fucking difference by having the skills to keep a life stable. How are you feeling?" I blinked, unsure if I was hallucinating this or not. Diana lowered her tired gaze, tears coming out. "God, I'm such a fuck-up. I can't believe I just keep on making that same mistake over and over again." I decided to wake her up, gently placing my hand on her back. I activated the clinging feature of the Shriekstone discs, her body flailing as I hoisted her up with one arm so that she laid flat on her back and pointed to the ceiling. "What the foo? Hey, this gown is really flimsy." That was true. Clinical gowns were not very subtle. "Relax, my eyes are down. But I got to tell you something. You're pissing me off," I said, with my eyes down. "I'm pissing you off?" Good. I felt that fire burn inside of her. "Yeah, you are. I save your life, which means, by the way, that you owe me the next save. And I'm trusting you with that. And while it's okay to be sad and wallowing sometimes, you need to pull yourself together. Get the help you need for your problems, but don't let them control you. After all, you got shot in the head. Shouldn't you be angry trying to find out who did it?" Her breath hitched. I'd struck a nerve. "Ripley, I just fucking woke up." "Well, Diana, it's about time you woke up. You regenerated brain matter. I doubt you need physiotherapy to get on your feet. So stop acting like a damn schoolgirl who's always cramped up in her room, throwing her excuses to the wall. You have a gold SIM in your heart and are one interview away from being New California's Person of the Year. I saw its power. I felt it. You want to save lives. Then stop acting like a victim. I took a deep breath, knowing that a part of me was even speaking to myself. You're stronger than this. The first person you need to save right now is yourself. Because maybe next time, I'll keep your implant for myself. I kept my voice firm and sharp. I meant every word. Then, with a little grin, I added, "Or are you weaker than I thought? Are you too pussy for that?" Oh, you son of a... Her lightning acted up a sharp sting going down my arm as she pulled off and landed on her feet, her eyes blazing at me. I want you to shut. Weaker. Not a chance. I'm alive, and I'm no fucking victim. Not to myself. You're right. Next time, it'll be your ass that needs saving. So you best pray to the founders that I'm on your good side, or I'll show you why I'm Silvery Eye. Her hands clasped my arms, the fury within her bubbling and sending a familiar motion through them and into my heart. Her voice lowered, each syllable sharp. I'll find the bastard who shot me. I have a new lease on life. I was so close to dying with all these regrets, so no more. No more half measures. Nothing. She stepped closer until her breath was by my ear. Then her arms moved around to my back, pulling me closer into a hug as her breath shuddered. Thank you. And I am sorry. I fucked up, let my implant control and wear me down, which made me vulnerable. If I had more warp energy, I could have reacted to the shot. I let my emotions take control of me and drain me. You sound pretty sure that you're quick enough to react to a sniper. I leaned into the hug. She clearly needed it. Well, I'll hold myself to that belief, she said with resolve, tightening the hug. And also, you should probably take Starlight back from me. Huh? I blinked, pulling away. Way? How do you have Starlight? Your frame is really weird right now. Changed it out even. That explains how it's functioning again, but it does seem off. Diana squeezed her eyes before a trickle of warp code pulsed from her and reached me. Starlight activating the fishhook to travel back to me. A tired, almost skeletal version of her waved at me before snoring down and disappearing. She was clearly overworked. I guess she's why your memories are all where they should be. I said that, but I didn't exactly know how Starlight had done it. Diana gulped, wobbling back to her seat as though she'd deflated. My head feels a lot lighter now. She must have been why I had a constant headache after we synchronized. I think she ended up sticking to my frame instead of yours. Oh, my voice squeezed out. Good to know that can happen. And, speaking of, what was that mutation? Diana's eyes wandered off to the side, clearly looking at something in her visuals. Diana, how do I explain to him that my new mutation went through various changes to get to where it was, and that Starlight could somehow alter them? I was pretty sure I didn't have any nanites in me when we first entered the lab. Gold deviant mutation. Soul Trigger has been acquired. Soul Trigger Starlight's understanding of it. So, turns out, how you feel kind of now determines the effectiveness of your mutations. Basically, this thing originally took all those beastly mutations and mixed them with your intense fire tendency, fueled anger to make berserker form. After that, I tried to cleave down the aggression, using nanomolecular splicing tech, which only ended up making it into Theravenous Soul Mutation before a few more changes of mine caused it to become Demonic Desire. So there were nanites in me from before. When? Was it maybe when he took my blood to make Dianium? We did quite a lot of tests. Maybe it was stupid, emotional, of me, but I chose to give him the benefit of the doubt. Those things saved my life. Fortunately, when my dad put a lot more nanites into you after you got shot in the head and even provided you with the water tendency, I managed to get things under control and limit it to the Soul Trigger mutation, which is fancy to say. Yeah, your mutations are a lot more malleable, but they're heavily dependent on your emotional state. You're calm, you'll have better control. You're hungry, you'll absorb more warp energy. You're angry. You saw what happened. When you reach a certain threshold of emotional output, you'll feel it change the shape of your soul. Soul Trigger development, 9%. It's a sort of mutation boosting ability linked to my emotional state. I glanced along the lines of information. Like, I can sort of manipulate the shape of my soul, which I guess also means the shape of my flesh, since they're supposedly one and the same in a sense. Ripley's eyes already rolled the moment I said the word soul. All right. So you've got an emotional feedback to your morphology manipulation so it can now integrate your other mutations simultaneously. I guess I had been really angry while fighting Soul Killer's Nexus. I think it is good. It's going to make me more effective when removing Soul Killer's mutagen from the infected. Yeah, he yawned. Now that I looked at him, his eyes were really baggy, and he looked an inch away from falling asleep. How long have you been awake? 4 days, he said with a blank look. Your body needed constant supplies of my warp energy and nanites? Oh, were there any other costs? I asked, almost cringing at what was to come. Ripley took a deep breath. You might have cost me 35 bronze shards of warp energy, about 3 bronze ad stims, 1 silver. Mutagen boosters were fed into you constantly, 8 vials of bronze tier Thekin, and a load of my blood. What was the total? I was already mentally reaching for my bank account, but there was a brief stutter in my frame as it kept on buffering. 470,000 shardine. Ripley gulped. I looked at my savings. I was making a lot, but I'd only received 1 paycheck so far. I had just over 280K in savings. Can I pay in installments? Sure, he nodded stiffly, but it's actually no. I really need that money. Though Dryder's already given me the payout, even a bonus, and already sent an extra 70K towards your treatment. Something about not being able to see a friend in a hospital bed again. But, I kinda also need funds to repair my stuff. Shard op expenses. Yeah, I nodded. He gave me some bank details, and I quickly transferred another 100,000 to him. His face immediately looked a little more relieved as we sat in silence. I suddenly realized the weight of my 4-day stunt of being missing when I had a job. So, should I get ready to leave? Yay, you should probably get your affairs in order. He sat next to me. Dryder's not responding to my calls right now, and Topaz dropped Quartz off just yesterday with Missy. Your police pals might need a reason for why you were gone, though. And, at the very least, you could viably dress up as a zombie for Halloween. It would very much fit what you just went through. You needed some bra-ends. I gave him a deadpan face before smiling. Ha, ha. But actually, that reminds me. There's a place I think I want to show you. An orphanage I visit, it's where we do some research on Soul Killer. It's sort of like this place. I was thinking, maybe you'd like to come there on Halloween with me? I was planning to help out with the kids there. His face struck an odd look at mine for a second, more out of surprise. I honestly don't know how good of an idea that is for me. I mean, I think my identity was compromised, and I've already got a prior plan for Halloween. Oh, it's no problem. I batted away, not wanting to reveal the disappointment in me. Have fun with Mirage. He had a genuine smile form on him. Yeah, I really need to make up for the lost time, for her, and for my mother especially. It's a Halloween party, some festivity, since Diamante's boogeyman duties are soon going to be over, and we never properly celebrated the attack on Yujo's Shandian factories. Those nanites you got from there, they're what saved my skin. So, no comment. I was already deep into the criminal world now, and crimes against a corporation controlled by Amaterasu were far from my priority. Glad to see we're on the same page. Maiden has your stuff in a locker. Sorry, but go. You have people who need you, I nodded. So do you, he smiled as he turned. Be seeing you around, Diana, if you got the shards for it. Guess I'll have to take a few product placement gigs for net shows, I joked, despite the very real possibility of it. As he left, I felt a piece of my connection with him, with his implant, weakening over the growing distance. It left a hollow panging inside of me. Lifting myself up, I let my hand trace the part of my skull that had been pierced. New skin and even hair was already forming. My rotted brain was probably remade. I then received a message from Ripley. Oh shit, forget to give you your medicines. They're with your stuff. I'll send you the details now. As boring old medication came it with the occasional joke behind it, I couldn't help but feel a smile form on my face. I died. My brain had stopped working. But I'd gotten a new lease on life because of Ripley and Starlight. I wouldn't throw it away. Chapter 183. Chapter 49. October's End, the 30th of October, 12:31 p.m. Ripley. My mother was busy cooking. A few drones moving around who monitored the process and grabbed ingredients from the cupboard as soon as my mom needed them. She hated it. Hey, can you tell your drones to cut it? It's a pain to always get them to reorganize everything back. You could just have them cook for you. Scrapped chance of that. Rip. I've got secret recipes I'm not sharing to a drone connected to the net. Want to share them with your granddaughter then? She paused, her eyes turning to me with fury. Is Elsa preg? What? No. I waved my hands before the spatula in her grip would smack my face. I spawned an artificial intelligence made of my warp code. And others. It's complicated, but you'll like her. That's true, I'm very likable. Starlight took over a drone, her cheery voice coming out in a song. She just needed a good 12-hour rest before she was back and running as normal. Hey, Dad's mama. So, what should I call you? Grandma, Mima, number. I guess Sabila would be fine? My mom answered both quick and bewildered. Oh, sorry. Ripley, I knew you loved tech, but what's your name, dear? Starlight? I guess you can say that Twilight is my mother in a sense, but I haven't actually met her yet. Starlight awkwardly rubbed her drone's face. Ripley's been making me watch all sorts of training material so I can assist you. But, honestly, he's just being a nagging birch. The drone fluttered, turning to me with a sharp blade pulling out of it. Dad, did you install a? I'm not letting my mother think I'm a bad influence on you. No swearing from now on. I's installed a profanity filter on Starlight while she was asleep. Oh, you have got to be frogging kidding me. Why is the replacement word frog? Shouldn't it be fork or frag? Starlight neared with the knife. I glanced at it nervously. Why don't you install it on yourself then? Nope, I chuckled. Then my mom got an evil look on her face. No, Ripley. I agree with Starlight. Install it on yourself? Huh. Why do I have to? I stared open-mouthed at my mother. She matched my petty tone. You wouldn't want others thinking I've been a bad influence on you, right? Now you get to understand how I feel about your waste disposal mouth. I retorted with a self-pleased grin. Hey, I don't swear that frogging much. Then clasped my hands over my mouth as the drone Starlight inhabited rattled in the air like trying to hold back a laugh. Starlight, what did I say about changing my code without permission? I had permission this time. From my abuela, isn't that right? Oh, she very much did, my mom said in between laughs. Feel free to swear to your heart's content now, Ripley. Whatever. You want to go to a party tomorrow? I changed topics, my mind working against Starlight's as we both began the process of removing the filters and making sure the other couldn't remove it. We were neck to neck on the race. A party? Halloween party, I said softly. Starlight can find you something to dress up as. A little granddaughter bonding moment for you two. What are you dressing up as? Her eyes took a warm and curious glint. You didn't dress up as anything last year. That's because you didn't allow me to work at the club during the holiday. I just stayed home and watched some specials on the net. I commented, that's because of what happens during Halloween. There's how it is normally. And then there's the holidays and their special events, she said sternly. But yeah, what will you wear? I think I'll leave that as a surprise. I winked. Speaking of, I have to help Elsa with making them. You two do some grandparental bonding while I'm gone. Diana, 4:38 p.m. Turns out my dad covered my ass when I went missing for a few days. Claimed I visited Neo Angeles for a quick commercial. That commercial was actually airing. A generative plastering of my face onto another actress, now providing me with the perfect alibi. Of course, there were tools the precinct could use to detect tampering like that, but I wasn't under too much suspicion. At least, until I saw a hologram of my dad in the office. So, the day you go no contact also happens to be the day Dreadwire and his pals do a job for Syntech. Any correlation? Known, I said firmly. Weigh the dose is up to him. Ah, right. But some of my contacts are telling me what was in that lab. Now I've already warned you once, but fortunately, you're not in trouble. You were never there. In fact, you're actually taking initiative, is what I'll call it. He had a knowing smile on his face. The 2nd of November, there's a meeting at the 1st Precinct, exclusive meeting. You're a part of it, 12 p.m. sharp. With that cryptic message, he disappeared. I collapsed into my office's chair, rolling it back as the facts became clear. The uncaged were no longer unified. Between Dog Whistler, Mr. Skeleton, and Soul Killer, we were going to ally with one, effectively becoming their puppet. And Soul Killer was at the bottom of the list, a chaotic force that only cared about itself. It was what I wanted, for us to do something about them, but not at the expense of picking a lesser poison. Among Skeleton and Dog Whistler, both would be invaluable allies to the police. Both would be monumental in lending us insight into criminal activity, at the expense of them filling that vacuum. If everyone around Skeleton or Dog Whistler was being picked apart, then that meant being within their shadow was the safest. They'd gain unprecedented power. We'd be feeding them. I forced that thought out of mind. I had just come back to life yesterday and needed to make the most of it. So I started up researching charities, orphanages, shelters, any place that severely needed my father's money. Founders knew he had enough. A piercing pain shrieked into my head, a fluttering of pink coming out as a butterfly materialized into thin air. What you doing, Starlight? How'd you get into my frame? Ah, I had to rewire it tons to be able to make it suitable for me. Don't worry, I didn't snoop around. It's sort of like a second home for me. I can enter yours and Ripley's frames pretty much whenever I want now. The butterfly hummed as it landed on my hand. My dad's busy with his girlfriend. Don't want to interrupt that. And my abuela's taking a nap. Her medicines make her real sleepy. We talked about cooking. She taught me some really nice recipes. Not that I would know how they'd taste, but that's okay. I'm not supposed to. Not supposed to? I couldn't help but feel a little sad hearing that. Well, yeah. I'm not made of organic matter. My senses are different from yours. You get to taste food, and I get to taste warp code and energy. So I don't feel too sad about it. I'm just unique. The butterfly wagged her wings up and down like a show of pride. So yeah, I was bored. I thought to check up on you. Oh, that's nice of you. I reached out to pet Starlight. I could feel a slight tingle as my hand passed through her antennae. I was just busy setting up a charity foundation. It's difficult to know which organizations to support are legit, and which ones aren't. Oh, want me to help? The butterfly wagged closer to my computer. I can look through the net and find out for you. Are you sure? I mean, you're still a little recently made. I don't want you going anywhere dangerous. Oh no. Seraphim and Maiden warned me from staying fair away from the Abyss net, but I can do a little digging on the surface net. I can still learn a lot from there. The butterfly danced on my hand, with its legs shuffling back and forth. Just have me synchronized to your mind. I can do a lot more with that. I felt a little apprehensive about doing that while linked into the police network. You sure? The data shields here might not be too kind to you. Don't worry, I'm a lot sneakier now. They didn't pick me up when I came into your head after all. Right. I was still reluctant to do so. But looking at Starlight, I knew that I trusted her after what she'd done for me. Just keep your eyes where they should be. This stuff is classified. Your dad, even if I trust him, shouldn't know about anything I don't tell him. That's a copy, Silvare, ma'am. The butterfly saluted with a leg and fizzled into light as I felt my mind sync with Starlight's. Starlight was everything he could have needed right about now. There were few legitimate organizations dedicated to the welfare of the citizens here. But with her aid, I'd managed to make contact with them and start the process of making the Silver Heart Foundation a legal and philanthropic company. The list filtered out more than 90% of all known charities, focusing on small-scale aid groups that were relatively unknown and had very little backing. With over 4 million Shardine to pledge, I could make the coming winter easier for those who were less fortunate. Give them resources to let them rejoin society and give back to the world while making sure that it took less from them. Clothes, hygiene, education, food, equipment, even rehabilitation for those who suffered from addictions or physical malformities. I could do a lot. It would start by reaching hundreds, then thousands. And over time, the effect would ripple into meaningful changes for the city. Orphans and underprivileged children wouldn't have the swarm as their only means to make a difference anymore. Veterans and homeless taken off the streets would leave less desperation that could succumb to crime. And I could monitor Dog Whistler. I could send those I find to Maiden, maybe even help expand her operations. As I got ready to leave, Sabrina popped from my side in the locker room, her eyes focused on the side of my head. Ah, new haircut. I ran my hand over the shortened bob I was sporting now. Maiden had been kind enough to install extensions over where I'd had my skull caved in. As a result, I shortened the overall length of my hair so that it just about fell above my shoulders. Did it after the ad. At least for a little while, people will be looking for a version of me with longer hair. I can hide for now. Plus, actually, I was pretty sure limited morphology manipulation had grown to the point where I could radically alter my hair growth. Though, I wasn't about to use it permanently just to keep several inches of skin covered all the time. It was still a fickle mutation to keep track off. Oh, that's smart, Sabrina said, pulling her uniform off as she pulled a large, oversized sweater out of her locker. My eye caught the nick of a large scar running diagonally along her back. She recognized my sight and sighed. That's just an old wound few years ago. I'm pretty sneaky, but ain't no tiptoeing around an exploding car. Car? A Muramasa Delver got into our systems. I felt the vehicle overheat as we were driving. Have a certain sensitivity to it. I got out in time, but yeah. We were apparently making too much progress on their case. Internal conflict of theirs. We had a whistleblower in our back seat. Agreed to talk if we let her family stay safe. They blew up our car to keep her silent. Took out her family too. Boyfriend and son. Sabrina tied a scarf around her neck, her ocean eyes huskier as she coughed a smile onto her. Still closed the case. We have confirmation that more than a few members of Muramasa are dissatisfied with the way their leadership is reacting to the swarm. I nodded along, putting sunglasses on my eyes before slowing down as she turned to leave. Sabrina, do you want to get something to drink? Her eyes lit up, a warm smile giving me a response. Oh, fucking finally. Hold up. We gotta call Bell for this too, or he'll kill me. We ended up at a bar that was slightly higher class than normal. It was favored among those with better paychecks. High-ranked investigators, corporate workers, independent entrepreneurs. They all mingled around and talked. While not my typical speed, I wasn't swarmed by any of them for my identity. Belle was sipping a Diet Cola through a straw, while me and Sabrina enjoyed some harder drinks. Whiskey for me, and a fruity cocktail for her. Belle teased Sabrina on her choice. Always a sweet tooth with you? Oh, shut up. You know my nose is sensitive, she grumbled. Sensitive? I let an easy chuckle come out of me. Yep, mutated olfactory sensories on my end, Sabrina chuckled. I can sniff out the air composition and track down almost anybody for miles without laying an eye on them. She was always on drug-sniffing duty, like how they used dogs back in the Bell, joked. To which Sabrina slapped his arm. Don't remind me. It's bad enough being a human breathalyzer. I have to constantly spray a numbing solution if I don't want to puke any time I enter the streets. Besides, Dianepa, Sabrina leaned in, a drunken sniveling grin on her face. I can small a man on you. A lot of a man. Which net vision celeb were you getting close with? What the? I'd even taken a shower. Just makeup people. Nope. She shook her head, taking a deep sip from her cocktail before leaning in. I know the disgusting smell of testosterone anywhere. I can actually even smell it from your breath along with blood, actually. Bell coughed in his drink. My breath? Okay. 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 Do not take bites out of Mal anymore, but testosterone in my breath. Okay. Nothing of the sorts happened the way you're thinking. But something did happen. Sabrina sank her lips to gulp her drink down. At least you're getting some action. I don't want to sign an NDA for knowing which hunk of meat and scraps you got along with so well. Scraps. Oh yeah. Metal. Lots of it. Straight reeking from your mouth. Her cheeks were flushed as she drunkenly spilled out my most embarrassing event. It was 4 days ago. How long did some smells stay? And why was Ripley's more evident than Soul Killer? And his animal's blood all over me? Starlight radiated in my head, still present and watching to my realization. That would be because the filings of my dad's armor ended up being digested into your lips, tongue, and teeth. Also because, a lot of his nanites were pumping through you for 4 days. Maiden washed the Soul Killer blood off you. You were a health hazard, and malflesh actually doesn't rot, so there's very little smell. Starlight? Yeah, I don't know if this is the right conversation for you to watch in. Mind? Finding your dad? Or your abuela? Yeah, I was beginning to think the same. I'm only a month old. I do not think I should be in the head of someone who's drunk. I feel like that's a loophole to break a law, she said, before my head felt lighter and the alcohol was more pronounced running through me. Look, I said, trying to find a way to explain myself to Sabrina. Nothing happened. A guy just did some dental surgery on me, so it was a guy, Sabrina cooed. Don't let the media catch wind of that. I'll keep my mouth silent. Never heard a thing. My eyes slashed up towards Bell to defend me, and he hurriedly nodded too. As the night dwelled on, we drank a little more, and Bell was there as our humble designated driver. Sabrina was cheerful, laughing as she told me about her trip to New Washington several years ago, where I got to point out my knowledge of the place. I also grotesquely explained to her how to skin a deer, including showing some old taxidermy projects I got to work on during my time there. She would also continue to snoop around the topic of whose semitol was in my mouth, never outrightly asking, but getting me to drop slips of tongue. I stayed vigilant, but damn it, this was bad. I slurred out something I would very much regret. He's not a damned celebrity or nothing like that. Just a friend. A friend who works with your teeth? Belle raised an eyebrow, unconvinced. A friend who has a girlfriend. I slammed my head down. Was I really going to say it? I had died. I didn't want to live my life with a falsehood through every breath I made. If I got this second chance, then maybe I should be a little more honest with myself. A friend who I might have a teensy crush on. Well, if his fingers were in your mouth? Sabrina chuckled, an eager and wry smile creeping up on her. You're making good progress. But I don't want to like him. I groaned in my mouth, some of the drink getting to me. He's weird. I hate him sometimes. Always fucking joking around. He has a good relationship with his girlfriend, who is a total bitch, by the way. He's mentally unstable, if I'm being honest, but... Sabrina stoked the fire. He has eyes that just bond with the world around him. You can feel his damn voice reverberating with meaning and purpose. He knows what he wants. Hell, I've seen him start with nothing, and now he's damn terrifying. He climbs. He fucking flies when others try to hold him down. 1 second, he'll be nice and joking, and the next he's a damn machine moving forward with no hesitation to get a job done. And he saved my life. Took care of me for 4 days. Makes me sometimes forget about everything that hurts. It wasn't just his water tendency. Ripley had a deeper understanding of pain than a lot of other people, but that didn't mean he dealt with it perfectly. He was human. Underneath all that blood and steel, he was human and wasn't afraid to show it. The suffering and joy of being a human in a world like this, whereas I was born to be more than human. But being around him, I didn't feel that way. He makes me feel like I'm not a damn gold adapter sometimes. He'll joke about it, but it feels like he understands me, sort of. That was the most I could say. Getting it out felt like a relief. That Ripley was the only one I felt as equal to me. Not even that exactly. I just didn't feel the need to be anything other than myself around him. He knew what I was. Getting it out also made me beyond embarrassed. The last thing I need from someone who is supposed to be a damn coworker/friend in this mess is a teenage crush complex. Doesn't help that I've been dry for more than a year. God, and I really don't want a relationship right now. I have a lot to do. Sabrina nodded along, understanding evident in her tone. I get it. Ending up breaking up with my ex because the distance in ambition between us was too big. I'm glad we did. Not that it wasn't hard. She was climbing the ranks as a special investigator while I was fine at my own pace. Things got difficult, and we were amicable when we separated. You were a mess, Bell pointed out, sipping calmly, but his eyes were averted away. I'm trying to have a damn moment with her, Sabrina scolded, grabbing Bell's drink and turning the carbon dioxide in it colder until his drink was a block of ice. Hey, you said you'd stop doing that! He snatched his drink away, dismayed to see nothing come up when he sucked his straw. Yeah, I got carried away. Sabrina shrugged before turning to me, trying to sound wise despite being wasted. Look, you're an adult, so is he. Attraction is normal. It'll either fade or bloom. He has a girlfriend. Is it recent? I would say 2 months. So it's not like he's got that strong of an attachment to her. You never know what might happen in the future. He's in his honeymoon phase right now. Let it ride out. If he feels any way about you, it'll show. For now, stay friends with him. You of all people are good at separating your emotions from what's necessary. I just hold them down. I whined, my emotions getting the better of me. Wrestle them like a python, unaware that it's choking me as well. Besides, anything with him would be complicated. Bell puckered his lips, a hollow realization dawning on him. Wait, Diana, this guy, what does he do for a living? Shardware operating. I gulped my drink down before figuring out that Bell had just come to know exactly who I was talking about. He put his ice block soda down, nodding slowly as his voice came out tightly. At least he makes dreadful amounts of money. Yeah, that was enough. I lifted my chin up, sparking electricity through me as my body cleared of alcohol in seconds. Yeah, fuck this. I need to get laid. I am not seriously considering this. It's just an idea, a fantasy. Nothing more, nothing less. Sabrina and Belle nodded, both confused at my sudden sobering. Somehow, I felt even hotter as I kept all thoughts of my drunken admissions of my feelings towards Ripley Dreadwire Donovic at bay. Okay, something low commitment, no strings attached, but I don't really like having sex with strangers. My eyes dawned on Belle. Why the fuck not? Belle, you're physically fit. You're nice. I bet you can make a tasty breakfast. I'm gonna cut you off there. He shook his head rapidly, like I'd placed a target on him. I'm seeing someone, and I really don't want to be your rebound for a non-existent relationship. Fair. I ran my fingers through my hair, thinking about any other candidates before Sabrina turned to Belle with a wild look. Wait, you're dating someone? Since when? I would have known. I'd have smelled her on you. She grabbed his shoulders, drunkenly sniffing his neck. He awkwardly shuffled away. Because this isn't possible, Sabrina muttered. Unless Belle? Belle gulped. Yeah, Belle. There is only one person I know who does not produce any smell. Is this her? Sabrina smiled, icy mist peering out of her mouth. Are you seeing Kim Leung? Who's Kim Leung? I leaned in, faintly remembering that name. A quick search-up told me that she was a special investigator in our department, ranked 4th in the district and a young exceptional dual adapter. Kim Leung, Sabrina's teeth chattered, is better known by her epithet Ghostblade. Youngest special investigator since Captain Khrushchev at just 24. She's a former Muramasa princess who defected to our side and is currently on set to become a gold adapter as soon as Neocore delivers us those implants. She's also my ex. I whistled, my focus planted on Belle with an accusation in my voice. Belle, you're seriously dating Sabrina's ex? Wait, a fucking Muramasa princess? Belle raised his hands up in defense. Okay, let me explain. Remember how when we had joint training operations with Squad Gamma? And you were Terrafiedo, see her, and used me to distract her. Ah, I distracted her. For half a year, Sabrina gasped before falling back into her seat about it as she sighed. I'm chill with it. You get to deal with her mess now. Belle gave a shudder of relief. Yeah, I am. Figured you'd be fine. I was confused. Wait, Belle, if Sabrina was so chill with you dating her ex, why didn't you tell her? Sabrina just laughed, wide and with her belly. Oh no, it's not me who he was scared of. It was Kim. Everything you pretended to be with your whole stoic. I'll beat the shit out of you face. She Isri much that amplified 100-fold. I didn't pretend, not entirely. I said with my best, I'll beat the shit out of you face. Sabrina laughed, patting me on the shoulder. Oh, at least you're no longer so embarrassed you were planning to fuck a stranger to compensate. Look, all I know is if you like the guy, then he should be all right. Mazer's tits knows your standards are sky high. For a while I was thinking the only person you'd see yourself equal to was Dreadwire. I nodded stiffly. Haha, no, never. Belle pointed to his eyebrow. As we were getting ready to leave, the topic of our plans for tomorrow's Halloween came out. I scratched my neck. There's this orphanage I go to. A child I saved stays there. I was planning to let them dress me up and give them treats throughout the night. Sabrina stared at Belle, and he only intensified the shared look between them. Want some company? Are you sure? I said with hesitation. Belle shrugged. Yeah, office party blows every year. All the fun people go to underground clubs where we technically shouldn't be. Would make a nice change of pace, and Kim's on a week-long stakeout mission. She's a Muramasa specialist. Lots of crimes happen when every kid thinks it cool to wear a dragon mask. She's sort of like their boogeyman. Sabrina whispered a bit too loud, still flushed. It's really hot. Well, you two certainly have the same taste in women. Not that surprised, since you both get along so well. Sabrina's the little spoiled sister I never asked for. He rubbed her head with his knuckles. Sabrina spat at him, actually, her drunkenness still clear as spittle landed on his face. Oh, fuck no. You aren't equating us as siblings when we both have had sex with the same person. That's disgusting. It is. I scolded Belle before a stupid smile fell on me. It was a simple night. A night where we just gossiped about our failures of a love life and got drunk and shared stories of a past that was pointless. But it was a night where we got to feel, like we got to share bits of our lives with each other. I was alive. I was able to accept that. I was ready to start living. Chapter 184. Chapter 50. Halloween Celebrations. Part 1, the 31st of October, 7:21 p.m. Ripley. I supported Clementine out of a wheelchair. Who was Clementine? She was a lovely baker's apprentice. She'd gained enough consciousness half a week ago and was the first of Diana's dream-framed children to recover. She gripped my hand weakly. Her face scrunched up as braces in her legs carried most of her weight and connected to the Fressistain bug that Maiden and I had installed. Implanting children was a horrendous practice, but with the trauma these children had endured, Diamante said Asustain feature would be their best shot at a quick recovery. For a meaningful recovery. Come on, Clem, you can do it. I'm trying, Mr. Ripper, she heaved a breath out. Why can't I walk anymore? Dearie, Maiden put a comforting hand on her back. When you're done with us, we'll have you running faster than a silver Olympian. Say the thing, Ripper. Even though I didn't have my goggles on, I responded to that name. Just take one step at a time, Clem. You're being so strong for us. Unsteadily, she wobbled forward, using both me and Maiden as support. But it was a step. It was her first of many. Resolve washed through me as I clenched her arm, a feeling of purpose settling in. Clem, forget Olympian. I'll have you run faster than Neocore heralds. You can. Her big green eyes settled on my face. It'll take a while. You'll have to open your bakery first, but one day we'll both get there. I let her take another step with my hand. Her posture kept straightened by Maiden. This guy's a dreamer. Be like him, a little wild and crazy, but not too much like him, Maiden joked, getting a reciprocative laugh from Clem. Once Clem was sedated and busy sleeping again, we let her implant settle in the changes. My hands itched, feeling like we could do more. What if we number Ripper? She cut me down like a knife to a plastic bottle. You didn't even hear my suggestion, I complained to the air. She shook her head. No more chrome in their heads or limbs? Externals only. A child's body grows quickly, and they manifest more potent and sporadic feature updates. No experimentation. Everything you put in a kid needs to be replaced every few months, or it'll mess up their growth. Ever heard of shard spine syndrome? Scoliosis due to a premature neuroframe implantation. How could I not? My mother had been putting it aside for years before she let me get one. A skull doesn't change in size much. The mind does a lot. What I'm saying is some dream frame architecture remains. Just because it was used against them, it doesn't mean we can't turn it into a remedy. I sighed. I'd learned a lot about dream frames from my nightly observations of Elsa. Her skull had peeled open, revealing the human brain enclosed in a wired sheath that contained everything which made her who she was. It was vulnerable. It was beautiful. It was terrifying. Every time I looked at her specs, I needed to hold her, for both her sake and mine. I'll put it in the back of my head if progress plateaus. But for now, our duty is keeping them stable. Maiden cupped her mouth, taking a deep and painful breath. I'm never seeing another kid die on my table again. To that, we could agree. At Elsa's apartment, she was busy doing the last bits of makeup on me as I questioned whether our Halloween costumes were sufficiently mocking, genius, or stupid. She contoured my cheekbones perfectly and combed my hair down in a middle part. My eyes looked through the new cosmetic options, and my frame carried another 2 presences in my head for preparation. Starlight and my mother were making their own Halloween costumes, and Missy was going to pick them up while Diamante picked us up. This is the first time I am wearing less makeup than you, she joked, her body covered in layers of intricate armor that I'd made. Well, you're going to wear a mask. I reached up and cupped her cheek. I'd never seen my girlfriend in military gear like this. It was a look I very much liked. Not to mention, confirmed a hypothesis of mine, I actually wonder how many people are going to wear your costume tonight. Lots. There was a surprising amount of guides on the net, even surface level, she chuckled, sitting on my lap as she did the final touches. Oh, you're so pretty now. Just have to add the piercings now. Only the ones that Arimiento be visible, I warned, pointing to my ear. She rolled her eyes as she brought an earring and plucked it through the artificial cartilage of my ear. There. Now you're perfect. I'd be perfect if I were wearing an oversized sweater and had bed hair right now. I pinched her cheeks. Ah, but I'm not exactly covered in grease and haven't taken a shower in a week now, have I? She got off my lap, running her hands over the fine lines of her suit. Of my suit? She was dressed as Dreadwire. The padded armor was refined to be more visually appealing and showcase my girlfriend's beauty as she slid her version of my mask onto her face, complete with 4 false arachnodyne limbs stretching and moving around her back with a simple hydraulic system. And I was dressed as Mirage. A gender-bent Mirage in a fine, half-black, half-white suit with a lavender tie, with a similar pattern in my swept-back hair, with eyes that shone violet, red, or blue. I also had an accompanying mask to keep my identity hidden. This party was for Dreadwire, not Ripley. There would be a little more privacy for me to remove it once the night grew longer. I wasn't sure how I looked, but she was sexy. My hands reached for her waist and pulled her closer to me. Well, Miss Dreadwire, you can scrap me down any day. Oh, and you, Mr. Mirage, are more than free to delve into my mind. The mask split and pulled and back, golden eyes shining as she kissed me. We were interrupted by a message from Diamante. Get down, we're leaving now. Sighing, she pouted as she slid her mask back on and pulled me with her hand. On the bed, as soon as we're back, down in the parking. Diamante was seated in the driver's seat of a heavily tinted sedan, and we were pointed to separate, so one of us sat in the back and the other in the passenger seat. Getting in next to Diamante, I was surprised to see Topaz and Quartz huddled behind me. Topaz was dressed with a lot of glamour, like he was an early 25th century rock star with way too much skin showing, combined with pulsating piercings along every inch of his skin. Quartz was wrapped in bandages, like a mummy. If I remember correctly, those were Egyptian things. Elsa and I had watched a movie about them. She actually seemed to recognize Quartz's costume. Oh, that's ironic. You're dressed as the Invisible Man. Topaz insisted I come. Quartz huddled in his corner, clearly uncomfortable. I've taken a load of suppressants to not be a nuisance. His voice even sounded a bit sleepy. I had no idea what the symptoms of gene limiter overdosing were, but I was a bit worried for him. Hey, I think your outfit looks neat. Also, how's the new tongue? Topaz. Ah, perfect. Maiden had no issue adding the additional features I requested. Topaz stuck his tongue out, which now had a shinier tip. It vibrated. His new fingers did the same. Diamante groaned. Fucking children. Why aren't you dressed up as anything? Mirage leaned from the crammed back seat. It's just the hat and a lot of leather. What? He looked back offended. I'm a cowboy. Even got a lasso. You just can't see my boots. Got real spurs and everything. And you're rich to talk. You're just dressed up as this idiot and he's dressed up like you for some reason. It's called matching couples outfits. She pouted, slamming back down onto the seat as Daylight's blue eyes revealed. And she hollered up with a thick accent. Well, cowboy, giddy us up and get to rootin' down the streets. I had no idea what any of that meant. I needed watch more old westerns. Hold your horses, Diamante said humorously, since horses weren't real animals. Saddle up, because we're late. 8:45 p.m. Diana walking up the stairs of the intelligence building. It was hard to find myself comfortable with the memories I'd made here. From intelligence to special intelligence, I'd climbed so quickly in such a short time. Squad 13 had memories, good and bad, from Rorschach and Indra to Quireman and Anthony. Entering the floor that I thought I would be stationed on for years, I was greeted by a bustle of activity. Intelligence didn't get Halloween off. They had to monitor potentially hundreds of crimes that would be committed by drunken masked partygoers or more insidious conspirators who used the nightly masquerade to conceal their own activity. That didn't stop them from dressing up. I found the recently appointed deputy leader barking away orders while dressed as a zombie. First investigator Twyerman. I saw the surprise form in his face. Stress-laden wrinkles tightening and loosening as emotions painted on him. Diana, that's Associate Special Ulrich to you, I said with a snarky smile. I was dressed up in a fairly cheap witch costume I'd bought for a ludicrous amount. Just messing with you, Quireman. I thought I'd come by and offer some treats while you're busy dealing with the tricks. Oh, come to my office. We weren't expecting you. He waved his arm. The recruit he was shouting at stared wide-eyed as I passed, and I lent him a friendly smile. There were more than a few unfamiliar faces now. 4 members of the squad were removed in just a month, and in their place flowed in several recently promoted officers and investigators. There were also some familiar faces. Corporal Reiner Krauss was surprisingly here tonight and saluted me. Riza Wickett simply painted her shardware white and scowled at my appearance, before turning away and marching down the hallway. Other investigators, like Ramish, waved at me in awe, and the delving and analytics team were all largely too busy to even notice me. In Quireman's office, I sat in my seat firmly as I pulled out some stuff from a basket. A little treat on my behalf. A wine bottle sat on his desk before I put a few candies and other treats down. For you and your wife, plus a few things for the kids? Thank you, sorry. Ulrich, what brings you here? Quireman instantly entered business mode before I shook my head. Just Diana. I'm here as a ... friend. I sighed before a smile fell on me. As for why I came, honestly, no reason in particular. I had today off and thought maybe visiting you during this hectic day would help. Just a little bit. It does. Too many unfamiliar faces around. Ain't half as dependable as you were, or even Anthony for that matter. Quireman gazed down sadly, biting the air down. I pushed him too hard. I was stressed, but that didn't make it right. Kid deserved better, so do you. And I'm glad you're getting it. That's another reason why I'm here. I plucked another treat out from my basket. A vial of mutagen. Quireman, are you still a human shield? He looked offended, but didn't deny it. I'm a bastion of the law. It actually does wonders in getting these recruits to respect me. Well, here's a damn regeneration, mutagen called Blood Knit. Already signed off on it. Bought it with my merits for you. Works on others too. You can heal wounds by stitching them up. I rolled it on his desk. He snatched it like his life depended on it. Wow, how much did it cost? Quireman stared up at it. It was both specific to his blood mutations and one that would heal him. Regenerative mutagen was among the rarest types, especially ones that worked on others. Certainly not an insignificant amount. I mouthed. Just because I was in Spec Ops didn't mean I had an endless amount of money, but it's worth it for you. I didn't know you for long, but you saved my life multiple times, and Anthony's life, and you'll continue doing so. That's who you are. Who I am. Quireman creased the skin of his forehead with his hands. I never told you why I joined up, right? With the police? Number. He had a nostalgic look on his face, looking down on the mutagen with a hint of caution before speaking. 2 decades ago. I grew up in Vista del Este, 9th Precinct territory. A shithole run by Los Diablos. Back then, I actually ran in their circles, was a kid, but they provided a way to give back to my family. They had me distracting cops. I was a fucking menace to the patrols there, always causing issues by just being a brat. Until one day, I ended up getting caught doing something that made me more than a nuisance. Did the only thing I could, tattled on Diablos. It got my family killed. He stayed silent for a second, cupping his mouth as though pulling the courage out. All, except me. I was there, shootout at my place. They hid in their cars and pulled rifles out. Home barely stayed standing up by the door frames as they unleashed hell in my place. They call it Martillo Diablo, the devil's hammer. Only reason I stayed alive was because the investigator there who was interrogating me protected me with his body. Blood hardening, he wasn't a good man, but for a moment he saw me as a kid. When it was done, all that remained was his sim. And I took it. Quireman took a deep breath. From then, I joined the police looking for revenge. Thought it would give me peace. Worked in 9th Precinct for more than a decade. Even got a name for myself. El Reventador, the Burster. I blew them up with their own blood. His sad gaze flowed to the left, down onto a portrait of him and his family. Everything changed so quickly when I met Teresa. Classic story of a burnt-out grizzled man finding light in a partner who'd suffered just as much. But it changed me. Wasn't looking for vengeance anymore. I needed to protect them. I thought it would mean having to bail Reventador for them. But divorce papers changed that. Then pregnancy changed that. Until I realized just how fucking stupid I was. This life, no matter how many demons you kill, it doesn't dent them. It only empowers them. It just depends which side of the conflict you're on. If the police had killed my family, I would be no different than Los Diablos. But Los Diablos had been the monsters in my view instead. So I abandoned my mission, fled with my family. Could have been a fucking special investigator if I stayed. Instead, I chose the cushy life in the 1st Precinct. I nodded, not sure why he was telling me all of this, but relating to it nonetheless. You made the decision that kept your new family safe. Yeah. He let out a large, drawn-out breath. And now, I'm not an idiot. This mutagen, there's a reason for it. The same reason why Anthony's in his state, I gather? He had figured some of it out. It's not entirely unrelated. Point of the matter, the reason why I get shot at is simple. I'm used to it, and it gets me paid. I don't need to be anything. More than a glorified bodyguard. That's what I used to think. Then you messed my life up by getting Rorsch fired. Now I'm in charge of people, and suddenly, I can't just stand in front of them. A part of me needs to be behind them, around them, and guiding them. It's tough. Saw your interview. Whole squad did. Hell, I'm constantly barraged about what it was like ordering you around. They look up to you. And because of that, they look up to me. You really just can't help but make my life difficult. It's a perk of having me as a coworker. I smiled. Yeah, he sighed, exasperated. Tell me honestly, Diana, what's your plan? As your father's daughter, as Silveraya. My plan, I gazed down at his family portrait. There's monsters lurking in our city. I thought I had to be one to kill them. Thought it was that simple. Now, I know some things that'll likely impact every crime in this city. That things will get worse before they get better. A lot worse. To fight it, I need to be Silvereye to the media, Diana Ulrich to the police, and just Diana to those around me. If I fight this alone, I'll be spread thin. But if I have support, then maybe things can change. I'm not asking you to run investigations on my behalf. What I'm asking is that you be prepared. Be vigilant. Because sooner than even the swarm, this city will be upended. And then once the swarm does happen, we'll be in for the fight of our lives. Doesn't matter whether you're Diablos or police. Monsters don't see a difference. So you're recruiting me for your special secret monster killing club? Choirman sighed. I can't. I know. Nodding, I stood up. Keep the mutagen anyway. It's not a bribe. I really do feel sorry for how often you get shot at or blown up. Diana, Choirman stopped me. The Silver Heart Foundation got a donation page opened up? Donations? I shook my head. He sighed before a wise smile warmed up. Soon as there is, tell me. I'll see what I can do. Getting in the car, Belle, dressed up as some action movie character, looked at me expectantly, to which I just shook my head. Not surprised. He didn't even ask me more about it. Well, looks like us two for now are the only ones who'll keep an eye out on the uncaged. Belle started up the car. What about Sabrina? She's looking into Dreadwire. It'll complicate things for her. Or it could be a way to keep her out of implicating him. I leaned my head deeper into the seat. Let's just go and pick her up before the orphanage. As we stopped outside her house, a lavish building with 3 floors and a heavy gate ahead of it, out stepped Sabrina, dressed in foam, painted black to look like armor in a suit I very much recognized. She even had a matching mask with drawn-on gold streaks to compensate, and what looked like cardboard arms stuck to her back. Belle broke out into laughter as she waddled her way forward, nudging me in the elbow. Ain't no fucking way she's dressed up as your crush. I stayed silent, lightning sparking in my eyes. Sabrina sat in, smiling as she adjusted her 4 dorsal arms into the car. So, love your outfits. How's mine compare? Very dreadful, Belle smirked. I puckered my lips. Why are you dressed after the guy you're investigating? Oh, you know, was thinking it would help me get into his mindset. She picked up a cardboard mask and pulled some elastic strings to put it on her face. It's not as helpful as I thought it would be, but besides, his suit is cool looking. Forgive a girl for having good taste. Oh, Belle had a wise look on his face. Diana could probably tell you all about what it's like to have good taste. Drive, thunder snapped from my tongue. Chapter 185. Chapter 51, Halloween Celebrations. Part 2, the 31st of October, 10:34 p.m. Ripley Carroll's Coral Corral. That tongue twister of a name was where the titular Carroll owned a bar, under which Missy lived in her bunker that occasionally served as our headquarters alongside Diamante's mall encampment. It was here that I was told about the Shandian facility raid, and now it was where we were celebrating. Striding in with my hand on Elsa's waist, I was surprised by the number of faces I recognized and didn't. I knew Missy was big, but turns out quite a few people wanted to celebrate a corporation being broken into and having its military secrets plundered. I recognized Missy, dressed up in some neo-futuristic blend of an old night costume that had some glowing light shining through it. The R0N1N was here too, surprisingly, his armor shed in favor of robes that were more stereotypical for his title, complete with a flat straw hat, while his 2 swords accompanied him to finalize the look. Quick Draw, the bow-wielding shard adapter who helped me take down the Shandian Tsuchigumo, was dressed in all green with a flat cap, and Stonewall sat beside her. The Esper, who, true to his name, could manipulate concrete and was costumed to look like some Earth-made robot. Even my boss, Harold Anderson, was here. The only difference from his normally stoic look was that he glued on some frizzled wires onto his shardware, while he chatted with Maiden, who put a more rustic look on her exosuit. I saw another person, the Los Diablos devil, Handlebar, who was shit-faced and sat next to a Crimson Souls lady, wearing a costume of a recent blockbuster character. Her mask was made of silver and contained red spirals in place of eyes. An eye of Crimson Souls. She was a commanding officer, right under Crimson, Queen, and Heart. Even a Maramasa patron was here, the only other person besides the R0N1N with swords attached to the hip. She also wore a mask of featureless black steel as white hair spilled from behind her, and sat quietly alone, but her gaze briefly flicked to me, and I didn't return it. Something was off about her. I could largely feel the frequencies of everyone, but hers was muted and hidden. Besides them, other people float around, unnamed accomplices to the larger criminal network Missy had built over the decades. I was really glad I was wearing Mirage's mask right now. These were a lot of faces I didn't want to know about, Ripley Donovic. Diamante grunted ahead of me. These are just some ... friends of ours. Mostly paid friends. They get us jobs. Quite a few of them even wagered on our mission against Chandian. A job like that meant more than a few strings being pulled. They're here to celebrate their paycheck. And to meet you. So put your socializing gears on, Dreadwire. Ah, is my mom going to be fine here? I whispered. Missy came, wrapping one of her armored arms around my shoulder. Isabel's here already. She got the memo. She's wearing a mask, and her bioshards concealed. As for your little friend, she's providing entertainment. Entertainment? I repeated, before Missy pointed me to a small crowd around floating drones. Starlight was there as a hologram, singing a tune to which the drones all behind her danced in orderly fashion. She was also wearing her own mask, 2 butterfly wings, along with a costume I'd seen worn on many pop stars. Thank you for your humble viewing of Starlight and the 6 Bs. Ignore the fact that they're spiders. She finished a routine and came over to me, her presence instantly feeding into my head. So, you like my costume, Dad? Why a pop star? You were in a music video? I want to be in one too. Actually, Crimson Souls have already sent me a contract. She then showcased me a contract for a band called Red Black, some annoying idol group that I'll admit I occasionally listen to. I got stuck with Devil's Triad, and she got a contract from my favorite band. Could I get an autograph? Should I have it signed to Ripley Donovic or Dreadwire? She smiled in my head both. We'll find a way. Elsa smacked me in the arm before holding on tighter. Maybe it was a bad idea dressing up as you. I think they all believe that Dreadwire is a woman now. You might have made this suit a bit too well. Want me to clear the confusion? I nudged. He was supposed to be here as Dreadwire after all. She hesitated before nodding. At once, 4 of my arachnodyne spilled out. The 2 on my right were black, while on my left they were white to match my hair. More than a few took curious glances at me. Others pretended they didn't care, moving through the crowd, who were half dancing along with Starlight and half drinking. I found my mother seated next to Missy. I hid my burst of laughter by looking at my mom's costume. She was a pirate. Her mask contained an eye patch, and in place of her missing right arm was a wooden peg. That's quite the costume you have there, miss. My mom tossed her hair back. Even behind the mask I could tell she was more lively than usual. Probably tipsy. It's peg-armed, no beard. And you must be that big, scary spider everyone talks about. What was it? Deadwire. Only to metal heavens who are half-deaf? I lent my hand to her. A dance. I would be honored. My mom stood up slowly, using my arm as support as she slowly followed me closer to where a few patrons were shuffling to the beat of Starlight's dance routine. She certainly likes the attention, and her appearance, it reminds me of Sudden. Ah, I just let her dug around in my head to choose what fitted her most. I began to move awkwardly back and forth with my hands holding hers. It was almost shameful that she knew how to dance better than I when she was missing an arm and eye, and her nervous system was impaired. Have you contacted her? Son, I know it's been a while. Nearly a decade since you saw her last. My mom's steps got a little more energetic. Sorry, I shook my head, a whistling noise briefly taking my thoughts for a spin. My foot stepped on hers. She shouted a curse into the air. Oh shit, sorry. Ow. She rubbed her foot. You know you're made out of metal. Be glad it didn't get crushed. I helped her steady herself and smiled behind my mask as we got back to moving. Mirage Elsa sat next to the Muramasa princess. Her arrival here was not entirely unexpected, but it was proof of things taking a turn. Of all the contacts I thought would pay a personal visit, you were the last I expected. You came to see us personally, after all, Bladadaughter. The Bladadaughter smiled under her mask. She was heir to Muramasa dynasty in the event that her adoptive parent, the Bladafather, were to pass. She was gold, dangerous, and watching Elsa's boyfriend. Her voice came through her mask like silk, tangling a web around every seductive word. Dreadwire, I take it that woman is someone close to him. His mother, Elsa confirmed, a threat in her voice as crimson radiated behind her violet. Like all of us here, we will respect that. Bladadaughter nodded, taking a drink in her hand. As for you, Mirage, when are Ratha coming? December! Neocore's first batch of implants is going to be delivered directly to the first precinct by Aerodyne, straight from the siege capital of New Kansas. I can't believe you're planning this. Your father will kill you. You know that. My father is currently entangled. Besides, that man is Skeleton's tool, Bladadaughter said with a hint of disdain, and was soul killers before. I'm only taking things into my own hands. Besides, it's not the implants I want. I need my father dead. Having Muramasa be an enemy of Neocore will weaken both my fiancé and my father. From the ashes, I will take control of a new Muramasa away from them both. Is that what War Watcher told you to tell me? Why don't you just break the engagement off? It's an engagement in the loosest terms of it. Bladadaughter drank from her cup. She needed it when talking about that man. Mikhail believes Mihis. I will continue to show loyalty for, as long as the fool has use for me and my men. When you are ready to strike, my new Muramasa will open the gates to Little Requiem. I almost feel sorry for you, Mirage sighed. Don't think I haven't seen you ogling Dreadwire all night long. He is gold like me, and you're certainly a gold digger, aren't you? I do not deny it. Bladadaughter's sharp tongue spilled out. Are you not the same Mirage? Far from it. Truly, you love him? I do. I thought you incapable of the feeling. That's what my fiancé told me, unless you had one of your personas implant the feeling in you. Twilight? I take it? She is McClovelier than you. Mirage clenched her glass. Skeleton knew what Ionsa was. I'm far from that husk of a being anymore. If feel now, and with it I have the freedom to make my decisions. Dreadwire is the man I love, and I will protect him. From you? From others? Shame. I was thinking you would lend him to me for a night. I'd pay well. Bladadaughter's hands changed, the subtlest sharpening of her nails, that were otherwise human, piercing into the glass she held without shattering it. But maybe you are afraid of how much better he could do than you. Oh, I bet you weaved yourself right into his dreams. This is where you end this conversation. Or else, I'll cut the contact you have with the dog whistler. Mirage warned, and here I thought you would never admit it. Skeleton told me you keep that secret with your life. Bladadaughter laughed behind her mask. Does your man know you lie to him? Don't he of Themig know that you're lying? Number, Mirage whispered. It's better that way, the dog whistler. I'm the only one fit to know of her. Otherwise, things will get worse, even from your beloved. One day, I'll tell him. Until then, he'd only be distracted from his goals. Diamante. It seemed like every damn person kept on asking Diamante why he didn't wear anything for Halloween. It got so bad. He found company in the one person he hated more than anyone. Topaz. Topaz sucked from his straw, rolling his new tongue and feeling the contours of material spill through his brain. Gotta say, sometimes I'm envious of shard adapters. You can change your body so much and swap out parts whenever you need them. Never knew a tongue could feel this much texture. And sometimes you change so much, there's no going back. Diamante poured whiskey down his throat. The burn had to be simulated. Right. Sore topic. Topaz straightened. How was the 4th precinct? A shithole. Found another dream frame base. Took precautions this time, had Midnight kill the mall seeds before I transferred them. This is Skeleton's doing. But who knows what that bastard is scheming? Diamante let the alcohol clear through his system. Unlike most shard adapters, he could get drunk from standard alcohol. That was the price of his only biomass being a brain. You know, that thunder-striking demon is a force to be reckoned with. How'd you stay standing up? Just being near Diana made me think I would die. Topaz licked the glass clean. Diamante scoffed. Pussished. I didn't feel a thing. Didn't she break your arms? Just one, Diamante said with steel hardening his words. I broke the other when I shot through it out of how pissed I was. Y'all got some serious anger issues. Topaz yawned. Anyways, gotta know the gossip. You have analyzed. You've seen Dreadwire and Silviri in action. If the two of them fought, like to the death, who would win? Diamante thought on the answer, and he would give a long and proper explanation, an explanation that would not be heard right now, for it would soon be witnessed. Missy sitting next to Harold Anderson, Ripley's boss at the gym he operated in. Missy watched as the man took a wary gaze between her and Maiden, who was busy chatting with Ripley's mother. He raised an eyebrow in a query. Never thought I'd see you two in the same room again. Yeah, Missy admitted, hesitant to even look at Maiden. It was Di that invited her, but recent changes require us working together again, though she won't ever admit to working with me. I didn't even know Diamante was running things by her. Not until he told me about Diana and the dream frames. How's it feel to be the blindsided one, for once? Harold handed her a bottle. She shook her head. Like karma's a bitch, Missy sighed with a smile. I thought you were the last of Al's friends I'd ever introduce him to, but the kid keeps on finding more clues. I wouldn't be surprised if he actually hunts the terror down one day with his grandfather. Would that be bad? I know the power of oblivion. Yes, I warned Al. Missy took a fresh bottle and chewed the cork off. How's the kid doing at your place? He's about to outgrow it. Recently started letting him touch up combat mods. Kid's lacking finesse, but has the same creativity his grandfather has. Might fire him just so he doesn't clep my secrets. Harold commented, his tone taking a more contemplative echo. On one hand, it'll make him more powerful. On the other, power will consume him like it did to Mikhail. Well, I need him powerful. Hetch, you need him as a weapon, yet you warn him from being one. That's because I don't need to manipulate the circumstances. They're already against him. Right? You don't manipulate them. But you certainly aren't making anything better for him by keeping so many secrets. The last time I held one of Al's legacies by the hand and tried to cultivate every step of his future, Missy had a rare flash of anger burn through her, but she calmed it down with practiced ease. He turned sociopathic. I thought I was raising someone who'd save this city. Turns out he just wanted to rule over it. I'm never putting that kind of responsibility and power into Somon's hands again. It's up to the kid to take it himself. I might lend him the opportunities, but it's a trial by fire to see what he'll become. Missy took a deep breath. That moment of memories surged her warp energy. Blood pooled in her throat. She coughed into a napkin before folding it down into her pockets. How much longer? Harold sighed. Depends on my activity. I could pull out my maximum to kill one uncaged, but it would be my last day. My nanites won't pull me back from that. Not even Goliath would. Thankfully, I've mourned you for years already, old friend. Harold raised a glass to toast. She clinked it. R0N1N. The R0N1N sat next to Quartz, both of them still and silent, as neither of them acknowledged the other. Somehow, the combined allure of Quartz's pull on consciousness combined with R0N1N's cold grip on his blade at all times, provided a symbiotic pairing whereby they remained undisturbed. They liked it. They never said it out loud to each other, but they liked each other's company. Diana, okay? No. Olivia pulled my hair, braiding it tight. The orphanage was bustling with activity as 3 officers came bearing gifts and showered them with attention and love. Sabrina loved it, happily playing and painting monster-like faces over them, and then acting scared while they roared and chased her down. Though every now and then I sensed a weird flutter off guilt as she played. Belle was roughhousing with them, lifting them up and providing as many tricks onto them as he offered treats. And I was their living doll. The kids looked up to me. Some of them even asked me to share what was apparently now my catchphrase. I'm here to remind evil that lightning strikes twice. I struck a pose, awkwardly raising my finger into the air even with the tight silver-colored bodysuit. They ditched my witch outfit in favor of designing a superhero costume for me. It was lots of silver and blue with lightning curving around my arms and torso. Olvia grinned as she painted a mask for me. We're going to make you scary. We'll put lightning bolts for a mask. No, another girl shouted. We're going to make her pretty? But she's already pretty, a confused boy said. Let's make her ugly then. No, many girls shouted in unison, chasing him down. I chuckled as he ran right into Dr. Moira's arms, who smiled fondly at the scene. She looked happy today. Moira had the tough job of working as both geneticist against Soul Killer and caretaker of these kids who had been through so much. Today had been a welcome reprieve for her. I could sense her tension evaporating off loosened shoulders. Sabrina trailed closer, aiming to ignite the passion of these kids dressing me up. You need to make her super pretty. She has a crush she needs to impress. Shut the foo? Moira shot me a dangerous eye at the close curse. I shut the fuck up before kids all around me shot up with excitement. Ooh, Diana like Simone. Who is it? Who is it? Is he famous? What does he do? Does he like you too? Does that mean he's your boyfriend? Look, she's blushing. I was not. Okay, maybe I was blushing a little bit. It's nothing like that. Sabrina's just teasing me. Dr. Moira came closer, patting me on the back. Well, I'm glad to see you're finding companionship in this tough time, but does he know about all of this? Taking a deep breath, I asked the children to give me a moment of privacy as I walked deeper into the orphanage with Moria. So, it's Dreadwire. Moira's face fell. Oh my, but that's not why I'm telling you about him. We both have a Silver Nexus sim on us now. He's helping us with Soul Killer. I'll probably have you both talk to each other, and this is the important thing. He has the power to interface with implants. Moira stilled, her mad scientist costume and wild hair, only frightening me further as she latched her hands onto my shoulders. Hallucidate? We don't know if he can do anything with Sims yet, but with bugs, he can read memories from the people who used to possess them. That's all I can really say. Memories. Implant-coded data. Moira's eyes opened wide. Okay. I can work with that. She suddenly got really excited for some reason. Juliet, I have her implant. You have Juliet Grash's implant. I grabbed her shoulders. Why didn't you tell me? Because we didn't have a use for it. Dryder kept it with me, along with the Revenant serum for safekeeping. It was just a memory, but now that memory can be read. Moira held her face, her nails clutching tight in excitement. This is phenomenal news, Juliet Morthananary searched. Soul Killer's mutations. And there's another reason why we kept it. It has a unique feature on it. A unique feature? I paled. That meant a fragment from a source shard was on it. Right, it's called foresight. It let her predict mutation development, among other things. But it was dangerous, affected her mind, and made her unstable. Moira took a deep breath. For years, it's just sat with us, but now we can study it properly. All right. I patted down the superheroine dress I was wearing. I'll contact him soon. The soonest you can. Moira hugged me. Also, the Nexus here, I think I can cure it now, but I'll need him with me. I held her there in a hug. She had been through a lot, and now hope was radiating ahead of us. Together, we'll beat the uncaged. Soul Killer a nightclub, bouncing bodies unbeknown of the packages they'd smuggled in. A Nexus stood on standby, and further away in a distant corner of the city, a golden mind coordinated it, and several others all operating for the same purpose. This package on their table, they thought it would be drugs. The Los Diablos men were practically salivating at the thought of the ecstasy they would feel. Oh, when they opened up, and a red mist spilled into the air, they certainly came to know the height of many emotions. Dog Whistler Neocor's plan to empower this city for the swarm was moving along. They had predicted criminal activity would interfere, but they had also vastly underestimated the powers of New California's underworld, especially hers. Neocor Sharpies were state-of-the-century aerodyne vehicles capable of masking all presence. They could float an inch off your head and you wouldn't realize it until you jumped. But little did they know, the dog whistler was extracting their exact route into the first precinct. She had experience with their tech. When December would come, hundreds of iron implants would spill into the criminal world's grasp. Bronzes would be fitted into every Muramasa prodigy. Silver would feed their elites, and a single gold was up for the taking to forge a new legend. Muramasa would be infamous, but they'd also be targeted. A raid would be committed, and a kill order would be issued by Neocor. It would either be their rise or their fall, and Muramasa's leader had no idea what his children had planned, and his daughter had no idea what the dog whistler had planned. Number those implants were not meant for either Muramasa nor the police. They were hers, and for the one she needed by her side. Skeleton, a bar bustled with activity. Deep within were his old comrades, people who had once loved him like a brother. He had taken that love and twisted to wring out all that it was worth. They'd gotten momentary justice, but a brief death was the least of Skeleton's worries, for he'd gained the power of another shard of the source. All it took was the death of Diamante's beloved. Sniffing the stale air, he approached the bar. This drone wouldn't make it out alive, but he had come for a reason. He had come to warn them. Chapter 186. Chapter 52. Warning: the 1st of November, 12:34 a.m. Ripley the party was a lot more fun than I expected. And it turned out I was a hit. Once everyone was drunk and let go of their tough guy demeanors, many faces were curious about my arachnodyne and me. From gangs big and small, they were eager to learn how I'd gotten so powerful so quickly. I left my answer as advertising. If you seek power akin to mine, then find the Ripper. The Ripper? Quickshot chortled. Ah, of course, sure. I'll make a visit. Where's the clinic? Starlight will contact him on your behalf. I pointed to my overdanced intelligent pixie, pulling her under the bus. I also needed my own shard operating space soon. I doubted Maiden, or Harold wanted me inviting strangers into their workspace. Their sharp and combined glares at me confirmed as much. Elsa snuck into my side once their attention was off me, holding me by the waist. You know, I think you made them less scared of Dreadwire tonight. Let them see my human side tonight when they need me as a mercenary. They'll find a different person when I wear a mask. I hugged her close. Yeah, but, your egos are really weird, she teased. Not that my personas are all too normal either, but still, at least I'm always me. Well, I am still me when I'm Dreadwire, just a little more serious. I tapped my mask against hers. The doors swung open, and in walked a man who stunned everyone into silence. He wore a fine, tailored black suit, but had no muscle to fill out its contents, no skin, only metallic bones, a skeleton. Mr. Skeleton. Immediately, all sorts of weapons were drawn on him, unanimous here that they all hated him. That feeling made me feel justified. Elsa growled, holding me tight. What the fuck are you doing here? So many familiar faces. Skeleton smiled, drawing his eyes along the entire crowd and stopping at the lonesome Muramasa woman. Oh, hi, dear. You could have invited me as your +1. Maybe that would have cleared the confusion. Don't drag me into this mess, Mikhail. She hissed. her voice slicing through the air even as a whisper. "You're uninvited even from my end." Such a harsh mistress she is. Skeleton laughed before heavy pounding steps pushed through the crowd until Diamante stood inches away from Skeleton. I thought I knew what Diamante sounded like while angry. Now I realized I never had an idea how deep emotions could go even for a man with barely any flesh. "Get out, or I'll wear my business suit and burn little Requiem to the ground to put a bullet in your ass." Ah, what an empty bluff. Skeleton patted Diamante's shoulder like a friend would, looking over to see Missy, who had her eyes narrowed like a hawk's. Her presence was like an imminent explosion. You could feel tension trapped in the air as it all stilled to the thoughts that riddled her mind. "Missy, tell your Tinkin here to give me a chance to say what I came for." "You had so many chances." Missy clenched her hands. "You still do? End this game of yours?" "I never tire of your motivating words," Skeleton chuckled. "But I have no intention of working with you two. Not when you tore my mind apart from the inside with that incredible power of yours, Imizrin. Dying by your hands has always been the most terrible memory I have. I cherish it." Diamante gripped Skeleton by the suit. It was a testament to the cloth's durability that it didn't tear. "You worthless bastard. You won't work with us. Like you have Enerido." Still hung up over Seraphina? She'd be ecstatic to know what my plans are. Skeleton mocked, my mind taking a turn for the name. Seraphina? Like Seraphim, was she the original author of the AI in Maiden's Care? Diamante's fist blurred and shrapnel blew so hard that Skeleton's crumpled body broke through the wooden wall of the building. Missy rubbed her forehead, her teeth chattering with what I thought had to be rage. Another second later, a second Mr. Skeleton walked in, looking at the hole in the wall before shrugging. "You weren't very nice to him." "How many of you were there?" Diamante wasn't asking. He demanded. "Just now." Skeleton pointed to a seat. "So sit down and listen before you los out on the very, very valuable information I have for you right now." "What?" Diamante growled, steam hissing from his body. "I put out a bounty." Skeleton flourished his words with elaborate movement from his hands. 100 million on 3 different shard operators. Familiar names to you. Jovic, Runerit, Arham, Sandflame, and the mysterious Starforge. Missy let out a shocked breath. "How did you?" "All 3 of them have particular subsets of skills. All 3 of them have been working against me much like Maiden here." His red glare sliced in Maiden's direction. She looked just as angry as Diamante was, and the 3 of them have received quite powerful armaments from you. I believe Missy's Neocore armor, Diamante's Iron Devil body, and the Amalgam engine, and the R0N1N's Hammersmith, crafted body parts. Now, these 3 are all sufficiently hidden among the establishing siege capitals. But unfortunately, I've already left to collect my due. You son of a Diamante's fist surged into the air, but someone else reached him first. Wood spilt and cracked as a whistle was all the evidence needed to prove that the R0N1N had moved. Skeleton's body fell into pieces that crumpled to the ground, metal bones, and nothing more. The R0N1N's blade sank back into its scabbard, his green eyes aflame against Diamante. "This party is over. That it is." Missy nodded, determination dense in her voice. "It's been nice having you all here with us, but I need to talk to my men, alone." There was little rebuttal. Everyone filed out as Missy opened a cupboard that left passage deep into her lower chambers. The room glowed with light upon her entering. She reached for a large table and holographic dust filled the air and took meaning. My mother was by my side, holding me tight. "Ripley, are you?" "What's the pay?" I said quietly. "No fucking payment." "Not enough to satisfy this," Diamante yelled, before quieting and pulling back. "Shit, sorry. Just let us talk." And by us, Mirage looked at him, her eyes flickering away from gold and into red. "I'm assuming you mean you and Missy?" "Yes, Mirage," Missy said sternly. "This is important. Now, listen up." A map of the formerly United States floated between us as Missy spoke. Siege capitals set up within Mall territory to draw attention away from NC when the swarm begins. Currently, they only house specialists, those with million-dollar contracts. With millions being invested into them, it's the perfect spot to send high-profile illegal sharp operators to a place where they're protected and flooded with resources. Among them were the 3 shard operators Skeleton mentioned. Each of them are powerful, allies to us by decades of dirty work. A circle glowed and highlighted Texas around a siege capital aptly named South Bastion. Runurit, former Syntech turned independent. He was a consultant for Neocore prior to making. An agreeable split from them. He has my exosuit, the least of our worries. Sandflame, on the other hand. Diamante clenched tight, as a circle condensed on Oklahoma on a siege capital named High Oak. Energy specialist, worked in Yellowstone, and can power a city for a decade with just paper. He has my amalgam engine and Iron Devil body, prepping both for... Amalgam engine! I leaned in, my lenses not picking up any information off the net. Your grandfather made it. Or, well, a blueprint of it we commissioned into reality, Missy said quietly. It was how we got into an alliance with Sandflame in the first place. It's remarkable. A silver-grade fusion reactor worth hundreds of millions, crafted with scraps he found. No one but your grandfather has any idea how it works. Even when we study the process of design, but DD's Iron Devil suit is the only piece of tech capable of withstanding that output for brief moments. Sandflame knows the engine second best. He can repair it and better stabilize Diamante's Iron Devil suit for it. And then the R0N1N slipped near as a final circle lit over Illinois, the furthest siege capital and within Syntech territory. My shardware, sent to none other than Starforge. Maiden clicked her tongue. She's a nomad, queen to the Chromacon clan, finest shardware nomads in unclaimed America. During your grandfather's time immigrating to New California, she and Hammer were together. Her genius and his capabilities made us survive the wilds even while thousands of Mal took us over. If there's anyone who can make sense of his workings, it's her. I was feeling a bit left out. So, you'd rather send all your shardware into Mall territory then? You were never in consideration for these projects, Ripley, Missy said without even looking at me. It's harsh, but it's true. You became an implanted shard operator just 5 months ago. These are all reputable operators with decades. Sandflame has nearly a century of experience. We didn't even trust Skeleton with them back when we were running together. That made me feel a little better. How the hell did he figure all of them out? Diamante yelled, his eyes glancing down at Elsa. I swear to the Founders, Mirage, did you? I stepped between them. Hey, cut it out! Focus! Quartz agreed. The Shahanai clan are in communication with me. They'll be able to escort you from the southern border to Texas. Number the R0N1N cut in. Illinois first. I am not having Mishardware stolen. You entrusted me with a worthwhile operator capable of improving and repairing it for the swarm. I thought I was the worthwhile operator. R0N1N's glare then cut to me, and no Ripley? You are the experiment I am testing. I expect a second set from you. All right. All right. Missy took a deep breath. Small group, less for the Mal to sniff out. Can't carry 2 golds, or we'll never make it out past Texas where the Mal are clustered. So sorry, Ripley. You can't come, but I feel like that's better for your current goals. I nodded. I couldn't leave my mother for what was looking like months. Diamante turned to Topaz and Quartz then. Can't have either of you come. No need for subterfuge from Topaz. And Quartz, you already know your effect on any living organism. Mal are even better at sniffing out. You would be worse than Ripley. Fuck, Missy repeated. We'll need an operator for R0N1N and Diamante. Her eyes cast upon Maiden like a fleeting hope. Sighing, Maiden begrudgingly nodded. I'm experienced with the wilds. My black skulls can run the shelter even if I'm gone. And kid, she turned to me, don't fucking touch my stuff. But remember, you still have a few weeks left on our deal. I know. I nodded. Mirage. Missy turned to my girlfriend. You're coming. Like fuck I am, she recoiled back. There's barely any net access out there. I can protect against a data devourer, but I'm not spreading any of my personas an inch into a gear glutton. We need you for the siege capitals, and for Skeleton. Diamante's voice lowered. And to prevent. It's her choice, isn't it? You said there was no pay in this. I interjected. She can keep the damn implants we get from the mouths we kill. Diamante pushed forward. A data cleaver isn't going to cut us off from Skeleton. We need her to get an edge on him. If he even touches the shardware we have, we're fucked. What do you mean, touches? I asked. His unique feature, Elsa said by my side. Soulbind. It lets him flow his mind into shardware. Anything he touches, Heimprints. It's how he manipulates drones without any net access. They're all him, duplicates of his consciousness. And conversely, he can draw out everything from shardware he touches. How it was made, what it can do, who touched it, even how many lives it's taken. He relives the memory of shardware like how you do for implants. Sorry for not telling you. We didn't want you trying to get close to him so you could mimic it. So it was just as Dog Whistler said. It's a power he got. By betraying you guys, right? I asked, throwing my foot down. So you've done some research. Real fucking clever Ripley, yes. Diamante barked. He orchestrated a fucking ambush on us, then stole an implant from one of our people, then used it to improve his abilities while we were grieving. When we found out, it was too late. Our own shardware was our enemy. And then you killed him, but he didn't die. I looked at Missy. Was it you? Missy looked down, sighing as she nodded. I can disconnect an implant from the adapter temporarily. I tried making it permanent for him. He was supposed to die, but the Uncaged kept him alive. Soul Killer did. I was putting things together. And now, he's seeking a way to restore himself. Isn't he? Silence struck the group, Diamante's eyes glaring at me. It's complicated, but you got the gist of it. Skeleton's name isn't just a fancy word. He's mocking us with it. And this is bad. He, more than anyone, can manipulate shardware. If he gets a proper look into neocortec, my body or power source, or R0N1N's shardware, what takes others years to learn, he'll do in weeks, days. There won't be any secrets from him. He traces information across centuries. He'll learn how the Hammersmith makes things, and then be a shard operator the city can't pass up. Which is why he paid me to make useless shardware for him, I realized. He is extracting information from my grandfather, from my claw. Through what I make, a small scale compared to what we're about to face. Missy was pale and her expression turned grave. We have to leave tomorrow. Me, Diamante. R0N1N, Mirage, estimated time. Anywhere between 2 to 4 months. Elsa shook her head. I said no, Missy burned her gaze, imprinting it onto Elsa. Mirage, we need you. Then take daylight and midnight, she shouted. They can stabilize each other to a degree, but I'm not going. Not where Malar, not away from. She held me tighter, her breath growing unsteady. Ripley needs me. I'm the only one of you who even bothers to help him get his mother cured. What have you two done? You have more than enough money to buy him a silver tattoo. More than enough. ... Influensto. Get him contacted with high-profile scientists. Especially you, Missy. Instead, you both just leave him to suffer and learn. Mirage, Elsa. Missy's gaze grew gentle. We are helping Ripley, but you act like time and money is unlimited. I care for Isabel and Ripley. But both of us aren't going to magically find the perfect implant for her. She's right, my mom said, her voice even. I know exactly how slim my chances of survival are. Any resources that are spent on me would just be a drain. A drain, I scoffed. You're my mother. The last thing you are is a drain. You're the daughter of the Hammersmith. Half of my brains came from you. You could be twice as good as I am if you had gold. All that damn talk about me not having centuries or decades. You want to win this fucking war. I'm not fighting any war, Ripley. My mom shook her head. Not with any that's not in my body. I'm not my father, and I'm not you. Missy, Diamante, their responsibilities extend beyond just my life. That's your responsibility, kid. Diamante said, harsh but not bitterly. And we respect that. Whack her for that. But if I cared about every single sick person, I would long go broke and powerless when a damn skeleton is raising the dead and tearing this city a new asshole. That is the second issue, Missy said, her voice growing uncharacteristically hard. Our exit from this city will embolden him, which means Mirage, Dreadwire. If you're staying, you are no longer taking a scent from him. No jobs you even sniff his scent on. I'll have my contacts watch out, but right now, he's got us in check. If he makes the right moves while we're gone, it is a checkmate. He'll be fighting against the other uncaged as well. It'll be a three-for-all, I said dryly. Diamante turned his head. What do you mean? He'll be fighting against them. Topaz laughed nervously. Oh yeah, we, never sort of brought that up with you. While Ripley and Diana were with me in Quartz, we did some deep diving and came to the conclusion that they've begun warring with each other. Oh shit, Missy sucked in. Now, I thought they'd only do something that's stupid after I die. Die? I squinted. Long story. She waved it off. But then that means we'll be losing out on around 3 months minimum of a Cold War. You guys need to be careful. I trust you all, but they'll be out to use each of you. So stay vigilant. And don't take any stupid contracts. Missy was clearly on the verge of panicking. I'd never seen her like this before, but it was worrying. My mother held me tight, giving a solemn nod to Missy. I'll make sure this idiot doesn't do anything rash. Yeah, I'll be careful. I had to be for her. Mirage rolled her eyes, collecting 2 lights on her wrist that she transferred into DACubes. They'll both listen. Boutonly use them as a last resort. The more active they are, the more unstable they'll become. She placed them on the table, and Missy carefully swept them into her hold. I will. I'm trusting you most, Mirage. Ripley? Diamante sighed. The mall, it's yours. Only yours. Don't invite anyone else. Seimei from my place, Maiden warned, her icy glare like a knife. I find you used an inch of its premises for a purpose I didn't ask for. You're dead, Topaz. Quartz, can you relocate here? Missy asked. I'll have most vital information cleared to Seraphim, but I need you both here. Quartz hesitantly nodded. I'll try to attract less attention. Shit! Topaz slapped a hand over his mouth. I'll probably need to have some geneticists make mutagen suppressants from my body if he's going to be in the precinct. I can take a try. I raised my hand. Been looking over the data I took from Syntech. I think I could manage some effective suppressants with my nanites. Starlight then boomed from my drones. I'm actually the molecular genetics genius. He means he'll be using me to do his work through his body. But actually, anything you want me to do, Missy? Missy stared at Starlight, while the two hadn't met before today. Starlight informed me that Missy received the shortened version of her conception. Seraphim, she's going to receive most of our vital data. Keep her safe. You keep us safe. Diamante nodded, a conflict in his eyes. Seraphim, she's important. Don't fuck up either of you. No frogging up on my end, Diamante, sir. Starlight saluted. Besides, Seraphim's got a great sense of humor. I wouldn't know it. Maiden shrugged, looking at Missy like a bug was in her eye. We leaving now? No time better. Contacts with the Shahani received my word. We have to head south now. Missy nodded. We'll stop by your Black Skulls. Get Diamante fitted out and collect anything to trade with them. Diamante was already pulling a gun out from a drawer in Missy's safe house, an energy weapon that was as large as he was. Shit, I need to ride light. This'll do. I stared as Missy was already heading back up. You're all going now. Now. Diamante walked past me. Take care, Rip. Oh then, goodbye. I waved my hand. each of them waving back as they moved like a marching army towards the unknown. And that was it. For the next few months, there would be no Diamante, no Missy, no Maiden, no R0N1N. Honestly, I wasn't sure if anything had really changed. I hadn't known it yet, but this move by Skeleton had unraveled. So much. End of Act 1 of Thunder and Web's Sweet Child O' Mine, Chapter 187. Hey all, I am nearly done writing Act 3 of Thunder and Webs, which BTW has now been extended to include a fourth act, and was sort of curious to know what have been your favorite acts so far and what you've liked about them. So, here is a poll and a quick recap of what each act was about. Blood and Steel Act 1. Welcome to the jungle. Ripley and Diana awaken a gold malignant in the Toxin Club, but manage to kill it, which makes them both gold adapters. Ripley delves into the criminal world, heading over to Little Requiem, uncovering a coffin in his grandfather's storage unit, and makes developments to his shardware that get him a little over his head. He loses his arm, and one controversial chapter later, he is working in a gym clinic and reached Tier 1. Diana, meanwhile, gets promoted to the Intelligence Division as an investigator. She gets into a scuffle with Tonguewelisher, makes friends with Anthony and Indra Harmony, before realizing she is a bit crazy, and gets harassed by Kendrick Rorsch. She also meets Archangel and begins her investigation into Soul Killer, but gets to Tier 1 after stopping an arms deal of Crimson Souls. Act 2. Every breath you take, Diana and Anthony get into a bit of a hostage crisis, which is then interrupted by the R0N1N, shortly after Indra's crazy side leads to Yvette being kidnapped and Diana fails to save her. Meanwhile, Ripley grows more familiar with the criminal world and goes on a very intimate delve into the net with Mirage. When Daylight dies, he becomes very emotionally unstable, but vows to get stronger, and shortly gets a message from Diana for help. Him and Mirage arrive, help Diana, and we learn their backstories as they do a bit of trauma bonding while she is still an emotional wreck. She later gets comforted by Anthony, who invites her over for dinner, where his dad reveals he is aware of her investigation and gives her Anthony's mother's findings, leading to a very cryptic message with links to a Maltaton. Following a tip from her lieutenant, she visits an auction, and even more world-building occurs, courtesy of Amaterasu, before she gets infected, and proves immune, leading to Soul Killer taking her for themselves. Ripley, on the other hand, gets told he has been selected by the R0N1N to be his shard operator. What follows is crime training arc, a few surgeries, and hold on, his grandfather is the Hammersmith? Skeleton once ran with Diamante and Missy. Damn, this act might as well be the plot twist act. He also gets a girlfriend, builds the Arachnodyne, and becomes Dreadwire in the flesh. Steel. Act 3. One way or another, aka Ripley is breaking into a place, while Diana is breaking out of a place. Soul Killer is a super scary hivemind that is hellbent on researching Diana's freakish immunity to their powers, leading to them developing her mutations to discover what she is capable of. They also take more and more drastic measures to infect her, until she eventually commits to her breakout and defeats Emily Keisel, only for another Emily Keisel to appear. Also, Anthony works with an employee of her father's to find her, which leads to him getting kidnapped and infected by Soul Killer. She tries to cure him, and is successful, but at the cost of him entering a coma. Drider, who has a backstory I am very eager to reveal, arrives and helps her get to Tier 2 to defeat the remaining Soulless, only able to save one child at the end of it. As Dreadwire, Ripley breaks into a Yujo facility with the R0N1N, while his allies deal with another 2. He ends up learning more about his powers as he mimics the R0N1N's unique feature, and dive deep enough before they discover that Goliath was teleported away. The R0N1N enters the teleporter, while Ripley plays dead to enter a bike chase sequence on the way to another facility. There, he fights off his first silver and manages to win using a little bit of trickery. He gets to Tier 2 and breaks into a Pandora with the help of Twilight, but gets pulled into a conversation with Amaterasu, where she reveals his implant is related to a Maltaton, the Infinite, immediately after opening the box. He sticks the super dangerous potential WMD nanomoxines right into his neck. Carrying military tech of unknown worth, he hides not from them, but the R0N1N also. He now has a little information seed inside of him. Mirage calls up Diana, who gets him out of the holding facility. Later, she gets promoted again by her father, who says that New California may or may not be a part of a Maltaton assassination plot. She also becomes a marketing tool, as Silveri, but she is determined to kill Soul Killer, even if it means becoming a monster. Ripley, likewise, is set on mastering his powers, willing to craft an implant on his own if it means saving his mother. But who knows how their paths will converge, diverge, and clash. Thunder and Webs Act 1. Sweet child o' mine. Dreadwire's infamy grows as he goes from a massive heist to stealing a guitar and showing up in a music video. But eventually, he decides to do an assassination. But first, he needs therapy. After all, it is not like losing memories and having your personality systematically altered by an alien parasite, and an algorithm is a good thing, right? It is also the perfect time for him to become a father, as he prods the information seed and Starlight is born as a result. Meanwhile, Diana is sad, angry, and the new poster girl for police recruitment as Silveri. Her squad tries to make friends with her, but she is a little distant. One investigation into mass child abduction sets her off when her new identity as Lillian Rose leads to her getting drunk, harassed, and brutally killing said harasser. She does a shit job lying about it, but in true police fashion, it is covered up as she has more pressing matters to attend to, like getting the shit beaten out of her by Diamante. Fortunately, Diamante only fought her out of curiosity, and actually helps them out as they uncover a dream frame operation of skeletons. He wanted to keep this a secret from Ripley, but failed miserably when it turns out he is now working for the operator he called up. Turns out Ripley's assassination target was Maiden, and she is not about to let him go free. Diana and Ripley meet up, do a bit of bonding, and leads Diana to inviting him on their next Soul Killer operation. Joining are Topaz, Quartz, and Drider. Said operation leads to a moment of unity between them using Starlight's power, before Diana goes apeshit mad at the sight of Soul Killer thanks to a new mutation and nearly kills them all. This triggers some trauma in her, but a sniper trigger unfortunately left a hole in her skull. Starlight and Ripley work to save her life, where she has a heartfelt conversation with a memory of Yvette before she resolves to make up for this second chance at life. Ripley attends a Halloween party, which is then crashed by Mr. Skeleton, who comes to warn them all about his own actions as he aims to steal from the tech they sent off city. So, Diamante, Maiden, Missy, Daylight, Midnight, and the R0N1N all leave. Surely things will not go wrong. Who knows? We'll have to see in the following acts. Act 2, Thunderstruck. Eka. Another plot twist. Act 3. Where is my mind? Aka. The Content Warning Act. Act 4, Master of Puppets. Aka. The act where the thing I've been leading up to happens. And who knows what else I've got planned for Volume 3 and 4. Graves and Flowers, Andrise and Fall. Chapter 188. Chapter 53. Classified meeting the 7th of November, 11:55 a.m. Diana at the Central Precinct Tower was the tallest in the first precinct. And here I was, at the pinnacle of the obelisk. The pleasure lane sprawled under my feet as I gazed out the window. Even aerodynes flew beneath me, curving between buildings and landing on specialized highways built for them. In fact, the meeting I was scheduled to have was on such a highway where a large vehicle, angular and glowing faintly blue under an intense electromagnetic field, floated just an inch off the ground. Steps were laid bare for my welcoming. As I got into the vehicle, I saw a meeting table around which several high-class heads of the district were sitting around. No fucking wonder I felt gold energy throughout my climb here. Captain Ishram Krishov was a staunch and bearded man, power dense in every fiber of his body, like a mountain, like Inquisitor Tusk. Few in this city were above him. Gold Tier I-Forth, said to be a legend of the Fourth Swarm, and commanded charge of police activity throughout this district. Yet my father was sitting beside him, ease running in his face. Titanium, Tier the Third, corporate advisor, the man the government hired to act as intermediary between them, Yujo and Syntek. Across from him were two representatives from those corporations, both gold, both tier the third. The first was a man in a suit, his blue and white clothing indicating he worked for Syntech. The second was a Yujo woman, visor on her face and elaborate red and black in her dress that flowed up to veil her mouth. Miss Himiko Amaterasu. I just knew it. The final man. I barely felt anything except fleeting remnants of a whisper of gold, like a shadow that remained clinging to a surface, even as the sun bore new heat onto it. He was the most delighted, and the one I feared the most. Mr. Skeleton smiled at me as he gestured to a free seat. I took that seat next to my father, not a word coming out of me. Miss Himiko extended her hand, calm and steady when my heart was hammering. It's delightful to meet you again, Miss Ulrich. Since we last met, you've certainly carved a reputation. Trust that I've already made a healthy donation to your foundation. Not trusting her or her money, I still shook her hand. Do they know what you are? Starlight was silent in my head. This was technically her first time meeting her mother, albeit indirectly and hidden, Amaterasu. The Syntech man chuckled, a thick accent like those from westerns blowing out. Yujo kept her a secret from us for centuries, but when you're damn on the net consistent as she is, you can trace the echoes. Leopold Hackridge, head of counterintelligence for Syntech's Westbrook branch. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Diana Silvereye Ulrich. A surprisingly mellow and calm voice came from my captain, not unlike the pounding voice of law and order I knew from videos of him. He was big for me, Captain. As in, not just my precinct, but the first 4. More than a third of Westcrook's entire police force was under his command. But due to the swarms nearing, he was given authority over all 10 precincts as the other captains set up siege capitals. Diana Ulrich, I've been watching you. You're good. If half of my recruits had your balls, we'd have crime gone in a night. Captain Krishov's oceanic eyes were like a draw of tidal energy, right? How the fuck could I forget? He was a dual adapter. Strangely, I barely saw any shardware on his body save for his frame. Rather, I felt electricity and metal run consistently through the Leviathan, nanomachines. Like Ripley's, but everywhere. Every cell, every fiber of him was as machine, like as it was organic. Mr. Skeleton was the last to address me. Remain comfortable, Diana. You have a big role to play today. My thoughts pounded into my skull like a damn bull was trapped in a cage. Thankfully, had someone to calm them. This looks big, Diana. You sure you want me to be here? Starlight questioned my judgment. So was I right now. But I needed someone like her to record everything here. To get it to Ripley if things went south. He failed to listen to Anthony. But this was Starlight. Shall we start? My dad closed the door to the Aerodyne, the inside brightening as lights illuminated, and I felt the vehicle lift into the air. All around us, the floor unraveled as it became see-through, and the city streets and tips of skyscrapers in all their glory stood beneath us. Of course. Mr. Skeleton tapped the table, and out shone a video of the auction I had been sold at. Of Lieutenant Annabelle Grosh with soulless eyes, giving me away to Soul Killer. Now, Miss Himiko, give us a detailed explanation of this event as you understand it. Of course, she smiled, a red corruptive light shining through the display. Diana Ulrich came into contact with the entity known as Soul Killer, by happenstance of your warning to Tungwellisher on keeping away from Simon Jugosla. From then on, she implored to Neocorps Enforcer Alicia Archangel, Nori, for information. This led her to concoct a scheme with investigator Anthony Graj to visit Simon Jugosla's restaurant. Are we in the clear? Everyone nodded along. The issue, therefore, starts with Annabelle Graj. Her profile appeared, with detailed and private information about my lieutenant spilling in paragraphs before my eyes. Annabelle and Juliet Graja are the daughters of the former Lieutenant Jacob Graja, who was killed during the event that spurred your implant Diana into existence. Truthfully, that was coincidental, on my end, but not to the workings of another being. The all-seeing, Brian Ulrich said, a maltitan capable of calculating the depths of the ocean from a bucket of rain. Indeed, Miss Himiko tensed. An enemy of mine and an ally of the uncaged. Mr. Skeleton corrected. An ally of my patron, Mr. R. Why don't you just cut it short? Patchwick said, It's the sin. The same one that turned 2 other free cities in Europe into a war zone. New Troy and Polaris, Lady Ulrich. You heard of their war? Read about it. It happened around the time of our earthquake. New Troy was a port city located near the Mediterranean Ocean around Old World Turkey, while Polaris, or the northern cities, was a group of city-states that stemmed from Ukraine to the Netherlands. After the war, they were collectively known as Great Troy. Hatchwick continued. The sin, for lack of a better word, is a conspirant against the founders. He used the term, the uncaged, for numerous anti-founder groups throughout Europe and Africa, disappearing as soon as war and order settled in one part of the world and began anew here. 3 profiles lit up, Captain Khrushchev detailing them. Soul Killer, Titanium, Tier of 4th. Hundreds of people with red eyes flashed through the screen. We have reason to believe that the entity was born of corporate experiments conducted in the Floridian Free City. Their research into 3 Maltitans, particularly the Typhoon, the Mother, and the Terror, resulted in their creation. I completed it. Those titans, wielders of the shards of release, division, and oblivion. Captain Khrushchev nodded sternly, while my father looked at me proudly. Amaterasu cupped her hands and spoke. Correct. The result of such a combination is what we call a psionic cancer. Soul Killer, over time, has learned to harness their chaotic mutations into something representative of an order. 3 mutations lie at the center of this control. Soul Nexus, born of release, coordinates its influence around a singular mind in a series of networks. Soul Forfeitoff division causes those infected to join their Hivmand by creating an opening for the Revenant to infect with and soul death from oblivion. In turn corrupts humans and turns them into mals. Mr. Skeleton sat silently as he let the others explain. I still didn't know what he was doing here. Captain Khrushchev took a deep breath. We first made contact with Soul Killer back when the only term for them was the Revenant. This was prior to the earthquake. We even managed to contain some of his Nexi. All contained beings have since let themselves die, and their death-manifested implants have since been disposed of by former Lieutenant Grosh. Post-earthquake, Soul Killer only further infiltrated into Westcrook using an alliance with Muramasa, but reached a deal with Lieutenant Jacob Grasha. As Skeleton has told us, pictures shone out. Jacob Grasha seated with multiple crimson-eyed soulless. Khrushchev's voice was heavy and grave. Back then, I hadn't been given jurisdiction of the 1st Precinct. Had I known about what a friend of mine had done, I'd have executed him myself. He struck a deal with Soul Killer in exchange for reconnaissance within gang activity post-earthquake. Soul Killer would remain untested by the police. Any look into them would be silenced. Any deaths caused would be forgiven. This remained in place for more than 30 years until Juliet Grasha. Anthony's mother appeared in view. She would discover her father's dealings with Soul Killer and come into contact with none other than Mr. Skeleton. Mr. Skeleton tapped the table. This was an in-between period of my life. I had not yet taken control over Little Requiem, and I was just about beginning my 2nd lease on life. A lease gifted to me by Soul Killer. Ironic as it might be, for Soul Killer had found me on orders of the Sin, nursed me back to health before leaving me to my own devices, and a leash upon my life. Mr. Skeleton's head opened up, a brain appearing in its socket. Red veins tangled upon it as though to strangle his mind. It closed just as quickly. Perhaps he knew what I was thinking. I could end it now. This was his original body, he chuckled. I am not under their control, but Soul Killer does have a certain sway over my existence. One I detest. When Juliet Grasha came to me, I saw eye to eye with her, but she would also come into contact with my former allies. In the end, she chose them over me. But the fact remained, she knew I had my grievances with the Revenant, and when her investigation led her sister to be infected by Soul Killer, and her father did not protest the loss of his own daughter, it was I whom she turned to. I offered her a simple power, one drawn from my connections, and let her high compatibility gift her with the power to combat Soul Killer's devious means. She still didn't trust me, which I mourn, instead working with Missy to get infected bodies delivered to a clinic she then worked at, where she mercifully ended their existence while studying the implants. This information, what she gathered, has now been lost. It is presumed that Soul Killer took her life by means of an organic viral bomb delivered by Muramasa agents. Mr. Skeleton sighed, as though he regretted her death. However, Captain Khrushchev said, we have proof of her research bearing fruit. Her sister, Annabelle, while infected, is a singular entity. She is not connected to Soul Killer's chain of Nexi. She might lose consciousness to that other mind and become Soul Killer at moments, but that iteration remains out of the grasp of the Hivamind. It is why we keep her in the police force, for information, as she remains incapable of being a method of intrusion into our security. She is always monitored, her memories kept at bay. Then, we have the aid of our second tool against Soul Killer. Mr. Skeleton slid a dial, and out came the image of a Kaizel clone. Kaizels? They're a remarkable piece of organic cloning technology. Utterly nothing exists like them, humans capable of drawing upon warp energy, without needing an implant. They are all innate extensions of Soul Killer, made from their flesh and shaped as vessels. Except, what happens when one of them does ingest an implant? Soul Killer experimented, and she was the result. The image changed, showcasing a classified file on the Crimson Heart. Starlight shrieked weirdly at that news. She is a Kaizel clone, but wields a bug. Despite her cybernetic gift, it is her mutated psionic prowess we are fearful of. Skeleton chuckled, and an ally to my cause. A portal into their Hivamind, yet entirely immune to their intrusion. This does not come without its drawbacks for her, which I am not liable to discuss. Yet, now we have one weapon and another shield. A vaccine could be created if we were to find Juliet's research, and an immune response is viable from Crimson Heart's end, and the final piece of the puzzle. Another picture showed Olivia. My heart froze. Is your ability to cure Soul Killers infected? Combined, we can root them out. Skeleton laughed. It was too human for how he looked. Now, remember how you owe me one? Diana, for letting you in and out of Little Requiem? I do. Skeleton put a vial on the table, a thick needle sticking out, and many complicated mechanisms latched all around it. A mutagen extractor. Your mutagen, he chuckled. Not debilitating amounts, but rather enough to warrant further research based on your dear Dr. Faltist's notes on unstable biology and mutational synergy. Of course he would know about that. I wouldn't be surprised if my father outright told him. Reluctantly, I stuck the vial into my forearm. My gaze burning as something profound was torn from me. Golden light mixed into the blood pouring out, rich and vibrant like ichor. Mutations are being extracted from the adapter. I plucked it out. My breath weak and light like the oxygen had been drained out of the air. I rolled the vial back to him, fire burning in my eyes. It had absorbed a few % of progress across the board for my mutations. Be glad, Diana. Skeleton chuckled. You're getting what you want, aren't you? The beginning of the fall of the Revenant. Shut the fuck up. I stared at him, then I stared them all down. I don't get this. Isn't he an enemy too? He's fucking raising the dead as Mals? I am quite revolutionary, isn't it? Skeleton chuckled, looking into the vial as if it reflected a century of life to be gifted. I hope to cut Soul Killer out of the equation soon enough. I nearly flew out of my seat to lunge at him. And none of you see the problem with that. That's the thing, Hatchwick mouthed, looking up at Skeleton with respect. "'Tis revolutionary. Syntech wants their hands on it. As does Yujo." Himiko's mouth grew a predatory smile. Never has a Mal been controlled by a human mind before, Skeleton. Although, a perplexing figure is resourceful. And the best thing, Skeleton tapped his skull. I'm the only one who knows how. There is no external database and no way for that data to leak. They want me. They need me. I looked up to my false father, unbelieving in his compliance to this. And you, how do you play a role in this? Power. Darling. He ran a hand into my hair like I was some fucking child. The mayor knows all about this. Soul Killer's death is now valuable to us instead of a threat. It means having an army of monsters on our side. And against a titan, we'll need all the help we can get. Ah, the mayor. Skeleton turned to Hatchwick. He was so easy for us to convince. All it took was me sneaking some flowers into his niece's lunch. She was Soul Killers by the time her school bell rang, and of course, a very confused Soulless away from any nexus. Thunder ripped from my voice. What the fuck is this Gemeyer playing? What is wrong with all of you? Ah, you're right. It is a game. Skeleton flicked a finger against the vial of my mutagen, and this is how we win the game of blood and steel. Khrushchev sat silently. Deep within, I could feel something biting at his soul to act up. I felt something wanting to trigger in mine, a threshold burning away. Diana, calm down, or you might blow this AV apart. Starlight warned. Good, I think I want to. Diana, don't make me do it. What? A memory hit me, of me resting on top of Ripley after our minds had melted into one another. The calm peace that hit me as I stared into his eyes. I shook my head, my gaze carrying into the nonchalant faces of this scheme. So, what's the end goal, Skeleton? I know you're at war with the other two. Why? Mr. Skeleton didn't meet my eye, too busy ogling at the mutagen in his grip. The Sin knows the why. I've learned not to question it. When a Titan sees a foreseeable outcome from free will, best not to chain yourself to the constant act of contemplating prediction and reaction and questioning self-existence. I am simply who I am, a skeleton buried in everyone's closet, and soon, a man of great power. And Dog Whistler, she is troublesome, Himiko answered, an entity with no clear origin except a date. A date? Oh, I wouldn't tell you, otherwise my child would know then. She'd mess things up. All I'll say is, some coincidences are at play, manipulated by a certain Titan. Himiko smiled at me, a knowing smile. And I'm curious, what did he name our child? Do you think she knows? I don't think so. Should I tell her? Sure. Starlight? I said quietly. Miss Himiko laughed, a genuine laugh I didn't think was possible from out of her mouth. Starlight. Oh no, he named it after Mirage's personas. Oh, that is certainly something. What's wrong with my name? Enough. I fear I've said too much. Himiko turned to Brian Ulrich. Let her know about our next phase. Brian kept a laugh hidden to himself. Oh, she just has toast about it. Ask about what? I didn't get any of this. A visual burned into the hologram, official recognition of the Ask Task Force, anti-Soul Killer Task Force. It was real. I stared up at it, my name was right there. Head of Operations, Brian Ulrich, leading investigator, SI Diana Ulrich, and you said we were fucking useless. Brian said with enough smugness to threaten Skeleton's hold on the word, give me a nod, and you won't be an associate special investigator. This is not what I wanted, I said in utter, raging disbelief. You think I am an idiot, that I can't tell we're only doing this so Skeleton can get what he wants? What I want, Skeleton said, is what the founders want. Besides, you're complicit in a previous dealing of mine, and you shot me in the head. I spat, looking at my father for some hope of support. Brian Ulrich put a calming hand on my shoulder. The orders came from above. It wasn't him. Not exactly. And what? I spat at him. You let him? Number I did, Himiko said. A hint of surprise flaring from what dull emotions I could sense from her. That necrotium bullet wouldn't have killed you, not entirely. Merely it was a test of sorts. The mention of that bullet caused every single one of them to feel a certain way. Confusion and dissatisfaction. Except my father had the stirrings of relief inside him. Soul resonance picked it all up and twisted it into my own heart. A test. of both you and Dreadwire," Hatchwick said. "He is more troublesome than we thought, but I see an opportunity in him." I slammed the table. Every word they said only pissed me off. "So tell me, what exactly was your company doing with a soul killer nexus in their basement? The Rat King was a hostage." Hatchwick shrugged. "Tried to learn how to disconnect them from the Hivamine. But the thing was dying. Slowly, long as we had it, Soul Killer agreed to send us fresh samples of their mutagen as long as we refrained from drastic methods of interrogation." Skeleton chuckled. "Did you know that if you torture one nexus, all of them feel it?" "Point of it," Hatchwick sighed. "When you took down that lab in September, Soul Killer tried hiding, and that Rat King nexus we had was determined to kill itself. So the Crimson Heart disconnected it. And for once, a fear of death was born in the thing. It panicked and retaliated. But thanks to Dreadwire and this, Lillian Rose, it was dealt with before it could overblow into a public scandal. This time, I sensed some aggravation from Hatchwick towards Skeleton, right? Each of them had their own agendas. There were cracks for me to exploit, but the question remained. What was your goal? To spark fear, Brian Ulrich said. To stir up the pot. A mall terrorist attack at a food plant? That would get the public thinking. I chalked in realization. You want to make Soul Killer's presence known to the public? Slowly. Hatchwick raised his hand. Build some paranoia. Get them on our side. Then we can begin changing up the laws around here to ensure this city remains safer. I see. They wanted to not just extract Soul Killer's mutagenic strength, but to use them as a political tool. And how do I fit into this? You are the face of this war. Skeleton smiled. Silveray is the only one who can cure those who have lost their souls, guiding them into an era of prosperity for New California. He reached into his pocket and retrieved a vial of mutagen. It rolled to me and was labeled kinetic release. You'll need it in about 5 minutes, he finished. 5 minutes, I stammered. Last time, it didn't go as public as we wanted. Skeleton chuckled. Crimson Queen's Ada in 5 to disable another nexus from the Hivmind. A nexus right in the center of the pleasure lanes. Inject it, and wear your new suit. What? What on earth was happening right now? Pleasure lanes. You mean in public? Hatchwick yawned. Don't want anyone to get hurt now, do we? Fortunately, Silvereye arrived right in the nick of time, protecting civilians and taking out the deadly Mal threat. You're all insane. I gripped my head as my dad opened up a briefcase. It expanded as folds of metal grew and blurred into shape, becoming a suit of sorts with my exact measurements. I scowled, looking at the design. It was akin to the costume Olivia and the other children had made for me on Halloween. And I hate all of you so much. Doesn't make a difference. Brian tapped the suit on the shoulder before pulling out a mask. It was like 2 lightning bolts fused together to make a pair of wings. A part of it even expanded to cover my mouth, and a flicker of light formed some holographic hood. Now get ready. You're about to fight more than a few villains and embrace your life as a heroine, Silviri. Grunting, I stabbed the mutagen into my thigh. Starlight hummed as she somehow managed to settle the genetic disorder into a form suitable for me. Gold mutagen. Energetic release has been acquired. GC 2524, fuck it. Like it or not, I had to help people. I stood up, putting my sleeves into the suit as its inner lining perfectly fit over the uniform I was wearing, becoming a 3rd layer of protection. It was also brazenly showboaty. Designs of white and blue electricity, inspired by a need to be marketed, skin tight. It showed my curves off, accentuated them, yet remained a solid armor as it passively conducted the electricity born of my body. Silver-colored steel shaped across my arms and legs with minimized compartments that felt packed with condensed tech around my wrists and back. Oh, we're going to get so many action figures made of you. Hatchwick chuckled. What do you want your movie to be called? The sequel has to be Lightning Strikes Twice. I flipped a middle finger as the aerodyne doors opened to a storm of wind blowing inwards. I was so high up that the people below all blurred like a sea. I couldn't let it bleed crimson. An alert beeped behind me. Skeleton clapped his hands. Soul Killer just got disconnected. Expect their insanity to create more than a few males. I had no choice. I had to save people. Well then, fine. They wanted to puppeteer me? I'd make those strings as tangled as possible. The world turned beneath me, the planet wielding gravity against all who lived on it. This aerodyne was a betrayer of that fact, and I stepped out of it. Chapter 189. Chapter 54. Superhero, landing the 7th of November, 12:22 p.m., Dreadwire, Muramasa. Adept breathed between the confines of my claw and an alley wall. Just a week later, and I was already being hunted down once news of Diamante and Missy's departure hit the abyss net. I'd taken their security for granted. Hundreds were after my golden bounty now. Name of your employer. Shit. Fuck. They squealed. He's a corporate guy, by the pleasure lanes. Building. Addison Reeves Tower, the penthouse. I weakened my grip on him, letting the adept breathe. His final breath. The shriekstone cores in my hand burst out. Blood, brain, and skull fragments painting the wall. Appreciated. I turned to his allies. I'd already read their memories, but the scenes today would paint a picture of why it wasn't Missy nor Diamante they had to worry about. 12:30 p.m. Diana, wind slapped my mask, stretching my hair as velocity increased my downfall to the impending concrete down below. I tried controlling my fall, but the slightest movement turned into wild and chaotic twists of momentum I would never control up this high. Okay. All right. I am looking through your suit. It's designed so that if you run electricity through it in a specific way, specific functions will activate. I felt a warmth down my back, and I let my lightning flow into the pattern starlight created. My fall instantly halted as light peered down the sides of my head. Wings. Wings made of solidified light that caught the air and slowed my descent, allowing me to control it. These don't exactly help you fly. They're more cosmetic, really, but they can stabilize the self-telekinesis to increase your aerial mobility. Reaching into electromagnetic domain, I wrapped a cocoon of wavelengths around me, stemming from the suit's wings and spreading through the air like a veil that pierced it. Turn right! Now! Starlight yelled at me just in time. The tip of a skyscraper expanded like a spear, and with a rough but instinctual usage of our synchronized minds, we flowed right past the growing building. My feet caught on its sides, a rush of momentum slowing as I converted heat and friction into electrical power. My mask pulsed as it snapped shut on my eyes, its ocular features highlighting and zooming into the growing mound of a human turning into a mal, flesh bubbling and twisting. Multiple humans. One of them spewed green flame that singed metal and spilled it down like acid. A car exploding after a few seconds of contact. Another was a multi-winged humanoid beast that grabbed an innocent and tore them into two with its talons. Crowds were screaming, and the police weren't doing shit. I was already late. I couldn't waste any more time. Glass shattered from the building behind me as I kicked, the wings angling my descent so that I had sights on the chimeric winged mal. With a focus on my legs, I activated my newest mutation, energetic release. Thunder blasted from behind me as a thick surge of kinetic momentum shot out and struck me into the creature's beak. My hand grabbed on, fine electric claws dragging it from the throat as I used the flesh to conduit my charge into the mal. Its wings seized in the air, falling to the ground while I stayed still. I wasn't moving downwards. Below me, the citizens were all pointing and yelling up to me, cameras focusing as my appearance flashed on every screen around me in the pleasure lanes. I was wearing a suit of white and blue, angular, beautiful, and exuding power, as a thick veil of electricity flowed like water around my body. 2 slabs of metal extended from my back, thin, and forming a sheet of hollow-weaved wings that patterned and fluttered out like a bird's. And I was floating in the air. The suit left my silver eyes visible while a mask that wasn't quite cloth covered up my mouth and nose with a perfect shine. And on the side of my head were 2 sharp lightning bolts, 2 halves of a visor. Starlight detected that framed the quicksilver flowing from my scalp. Oh shit. Is that Silver Eye? Save us. She's flying now. Can I get an autograph? Shaking my head, I turned to the main issue at hand. 11 Mal had just awakened, and at the center of it, I saw them, felt them. The Nexus, a shaken-up, crazed-looking blonde-haired woman who cried tears of shiny black and red. Her soulless eyes met mine, and then I felt the metal within me wean. She was telekinetic, of course. My body slammed down into the crowd, or it would have, had Starlight not suddenly activated my lightning to steer me away from crushing anyone below me. I landed on my feet, my knees bending as my hand struck the concrete and cracked it. Monsters surged all around me, their focus torn between the gold in my heart and the ample crowd of irons and bronzes around us. I yelled, something in the strange material of my face mask amplifying my voice. Everyone, take shelter now. These are malformed. Run for safety. Westbrook, 1st Precinct. Establish a perimeter and keep them mal-contained. A nervous voice filed from behind, a weak sim in his heart, but he was dressed in uniform. Should we fight them? Just don't let them through, I yelled. I'll handle them. I was the only one who knew what we were up against. The malformed and soul killer, as though letting me say my thoughts out only to make them futile, laughed as they surged into movement towards the public. One monster bounced high, legs like a frog, slapping it onto a building's wall as green flame drilled into it. Another used multiple arms to gallop like a horse, large enough to toss a car towards civilians. I reached for my lightning and burst into the car's path. Clinging on, I took apart its weight and force to convert it into electrical energy. Pulling it apart, it came easier with Starlight in my mind. She processed its engineering to help dismantle it. Then, with nothing but a rough peripheral vision, we hurled a door towards the escaping frog. Like Mal, it was sliced in half and fell, while I used the other remnants of the car to unleash a barrage of shrapnel into another of those violins. That multi-handed galloping Mal charged unimpeded as metal raised it. It would barrel through me and into the crowd behind. Why the fuck weren't they running? Stop taking pictures. My gauntlets charged and powerful. I grabbed it by its horns as concrete and dirt shattered while my legs braced against the rushing mass of limbs. Now, people screamed and ran as danger came inches from them, but I strained against the Mal and its many limbs as I stretched my arms apart. The suit was powerful, like a new set of muscles interwoven upon me. Electricity rippled through them, granting me newfound power as I heaved the beast up and tore its head in two, the bronze core exposed. A collection of energy coalesced into the angular lightning, themed on my chest to shoot out a sharp ray of blue lightning that shattered the core. I tossed its dying remnants into another Mal. This one was a thin and lanky creature of bones curved into blades. It was a white blur, dodging right under the carcass, as wolf-like eyes glanced at me. In a blink, it tore through the bodies of some civilians, blood spraying from bodies who hadn't yet collapsed, to reach me. It battered into my chest, crumpling the breath out as I slammed back into a building. I saw red. I felt red. Diana, calm girl. How the fuck can I? It killed people to get to me. Another Mal struck me, its hands stretching like ropes of flesh and trying to twist my limbs off. I yanked and tore at the grasping tendrils apart, gripping that fleshy rope and using it to jerk the Mal back into that speedy bone-clawed one. When they hit each other, they changed and melted. Soul resonances screamed at me. My senses, pouring open to witness two cores flowing into one another, like galaxies consuming one another. Bronze turned into silver as power exploded towards me. Red, white bone and flesh. It had the pinnacle of both organic structures. Gripping the side of a street lamp, my strength was just enough to bend it down and command electricity through it. Large and heavy, I battered it into the side of the speedy demon. It cut right through the metal, and all the while, I was seeing more bloodshed as the other Mals were acting up. The police were containing them, but they weren't prepared for this. Not like I was. I charged right into the silver Mal. Its bloody claws scratched against my suit, but some metallic fibers were already closing that wound and compressing against my blood leaking out. My hand dragged onto its bony face, not an inch of humanity remaining as its flesh cords wrestled with me. You can do it! Someone yelled. Beat the shit out of it! Show that Mal who's boss Silvereye. Lightning strikes twice. Lightning. I was it personified. My soul thrummed with a deep reverb of their aching hopes, raging with me fire, and something more profound. Electricity tangled across the Mal's limbs and scorched them off. Free for me to manifest that levitation from before and pull me into the air as I reached for the torn light pole. With a heave from my mind, it slipped through the back of the monster, and I crashed down at the same time. Using its head, I pulled the beast through the pole, half impaling and half tearing it to expose the core. I burnt it down into my hands. Silver energy weaved around my limbs to reseal the damages done as I burst to the remaining 7 Mal. The blonde Nexus yelled something incoherent, the ground rippling, as concrete burst beneath to lift me into the air. That winged beast from before came down like a hawk, claws and talons darting in my vision to my torso. Then, a gold wire snapped into place, and 4 spider limbs speared into its head with deft skill. Dreadwire flipped from its body and dragged its spine out, the weakened core remaining in the body that hit me. I stabbed my hand in and pulled it out, Ripley grabbing my arm with one of his arachnidine limbs so I didn't hit the ground. New suit? He commented as he secured us to a wall. What the fuck are you doing here? I yelled back, climbing and standing on one of his lower arachnidine limbs as I perched to get ample view of the massacre. I sense I was lured here, he said dryly, observing the scene as he immediately began sending me observations through starlight. You? Literally dropped here, my dad. I took a deeper glance into his findings. He'd listed some Mal's Ashi targets. You're helping? You looked like you needed helping. His gauntlet charged and shot a deadly golden spear straight into the body of one Mal. A civilian dropped as flesh puddled. Starlight's with you, right? Do you think we should melt our minds? He looked down at the carnage, then at me. Not now. We should leave that aspect of our powers, unaware to our watchers. Right, I agreed with that. It was arguably when we were at our most powerful. His observations, regardless, suggested splitting up would be more effective. Shit, look out. A car flew at us, telekinetically flung by the Nexus. I stabbed lightning into it, slowing it enough that Ripley threw me away from its path. He jumped and landed on the flying car. Arachnidine javelins shooting into the concrete near the Nexus. The car stopped its movement in the air as the golden cord stretched before reversing as he slingshotted the car back, still while holding onto it. A hulking beast of armor and muscle roared and protected the Nexus. Thick scythe-like blades from its arms ripped the car in half as Ripley flipped over the Mal. His gun aimed at the Nexus before pulling its sight onto the hulking Mal. Even without being synced up, I knew his understanding. The Mal weren't truly savage right now. They were still under the control of the Nexus. Killing them would mean these Mal would hunt humans en masse. His voice spoke to my mind. Let me handle these 2. I didn't bother with wasting time on a response, not as the other 5 Mal were terrorizing the police. Acid was flung, blood was wielded like a whip, and flesh was ripped into. It was terrible. It was everything I didn't want, everything I grew to fear. Control your emotions, Diana. This is more than anger. I could feel the resonance of souls around me, their shock, desperation, and dread at the threat of these beasts. The dread of knowing thousands of them would assault us in a few years. The hope that I could save them. Soul resonance grabbed those feelings and fed me. Soul trigger reacted to them. It wasn't just my emotions that controlled it. I felt their hearts burning for justice, for safety, for protection, for change. Just a little bit, I slipped into the hope they put on me, as Silvereye. My lightning sparked, its blue color tinging shiner as energy radiated through my being. 5 Mal, 5 strikes of lightning. Starlight, you're with me. I am, just figuring out how to best use your suit. I'll charge it to the maximum. You send Ripley everything you understand about it. Have him get his money's worth from stealing my dad's millions. The air rose into a storm around me, the wind whipping exactly how I needed it to. My breath was cold, not freezing, but calm. Light yearned to release from my fingertips. but refused to snap without my permission, and my transformed musculature ached to become grotesque. But that was a job for Lily and Rose. Soul Trigger acted differently this time, not just to my own thoughts, but from the hearts of others. For these people, I had to be Silver Yetha world shattered in my ears as I moved, a crack of thunder sounding my impending lightning. People screamed and yelled as I approached, the name both a prayer and proclamation, a need to believe in something when the worst was happening. I grabbed whatever scrap I could. It moved with my body as a phalanx of potential energy. Knives sharpened against the cold wind around me and shot forth. Precisely. I had some of Ripley's warp energy and put it to good use. One Mal, a grotesque acid-dripping man, died instantly. Another was torn as I dragged them across asphalt, while a third took my electricity straight to its core. Every death was a relief whispering in the hearts of those around me. I took their whispers and gasps and combined them into my own full breath. A breath that stoked the flames within me, that unleashed a spark of something greater, a spark of light from off that flame, and I let that light reach those around me. Oh, shirt, I felt that. The final two Mal were the deadliest, both of them silver and terrifying. One was a spider-like creature, hugging the walls and dragging out civilians from the confines of skyscrapers, with thunder in my steps. I shot into the air as lightning veiled a piece of shrapnel floating between my hands. Like a hot cleaver, it seared through flesh and dropped the screaming man. I reached for the shardware in his limbs, grabbing him by the hem of his shirt and pulling him back into the building while my body blocked the inky black proboscis that tore from the many mouths of the spider maw. One pierced my arm, but I let the taste of my blood send a flow of warp energy into it. It greedily sucked from me, unaware a flaming poison was licking its head by doing so. Once enough was stolen, I shattered the inky spikes like they were glass and grabbed it by the throat. Reaching a resonance with its core, I shook its power with flame. More than flame. The light burned bright, the fire sparking, roiling and toiling until it made an audible crack in my heart, triggering a change. Lightning launched it away and down to the ground, broken pieces of the building's scaffolding snaking through its limbs as Dreadwire dodged a hammering blow from the hulking Mal and speared an arachne through the spider's core. Two Mals remained. I let Dreadwire fight the hulking bodyguard of the Nexus while I turned to the last one. It floated in the air. Wind whipped around its body as a storm unto itself, powerful enough to pick cars up and throw them around like a child would a toy. It was a mass of eyes and feathers. When its focus turned to me, a dark wind tunneled down and sent debris and human bodies down to me. Still living bodies. Starlight freed my arms from electricity while I focused on catching them, not worried about downright tossing them to the ground as long as they weren't dead. The Mal's crimson eyes only darkened as I approached. The warlock creature, raising a thick wind so dense it was difficult to see in. I could feel the hearts of humans being picked up and tossed around, their calls for me silenced but powerful. I had to protect them. Despite my warp energy reaching its limits, I braved the storm and rescued the thrown civilians, pulling them out by their clothes and shardware until a pile of gasping. But alive citizens lay behind me. Then, almost like the silver had planned it surged the winds into the nearby fires caused by a previous Mal and sucked them into the tornado spinning around it. The firestorm lifted the air from my lungs and left many people choking into unconsciousness. Their dreams of life left as unfinished gasps in my direction. Reach into their hope? I lifted my arms up, feeling the electricity run through the gauntlets of my suit to form a hollow shield that provided momentary safeguard from the blistering heat. Fire was all I could see, but it wasn't all I could feel. I was more than just fire. I was a spark of hope. I was a storm that purged corruption. Gold adapters could have two tendencies. I'd never put much thought into what my second would be, yet right now, I knew what it was. I was Diana, maybe not the most cheerful lady to those around me. I could be downright rude to them, a downer. But even as Diana, I always felt the expectations they put on me. Living up to them wasn't easy, but I had a motivation to be the woman they believed in, someone who saw others in pain and took to helping them, like how Yvette had helped me. I was Diana Jones under the memory of my adoptive father. I loved shooting and being out in nature to embrace the freedom of being a human, to experience life beyond just purpose. But with freedom came choice, and I'd always been very determined in my choices. Being free was to live with the effects of your choices. I was Diana Ulrich to the police, Westbrook, and Brian Ulrich. I was a gold adapter, a wielder of power, and people were afraid of power. For too long, they saw it perverted by those who thought themselves better, who only held power for the sake of gathering more. And right now, I was Silver Eye. I was all of them combined. I was the damned gold adapter who would make her choice today to save people, to let them live and continue on as humans just trying to make it out of a shitty day. To let them, for once, put their hopes into someone and have it not be a lie. I was not a liar anymore. I was lightning incarnate. I was the storm of change. I am she who conducts the hope of those who are forgotten into their rightful justice. I am Silver Eye. I am Diana. I am the beginning of a new hope. Tendency has been uncovered. Spark tendency. Spark tendency, your warp energy has an amplifying quality, allowing it to impose stronger effects through your mutations without a loss of control. Oh, whoa! Yeah. That's kinda not all it is. Turns out, when you have two tendencies, I felt my internal heart of energy swirl between two forms. One was a radiant star of no heat, but endless golden light that empowered every breath I took with thundering might. The second form was the familiar golden flame that sought to burn and devastate me for the need of more power. And yet, there was an in-between. A moment where that lesser light sparked through the infernal fire, and became more. Fire and spark tendency are reacting. Lightning tendency can be formed, and a flare of golden light cracked through my heart and manifested into my hands. The heat around me suffocated as warp energy snapped into it, each particle spawning a chain reaction. As the warmth converted into the form befitting the tendency, the hollow shield fizzled into a spray of lightning that sunk through the storm and chained a web of sparks between me and the Mal with energetic release. I'll show you what a storm is. Lightning rained out of my body like the clouds were weeping tears of joy, thunder snipping and zapping into every feather of the Mal and charring them into ash, all as my gold sank into its eye, taking over that crimson with my own golden virtue. Its crimson-riddled silver was little to me, pulled apart like molten metal as the silver warmth slipped and melted into my flesh, until all that was left was ashes. I stood tall. I stood proud. I stood proud. I stood as what the people needed right now. As for Ripley, he was the darkness to my light, a veritable beast as he dismantled flesh and bone down to its most vulnerable, digging through the toughened layers of the Mal until the hulking beast was stripped of everything that made it powerful. Tendons, joints, muscles, skin, capsules, and everything that held it together had fallen apart, unraveled by dreadwire as one final yank of his golden threads spilled its ribcage apart for just a moment. A grenade tossed in as it healed, and the explosion signaled death for all who heard it. The dead Mal was the last of its kind, already melting away as the Nexus gripped her head in pain. Ripley raised his wrist-mounted cannon to her before turning his gaze to me. Are you taking her in alive, or should I end this? He was flung into the air along with tons of concrete as a red flower burst from the Nexus eye. I was going to chase after him, but it hit me that I didn't know how to fly, just levitate and nudge myself in one direction. But as dust cleared and concrete rained down as huge chunks, they suddenly pulled back up. Golden wires yanked them into his grip, each claw tip dragging clumps of stone that tightened under his precise manipulation of live wire while he descended. A stone pillar formed in his grip. The aching and tired Nexus dragged her breath into another scream, but a sudden arachne javelin into her stomach faltered it. Then the stone pillar crashed into her, a spray of blood, all the evidence needed to know of the outcome. Dreadwire stood, unharmed, as ash and dust cleared. Amidst the crowding civilians and eager photos, his sight only looked at one thing: me. A slip of live wire pulled the SIM out from the Nexus, uncaring as a thunderous cheer bellowed from the depths of the onlooking citizens. People had died this afternoon. Less than 10, but more than there should have been. Yet, to this shattered city, 10 lives were nothing when it had been them who survived. Even the police looked at Dreadwire with begrudging respect, and at me with reverence. With the criminals or those who had an unfondness for the police, I imagined it was the opposite. Holy fuck, they killed the Mals. Silver, Dread. Why? This wasn't going to just make headlines. This would be all that any of New California would talk about for weeks. Dreadwire extended a hand to me, one I was unsure if I should take. But the people's applause told me that for some strange reason, they really wanted me to take it. You think they're a thing? It would make a lot of sense? Oh, like forbidden love? Now was the time I really hated having superhuman hearing. Sighing, I took his hand as his unmoving gaze focused on me. We have to talk. We do. I dropped the words out of my mouth. Founders, we had a lot to talk about. Unsteadily, I wrapped my arm around his shoulder as he fastened me to him, and then, with his arachne shooting into the air, lifted us both away from a cheering crowd. I could feel the tabloid articles burning into my eyes right now. Chapter 190. Chapter 55. Stardom list of net articles on the recent Mal terrorist attack on the 1st Precinct. Surface net articles, Silvery Eye, saves the day. With the unexpected help of Dreadwire, Mal terrorist defeated in twin golden counterattack by New California Insight. Criminal and police join forces, 2 golds upon a common enemy by Westbrook Daily. Dreadwire, hidden paramour of Silver Eye. Read more with the latest by Westbrook Undercover. Golden child of the New California. Silver Eye takes on Mal terrorist, New California's latest by Synchronous Technology International. 2 terrorists apprehended by Gold investigator Silver Eye in New California by Ujo News. Dreadwire and Silver Eye, malfighting by the day, by night, by Hollywood Gossip. Is New California's Silver Eye harboring love for a terrorist? By Eastern Rising. Abyssnet articles. Mal terrorist or manufactured terrorist. Truth behind the conspiracy now. By Vortex News. Who is Dreadwire? Mystery uncovered. By Blacklist Daily. Silveraya. 10 things you didn't know about her. You'll never believe number 5. By Nightfeed. Dreadwire's secret affair unveiled. Mirage or Silver Eye? By Bloodlust. Who is the Mal terrorist? More to be revealed. By Hollywood Underdark. Dreadwire and Silver Eye. More like number Dry Eye. Number Silverwire. By Western Frontier. 2 golds, 1 heart. The Secret Affair of Crime and Law. By WB Fiction. The 7th of November, 1:24 p.m. Ripley. We were currently at the safest place I knew. Mirage's apartment. It didn't mean she was happy. We had a fucking Aerodyne chasing us down for pictures. But thankfully, the last place they expected me to take Diana after that stint at the pleasure lanes was right back to it. We had to find a hidden alleyway to take our suits off so she could become Lillian Rose while I packed my stuff into my jacket. As memories flooded from Starlight's End into me, I blinked. The Ask Task Force. A dumb name, made with a dad joke attached to it, but with very real promises made by a very dangerous man. Mr. Skeleton. And another revelation that irked me, the true identity of the Crimson Queen, my therapist. She was part of Soul Killer, but separated, just as Annabelle Grosh. And I had let her into my mind about 6 times. Founders, what was I getting into? Not even a week had passed since we got news of Skeleton crusading towards those 3. Much better than mean shard operators that Missy had employed. Speaking of, I really quickly recapped Diana on that. Her face was blank before she slapped her hands onto her face. Haythamus Balzac, we are so fucked. So wait, you're in charge of the anti-dog whistler operations now. She groaned. Unofficially, technically, I'm sort of like a supervising manager while the boss is on holiday. Former Metal Heavens members tend to be very good at taking steel off people. I just sort of have to make sure no one bullies them. I sipped some tea. Letting it calm my nerves as all of this news hit me, Mirage grumbled to my side, holding me extra tight after video evidence of Dreadwire, very publicly holding on to Silvereye, was broadcast onto every frame in New California. You just need to make like a weekly visit. But, when is she going to leave? Soon, I said to my beautiful girlfriend. You'll have all the time you want with me as soon as I'm done talking to her. Right. Actually, there is something I need you to do for me. Diana stammered, her nerves jittery for some reason. Strike while the anvil's hot, that's what they say. I need you to look into a bug's memory for me, Juliet Grosh's. I put things together with what Starlight had shown me. To get the anti-soul killer vaccine. Where is it? Remember that geneticist I told you about, Dr. Moira. She's got it on her. Dryder sent it to her for safekeeping. It's got a unique feature on it. Fuck! Wait! Juliet Grosh. Mirage opened her mouth. Do you know what source Sard fragment made it? None. But Skeleton gave it to her? He has his from the Shard of Understanding, I said. And some other shard that let him slip his mind into technology. Connection? Actually, about the source shards, I have a confusion with ours. I know our shards are about change, but doesn't it sometimes feel like we extend beyond that? Diana thought aloud, sipping her tea. You make a good point. I sighed. Quartz said only one fragment can make a single unique feature. I'll assume it's the same for deviant mutations. He also said, that should be the case, unless our quality is very high. But I feel like he is talking out of his ass half the time. Yeah, but what I mean is, I certainly would say that originally, my mutation was about change. Diana gulped the tea down. It synergized my mutations and was unstable at first, but being able to feel souls to resonate, Elsa sighed. You took mutagen from Soul Killer. Must have added some division of release to it. Release? I can understand that from my most recent deviant mutation, Diana whispered. But how does division affect me? I'm not splitting my soul, you know. The terms the source shards take? Elsa quieted. They're umbrella terms. You have to think broader than just division equals splitting. Division, as a word, means the separation between two things. It could create a mutation that severs the molecules between objects. Maybe in a high-tiered adapter, it could let them create a duplicate of themselves. Or maybe in shard adapters. Create parallel minds, sever consciousness, muddle the barrier between dream and reality. Anything separated is its domain. Anything together is also its domain. The source shards are weird like that, but I won't deny it. Both you and Ripley have odd source touch development. Like data mimicry, I nodded. It certainly changes me, but it also lets me understand implants better. Read them. All in service of that change, I think. I think it's related to the 12th shard. The 12th shard? Both women said at the same time, 6 founders, 5 Maltitans. Every shard should have an antithetical counter. One's missing, I stated my theory. They do, Elsa confirmed before agitation etched onto her face. Just how much did you two end up looking through when you were with Topaz and Quartz? A lot, Diana said. I continued. Elsa, do you know the identities of all the source shards? She took a deep breath. Yeah, I do. From my time with Neo. Not that they'd help you all too much, unless you plan to hunt founders and titans down. I sent her the list I made. Can you complete this? I could see the reluctance in her face, the impending thoughts of, this is a rabbit hole that will end with a bag on your head and a hole between your eyebrows. But she gave in anyway. Maybe, just maybe, I'm glad they're gone for a few months. She sent it back over, my heart singing since I got some of them, right. Source shard pairs, known pairs, unknown pairs, passing the view over to Diana via Starlight. I let her absorb the thoughts. Only one pair remains hidden, a 6th Maltitan. 5 were already bad enough. Doesn't help we're going to go to war with one of them. War? Elsa poked her head in. The typhoon, or the infinite, Deanna said before shaking her head. Did I never tell you that New California is going to be the staging ground of a Maltatin assassination? Is it? I guffawed. Makes a lot more sense why my grandfather got the idea to hunt another Maltatin then, to kill the infinite. Wait, both women said at the same time again. Oh, right, Diana. I never told you about my grandfather, and I never told you, Mirage, about why he went to Africa. So I filled them in with what Maiden had told me. He was hunting down Oblivianto kill change. And here I thought everything you built was made by your hand. Instead, it's quite literally your grandfather's hand, Diana said with a teasing smile. Elsa jumped to my defense. Hey, Ripley does build everything he needs. Yeah, it was just a joke, Diana said with a confused look, but my girlfriend just scowled. I put a calming hand on her, even subconsciously cycled my warp energy the same way I did for Diana, only to realize that it didn't work on Elsa like that. Not unless we entered a proxy together. I've heard worse from Diamante Mirage. It's okay, she grumbled, mouthed something, but then just held on to me. Diana rubbed her eyes before looking down on the list again. 12th Source Shard, 6th Maltatin. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Incredibly, Elsa sighed. Mr. R, the sin. He is even following the naming convention? Is it a Maltatin that snuck around our kind? Or worse, a human who joined their side? Degenerated into a Mal, I said. Only reason I can think of for why he wants us to be invaded by them. Doesn't make sense for why the Uncaged does any of this, besides Soul Killer. Diana grabbed her temples, massaging them. And it's antithetical to understanding, the last shard. Forgetting? Loss? Confusion? Starlight hummed in mine and Diana's head's number. I think I know. You do, I said aloud, much to Elsa's confusion. I mouthed Starlight to her. Yeah, I've actually been thinking about it for a while. I think a source shard fragment was used in my creation when Amaterasu was absorbed by you, Dad. Oh, which one? The future. I paused. You mean the all-seeing shard? Kinda makes sense. I mean, you know I'm good at predicting your actions. All sorts of chemical reactions, too. Good at beating you guys in video games. Diana poked Starlight. Yeah, but those are things an AI should be good at anyway. Well, I'm extra good at them. It's why I can synchronize with you all so well. Anyway, so, based on my understanding of the shards, I ran a quick look through a dictionary, used some of my future predicting goodiness to... Hold up, it sort of makes sense. I pointed to Starlight. Himiko says the All-Seeing is her enemy, presumably because it's the biggest threat to her as an emulect poking around the void net for Yujo. Maybe she stole part of its shard and handed it over to me? She wants me to raise Starlight in secret to be used as a countermeasure to the All-Seeing, thus giving us an edge to whatever the Uncaged have planned. That does make sense. Diana nodded. Mirage shook me. What are you two talking about? Right. She couldn't hear Starlight since she refused to let my cute little daughter poke into her skull. Starlight. She has the 12th shard is likely the source shard of becoming, she yelled. Diana looked confused. Becoming. Isn't that the same thing as changing? Sort of. It's like becoming as in impending. The becoming of a calamity refers to a prophetic unstoppable force that brings ruin, for example. It could also refer to the finalized thing or outcome needed, where Ashong refers to the process of achieving that. You can change without becoming the thing you need to be, but you can't become a specific thing if you never change. Becoming and understanding are antithetical in a roundabout kind of way, from a certain angle. One's about awareness of the world, and the other is about the physical state of it. I rubbed my knuckle to my nose. That would explain data mimicry a little bit. Me reading warp code is a process of change, while my actual mimicry is a facet of becoming it. Likely, since Mr. R. Ortha Sinhad are mulsied under his control, He put a fragment of the shard of becoming Jinto it for some reason we don't understand. That would explain mine too, in a way, Diana sighed. Soul Trigger, at least, probably has been touched by fragments of 3 shards, becoming Change and Release, while Soul Resonances touched by Change Division. As for me, I thought it through, becoming Anchangendata Mimicry Send. With Change more prominent in Shardweave, and the future residing in Starlight, rather than me, I guess the way these fragments mix up isn't exactly 1-to-1. In ratio, Mirage blinked. Starlight has the shard of the future, as in the all-seeing's Shech, yes. I happily patted her shoulders. Perfect weapon against... No. Mirage held her breath. The all-seeing just warp code Ripley, it means. That Starlight is a living fucking extension of its eyes. She can be turned into a malware at a moment. The worst kind. A breacher. Hey, that's mean. I'm no eldritch manifestation of digital paranoia. Not yet, she hummed. Besides, I'm pretty sure Himiko dealt with any intrusive powers imbued in my fragment. I calmed Elsa down, but she was very much against this. Oh fuck. Oh shit fuck. What? Juliet Grosh. Elsa turned to Diana, a crazed look in her eye. When Ripley went over to your apartment in September, you said that Juliet spouted a lot of crazy shit, right? Something about the Maltatin being there. It makes sense now, her unique feature. It was from the all-seeing. She was driven crazy by its shard. Then, I kept my weight solid on her. I have an idea. We'll synchronize together using Starlight as a data shield, look into her bug, and see if everything's as bad as it seems. Oh, fuck no, Ripley. Elsa breathed into my shirt, her voice harrowing down. I spent years of cyberthought at its footsteps. Just the sound was enough to make your mind raw. I'm not going back. Don't worry. I'm sure I can just eat that spaghetti monster right up. I wasn't sure about that. Letting Elsa slowly off me. I gave a conflicted look to Diana. I don't know if I can, Ripley. Diana looked at me, her eyes open and honest. I'm not enough to beat Soul Killer. I'm not smart the way you are. I won't ask you to make a cure. I just need what's on that implant. That's the last time you'll ever hear me request something from you again. If you need a mind to connect to, I'm ready. I'm not just a wildfire anymore. I need you to help me fix things. Please. Hearing that, something within me called to do it. Looking at Elsa, I kissed her forehead. If what I'm hearing is right, on Juliet's implant is state-of-the-art research into implants, mutations, and so much more. It could help me save my mother. It could be the key I need. Let me do this and a stupid thing, and the next time, I'll listen to you and not do another stupid thing. Sniffling unwept tears away. Elsa nodded, but her hands still shook on my shirt. Another shard adapter, not just Diana. Someone who knew Juliet. It'll keep a barrier from who she was prior to the unique feature stabilizing the warp code. The past grounds the future. I took that advice to heart, and Diana was already on it. I'll call Drider. Later that night, I was at an orphanage. Drider was deeper in and down below. I saw a sight that confused me. A caged child, a flower stalk running below her eye. The doctor here named Moira frowned. Suppressants won't keep her stable for long. Lucy. Diana put her hand on the glass. The child looked neutered, like a part of them was missing. Hitting her forehead loudly on the glass is the only response. I'm almost there. I can almost cure Soul Nexus. Moira nodded to her before Drider stood up and stretched, alcohol yawning off his mouth. Ooh, the shit are we doin'? Creating a bridge between our minds to dive into a bug, I said, as Moira pulled it out. Silver. And I could feel it belonged to a tier the second adapter. Source touched implant recognized. Source shard fragment confirmed. The future it was just as Elsa thought. I reached wires from my hand into Dirter's frame. He jolted at the moment of thought. And so did I as a wary grogginess spilled over me. Starlight groaned. Oh, I do not like being in his head. I do not like being drunk. I can feel it too, Deanna belched. We're not even synced, right? Not yet, Starlight began. Three minds forming into one cohesive pattern of thoughts, painful and uncomfortable sensations of pain, loss, and a need to forget stemmed from Drider. Starlight pulled everything together, and thankfully Diana's news park tendency, even if it was at the iron grade, blew an erasing light over Drider's thoughts. And soon, I felt her brilliance all throughout me. Oh, that's nice. Been using this over fire since I got it. She sighed in relief. Feels so much brighter. We thought in unison. Drider just sleepily nodded. I grabbed the implant. Juliette Grosh's memories were all on this. Secrets that would push both me and Diana toward success. And so, I began to read the implant. Its barriers crumbled easily. It was long since looking for a new wielder, and with only one former adapter, I found it easy to look within. Features, unique feature, foresight, technician, sustain, and deeper in. I felt the memories begin to open up, like I'd always pulled them towards me. My eyes opening up to them. Except this time, I also felt eyes open up to me. The pull I'd managed so easily now drew me, Diana, and Durderin. Like a whirlpool, our consciousness left our bodies.